There are people who were never meant to become heroes, yet fate forces them to be. And Wang Lin is one of them. Born into an ordinary family, he carried a simple wish in his heart to cultivate immortality and repay his parents' kindness. But the world is never that kind. No talent, no background, no guidance, everything seemed to whisper to him, the path of cultivation is not for you. Yet in the midst of that hopelessness, Wang Lin chose something that very few have the courage to do. He kept going. He walked forward with stubbornness. He walked forward with longing. He walked forward with everything left in his resilient heart. A strange opportunity came to him, opening a path of cultivation drenched in blood and loneliness. There, every improvement required a sacrifice. Every step forward meant losing something precious. To grow stronger, he had to endure 100 times more than ordinary people. Renegade Immortal is the tale of a man who never submits. A man willing to defy the heavens, defy fate, and defy the world just to protect what his heart refuses to let go. This is not merely an immortal cultivation story. This is the journey of a soul so powerful that even eternity must bow. And today, I invite you to step into that journey, the journey of Wang Lin, the man who walks against the will of heaven to find the answer meant for himself. In panic, they immediately turned around to look and saw Tower Mountain throwing the prince to the ground. This scene made the two men gasp. They were disciples of the Cloud Heaven sect assigned to protect the prince, and if anything happened to him, they would certainly be punished upon returning to their sect. At this moment, a flash of sword light shot towards Tower Mountain. Tower Mountain remained cold, his large hand lightly flicking, and immediately a whirlwind appeared, causing the sword light of the two cultivators to instantly dissipate. The flying swords shattered, and at the same time, both felt an unimaginably powerful aura attacking them. Both spat out fresh blood and were sent flying backward. On the ground, the martial artists who were rushing forward crashed into a wall. Loud crashing sounds echoed, and everyone spat blood as they were thrown back. Not a single person was fortunate enough to escape. Tower Mountain didn't kill anyone. His wave of the hand only injured everyone, including the two cultivators. Stop! The young man in the ornate robes was startled, but the ferocity on his face intensified as he shouted, I am a member of the Wang family. Dare to injure me on Vermilion Bird Star. You will all die. Wang Lin raised his right hand and slapped the young man across the face. Wang Lin didn't use much force, only his mortal body. After all, this young man wasn't a cultivator. If he used even a little force, his bones would shatter instantly. Even so, the young man was sent flying, all his teeth broken. This slap not only struck the young man, but also revealed the black snake within him. The black snake was extremely bizarre. When Wang Lin's slap landed, it immediately disintegrated but almost instantly reformed. This time, unexpectedly, it detached itself from the young man's body, opened its mouth wide, and lunged towards Wang Lin. Except for Tower Mountain and the big-headed boy, no one else could see this scene. Those behind Wang Lin only felt a cold wind blow across their faces. I want to know who took my Wang family's people to raise vengeful spirits. Wang Lin's eyes blazed with anger. With his cultivation, he could tell at a glance that the young man before him had long since had his soul devoured, replaced by vengeful energy. The moment the black snake lunged forward, Wang Lin raised his right hand and pointed forward. Facing Wang Lin's finger, the black snake's eyes immediately showed fear as it tried to turn and flee. But it was too late. With a thud, the black snake's body almost instantly turned into a ball of black gas, crushed by Wang Lin, then transforming into a black symbol. Having lost the black snake, the young man trembled, spitting out a large mouthful of fresh blood. The ferocity on his face was gone, his eyes vacant. His soul had been devoured, leaving them dull and lifeless. A moment of silence fell over the surroundings, replaced by a piercing scream. The onlookers recoiled in alarm, quickly leaving the area. Soon, the street was deserted. Wang Lin's eyes flashed with coldness. He hadn't detected anything unusual before, but now, up close, he could discern some clues. With his experience and intelligence, he immediately understood that this person was involved in using members of the Wang family to cultivate vengeful spirits. Wang Lin had heard of this kind of divine ability before. It was similar to the art of refining flying swords both created by humans, absorbing resentment to create vengeful spirits. If the number of vengeful spirits was large, its power was considerable. Combined with the overwhelming resentment filling the sky, Wang Lin could imagine that someone was controlling vengeful spirits here. The more resentment there was, the stronger the vengeful spirits would be. Wang Lin's anger made his eyes even colder. He threw the black hand seal, formed from resentment, forward. Immediately, it slowly floated away. Wang Lin clasped his hands and followed. Behind him, Tower Mountain and Big-Headed Boy followed closely. The murder of a prince in the capital city was naturally a major event. Before long, streaks of sword light flew rapidly from all directions. Above these sword lights were cultivators from various sects on the Vermilion Bird Star. They rushed forward without even speaking to Wang Lin, using all kinds of magical artifacts to attack. Wang Lin's expression was icy cold. With a wave of his sleeve, all the magical artifacts flew back. The cultivators above the sword light were even more terrified, their bodies involuntarily retreating backward due to the gusts of wind. Almost instantly, they were blown away tens of thousands of miles. What kind of magic is this? That person just now looked very familiar. The cultivators who were sent flying tens of thousands of miles away were terrified. Not a single one dared to approach. They all transformed into sword light and flew back to their respective sects. Wang Lin's eyes were icy cold. At this moment, his heart was filled with immense anger. He continued on, gradually approaching the imperial city. Along the way, countless soldiers attacked. Wang Lin didn't want to harm them, so he simply waved his sleeve, sending them all tens of thousands of miles away. The distance to the imperial city grew closer. At this moment, inside the imperial city, in the main hall, a middle-aged man in a dragon robe stood with an extremely gloomy expression. Beside him was a beautiful woman with a somewhat noble appearance, dressed in a resplendent outfit, but a dark mist swirled in her eyes. Deep within her eyes, fear was evident. At the same time, countless members of the royal family dressed in brocade robes stood on all four sides, staring intently ahead. Outside the main hall, in the square above, a dense formation of soldiers, as if facing a formidable enemy, emitted a terrifying aura of killing intent. Who dares to come to our great dynasty to commit murder? Have you investigated which sect this person belongs to? The middle-aged man, holding an inkstone, threw it forcefully to the ground and shouted. Complete silence fell. After a moment, a white-haired all-Taoist priest hesitantly stepped forward, clasped his hands, and said, "These three are likely seniors with extremely high cultivation. As for their sect, we are investigating." The middle-aged man's expression grew even more somber, and he sneered. "It seems that our royal family has always been so peaceful on the Vermilion Bird Star that a few unknown individuals dare to insult us. Where is the national master?" As soon as the words were spoken, a long, resounding laugh echoed through the imperial city. "Your Majesty need not worry. I will send some disciples to handle this." Suddenly, in midair above the square, streams of dark energy condensed and instantly transformed into three figures. These three were shrouded in a black mist, but it was clear they were two men and one woman, all young. Upon appearing, they didn't even glance at the imperial palace before transforming into three streams of dark energy and flying straight out. Wang Lin continued straight ahead, the coldness in his eyes growing stronger. Following the trail ahead, he was now near the main gate of the imperial city. Outside the gate, countless soldiers stared intently at Wang Lin and the other two. At that moment, three streams of dark energy, emanating dense resentment, flew towards Wang Lin. Before they even arrived, waves of pressure emanated from them, transforming into countless mournful wails that instantly filled the sky. Wang Lin glanced at them and immediately recognized that their cultivation wasn't high, only at the nascent soul stage, but their divine power surpassed their cultivation, vaguely reaching the early stage of the nascent soul realm. Within the bodies of these three individuals was no bloodline of the Wang family descendants, only endless resentment. Evidently, they had refined their vengeful spirits to a certain level. A fierce killing intent flashed in Wang Lin's eyes as he appeared before the three. His right hand formed a sword, pointing towards one of them. His speed was so fast that in an instant, his fingers rested on the person's shoulder. In that moment, the immense power of the early stage of the Nirvana realm surged from Wang Lin's body, flowing through his fingers and into the person's body. In a flash, the person stopped, utterly powerless to resist, their body exploding into countless black mists that tried to disperse and escape. But it was too late. With his cultivation level, when Wang Lin unleashed his wrath, he destroyed not only the physical body, but also the vengeful spirit. The vengeful spirit, attempting to escape, instantly exploded with deafening roars, disintegrating and dying instantly, leaving behind only scattered vengeful energy. This happened in the blink of an eye. The two vengeful spirits, seeing their companion perish with just a wave of his hand, immediately showed expressions of terror. After killing one, Wang Lin's left hand struck forward, unleashing an unimaginable force that suddenly erupted. A whirlwind seemed to appear in the sky, sweeping over another vengeful spirit. In an instant, it too perished. Having killed the second, Wang Lin turned sharply, a flash of lightning appearing in his eyes as he looked at the last woman. Immediately, a loud explosion erupted from her body, and streaks of lightning appeared on her. Wang Lin's gaze grew even colder as he flew towards the imperial city. On the ground, most of the soldiers stared blankly, their minds empty. Wang Lin flew straight towards the imperial palace. From afar, he glanced around and saw a troop of soldiers in the square in front of the palace, and a group of Wang family descendants inside the main hall. Beside them were numerous cultivators. Although the cultivators' eyes were filled with murderous intent, none dared to attack. They couldn't discern Wang Lin's cultivation level, but they wondered if attacking the three disciples of the national preceptor would have been as easy as killing them. Therefore, they felt apprehensive about the intruder in the imperial palace. Approaching closer, Wang Lin hovered above the square, staring down at the people below and saying, "Very good, you've done very well." His gaze swept over the members of the Wang family. There were about 100 people here, and of course, that wasn't the whole group. These people all had a dark aura above their foreheads, to varying degrees. Only the middle-aged man in the dragon robe sitting in the middle had no dark aura above his forehead. As for the woman in the resplendent dress sitting beside him, there was no trace of dark aura in her eyes, nor any fluctuation in her cultivation, making her look like an ordinary mortal. Wang Lin's voice echoed like a cold winter wind, causing those on the ground to tremble, especially the middle-aged man in the dragon robe, who was startled the moment he saw Wang Lin. He couldn't believe his eyes, but immediately, a vicious glint appeared in his eyes as he shouted, "Servants of the royal families of the dynasties, kill this man!" Almost simultaneously, the man's voice rang out, and a thunderous explosion suddenly erupted in the square, instantly creating a crack in the ground. 8 old men rushed out from the crack. Upon appearing, the 8 old men stared intently at Wang Lin, then without hesitation, charged forward. The anger in Wang Lin's eyes intensified. Although the 8 old men's foreheads were densely covered in black energy, a golden light protected their souls. Taking a step forward, Wang Lin pointed his right hand, and 8 streams of black and white energy intertwined and shot straight towards the 8 old men. The moment the black and white energy reached them, it instantly pierced their foreheads, dispelling the black energy. The 8 old men shuddered, their eyes clearing as they stood up. Their first reaction was seeing Wang Lin's furious gaze, causing all 8 to tremble. Immediately, one of them cried out in alarm, "Ancestor Wang Lin!" The remaining 7 couldn't help but be moved. As soon as the words were spoken, the cultivators watching on the ground all changed color, unable to believe their ears. In contrast, the descendants of the Wang family all had strange expressions, with only a few showing slight signs of unease. At this moment, a mist emanated from the foreheads of the 8 old men, merging together to form a serpent over 10 meters long. It roared angrily and lunged towards Wang Lin. At this point, Tower Mountain stepped forward, swinging his fist into the air. A deafening explosion resounded as the serpent exploded. Tower Mountain retracted his fist and retreated behind Wang Lin, his expression remaining cold. Wang Lin's eyes flashed with killing intent. He raised his right hand and pressed it downwards. Instantly, the ground in front of the imperial palace rumbled and caved in. From within, a figure immediately flew out. The man, naked and with long hair flowing in the wind, stared intently at Wang Lin in the sky, his pupils contracting. "You dare use my descendants to nurture vengeful spirits? You want to die?" Wang Lin's voice was icy cold. As he spoke, he stepped forward. A bolt of lightning shot from his right hand, striking directly at the man. The man's expression changed. He had thought he had hidden himself well, but he hadn't expected to be discovered. He quickly retreated. His cultivation far surpassed that of the cultivators on Vermilion Bird Star, reaching the Yin Void Realm, yet he was still shaken. He retreated, his gaze fixed on the woman in resplendent attire beside the man in the dragon robe inside the main hall. The woman in resplendent attire coldly watched Wang Lin attacking the man. She let out a cold snort and, without hesitation, raised her right hand, preparing to unleash her divine power. But at that very moment, as Wang Lin was pursuing the naked man, ripples appeared beneath his feet and instantly vanished. The man was stunned by the man's disappearance, but without hesitation, he quickly fled. A flash of light flickered in his eyes as Tower Mountain was about to give chase, but the large-headed fellow was quicker. He gave a foolish smile and pursued. The woman in the brightly colored dress was equally stunned, but her expression changed instantly. She was about to rush forward, but it was too late. Wang Lin had already appeared in the main hall beside her, his eyes flashing with lightning. His right hand, filled with rage, pointed forward, and immediately thunder rumbled through the heavens and earth. Countless lightning bolts, as if piercing through the void, converged on Wang Lin's fingertips. That single strike seemed to channel all the thunder and lightning in the heavens and earth into the woman's back. Her body trembled, and she spat out a large mouthful of blood. A multicolored light flashed across her body, and a gigantic black serpent coiled around her crown. However, the serpent vanished instantly. The woman's face turned pale. That attack, after destroying the serpent, still threatened to obliterate her body and soul. But at that moment, a phoenix's cry resounded above her head. A multicolored phoenix appeared, blocking Wang Lin's attack for her. She retreated, intending to unleash her divine power, but Wang Lin was faster, reappearing beside her. His finger, filled with lightning, struck again. Amidst the thunderous roar, the woman spat out blood. The phoenix above her head trembled. She quickly retreated, but her speed was no match for Wang Lin's. In an instant, Wang Lin's figure, like a phantom, continuously pointed four fingers. Her body trembled uncontrollably. The continuous attacks had severely wounded her, leaving her powerless to retaliate. Especially when the final blow landed, the phoenix above her head instantly shrieked and vanished. "I am one of the 7 phoenixes of the Phoenix Star. You dare kill me?" the woman cried out in terror. But Wang Lin had no intention of stopping. In an instant, he appeared behind her. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes, and with his right hand, he shot out 2 streams of black and white energy, striking her right shoulder. The 2 streams of black and white energy entered her body. A loud explosion resounded, and her body exploded. Her soul rushed out, trying to escape. Without hesitation, Wang Lin placed his right hand on her soul and performed a soul-searching technique. She trembled and screamed in agony. Scenes from her memory were pulled out by Wang Lin. The more he saw, the more somber his expression became, until finally his eyes were as cold as ice. With a forceful press of his right hand, the woman's primordial spirit instantly exploded, transforming into a ball of vital energy that Wang Lin absorbed into his mouth. He had long suspected something was wrong with this woman. Although she tried her best to conceal her cultivation, Wang Lin could still clearly see it. Her cultivation had reached the true Yang realm. If it weren't for the phoenix spirit protecting her, a single lightning strike would have killed her. If she weren't here, surrounded by many members of the Wang family, and if Wang Lin hadn't noticed the dark energy on the foreheads of the Wang family members seemed to be connected to this woman, it was clear that their lives were controlled by her. Otherwise, he would have killed her immediately upon his arrival. The act of forcing the naked man forward was merely to distract her attention, allowing her to seize the opportunity to strike. At the moment the woman died, more than half of the Wang family members in the main hall spat out fresh blood, their eyes dimming as they fell to the ground dead. The remaining people's dark auras instantly dissipated, their eyes regaining their clarity as they looked towards Wang Lin. Their gazes were filled with undisguised emotion. They all knelt down, their faces filled with shame. Every member of the Wang family had received careful education since childhood, with the study of ancestral portraits being a top priority. Wang Lin's image was deeply ingrained in everyone's minds. Therefore, upon regaining consciousness, they recognized him instantly. Wang Lin was no stranger to them. He was a renowned figure. Even the reason the great dynasty had so many cultivators assisting them was because their Wang family possessed a Wang Lin. Our ancestors were mistaken. The 8 old men knelt on the ground. Wang Lin's gaze swept across the hall, glancing at the middle-aged man in the dragon robe also kneeling on the ground, and he said coldly, "You are all mistaken. You can't even tell if he's a member of the Wang family." The middle-aged man's face turned pale. Wang Lin snorted coldly, his voice like thunder, instantly rendering the man unconscious. Wang Lin's words stunned the surrounding Wang family members, their faces turning grim. Their gazes were fixed on the unconscious, middle-aged man. Sighing, Wang Lin turned to the surrounding cultivators who were still watching, clasped his hands, and said in a low voice, "Fellow Taoists, thank you for your sex care for the Wang family these past few years." The cultivators quickly bowed respectfully. After giving instructions, Wang Lin's divine consciousness spread out, confirming that there were no more people from the Phoenix Star in the city. He pointed to an old descendant of the Wang family kneeling on the ground and said, "You handle this matter yourselves. I will return later." A cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. From the memories of that woman from Phoenix Star, he learned many things. This time, he wanted to go and deal with it. Phoenix Star, if the Yin sect treats the descendants of the Wang family like this, don't blame me for being ruthless. A murderous glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. At this moment, he was truly enraged. According to the memories of the Phoenix Star Maiden, Wang Lin learned that she was indeed one of the 7 phoenixes of Phoenix Star, and also a member of the Yin sect. This time, the Yin sect sent a Grand Elder to Vermilion Bird Star. His status was not much different from Sun Tai's back then, but his cultivation far surpassed Sun Tai's. The Yin sect back then, when Sun Tai was about to die, Wang Lin heard many secrets from him. For example, collecting resentment, cultivating resentment, these were tasks that the Yin sect assigned to its branches. In the memories of the Phoenix Star Maiden, Wang Lin also learned that almost every city in the Great Dynasty had members of the Yin sect. They were like a large net tightly surrounding the Great Dynasty, constantly emitting resentment, collecting resentment, and cultivating vengeful spirits. At this moment, what Wang Lin had to do was eliminate all those people and completely eradicate the Yin sect on Vermilion Star. In fact, even without this incident, Wang Lin was already planning to visit the Yin sect. The enormous corpse of the giant demon clan member beneath the Yin sect, along with a faint trace of divine consciousness, made him uneasy. He didn't know if the giant demon clan member's body would be resurrected after about 100 years. In the distance, the big-headed boy returned, carrying a person. He smiled foolishly at Wang Lin. "Kill, give me the soul," Wang Lin said coldly. Then, he flew into the sky. Tower Mountain followed closely behind. Big Head licked his lips and pressed down with his right hand. Immediately, the person in his hand exploded, and the soul, held in Big Head's hand, flew towards Wang Lin. A dramatic change had occurred rapidly on Vermilion Star since Wang Lin's return. The closest to the Great Dynasty were the 5 important cities of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, located around the capital city, about 100,000 miles away, with countless soldiers stationed there. With Wang Lin's speed, he could reach Gold City in a single step. Although smaller than the capital, it was still very luxurious. From afar, one could see the extent of its prosperity, but this prosperity also intensified the resentment. The resentment within the city condensed in the air like a constantly rising, flickering, and hovering ghostly flame. Approaching the city, Wang Lin's divine consciousness spread out, examining everything. Suddenly, a glint flashed in his eyes, and he let out a cold snort. Immediately after the cold snort, 3 places within the city exploded. The city lords, sitting cross-legged inside their mansions, were instantly convulsed and collapsed, blood and flesh scattering everywhere. The same thing happened in the other 2 locations. Wang Lin's expression was icy cold as he turned and left. His speed was so fast that he gave the members of the Yin sect hiding in the Great Dynasty no chance to escape. He quickly swept through the 4 cities of wood, water, fire, and earth, causing bodies to explode from within each city. Having done that, Wang Lin didn't stop but continued onward. His divine consciousness enveloped all the cities of the Great Dynasty. From within the cities, a group of Yin sect disciples frantically flew out, preparing to flee. But as soon as they flew out, a cold HMP echoed in each of their ears. Their bodies were violently shaken. Their bodies were instantly shattered by the divine consciousness emitted by the Nirvana-level cultivators. Explosions resounded throughout the Great Dynasty, and a group of Yin sect disciples spat out fresh blood, their bodies disintegrating. Even their primordial spirits were shattered, transforming into streams of spiritual power that merged into the ground, becoming nourishment for the Vermilion Bird Star. The sudden events terrified the people of the Great Dynasty. They didn't know what had happened, only speculating. After his divine consciousness swept across all the cities of the Great Dynasty, resulting in the deaths of a group of disciples of the Yin sect, Wang Lin's expression grew even more somber. From the woman's memories, he learned that many Yin sect disciples in the Great Dynasty collected vengeful spirits, with almost every city having an altar to nurture vengeful spirits. Not only on the Vermilion Bird Star, but throughout the Alliance Star domain, there were Yin sect bases collecting vengeful spirits. Although the woman from the Phoenix Star was also a Grand Elder, given her rank, the Yin sect wouldn't normally send her here. However, at this time, the Yin sect headquarters in the Alliance Star domain had appointed a cultivator at the Young Realm to take on the position of Grand Elder. Therefore, the task was assigned to her. Wang Lin didn't mind that. What truly struck him as strange was the place this woman had entered. While on Vermilion Bird Star, she had received a secret order from the headquarters of the Yin sect in the Alliance Star domain. No matter how hard Wang Lin searched her memory, he couldn't find any trace of this order. This could only mean one thing. The person who issued the order possessed a higher level of cultivation than Wang Lin, making it impossible for him to locate. However, through the few clues left behind, Wang Lin pondered for a moment and gleaned some leads. First, given the status and cultivation level of the woman from Phoenix Star, she would never become a mortal concubine. If that's the case, why would she live inside the Imperial City? Even if she wanted to control it, with her cultivation level, she could use many methods to do so. She really didn't need to go to the Imperial City herself. Furthermore, this woman hadn't been on the Vermilion Bird Star for long and wasn't qualified to enter the Imperial City. But 10 years ago, in her memory, the scene before entering the Imperial City was completely blank, as if someone had taken it away. For some unknown reason, Wang Lin, through another aspect of her, vaguely sensed that this woman went to the Imperial City to avoid something. For the past 10 years, she had been very careful to conceal her cultivation within the Imperial City. What exactly happened to her 10 years ago that caused her to flee among the mortals and seek refuge inside the Imperial City? Moreover, would she be discovered while hiding inside the Imperial City? Wang Lin frowned, lost in thought for a moment. Then, without further ado, he spread his divine consciousness throughout the Vermilion Bird Star, searching every cultivation nation for the mountain gate of the Yin sect. The Yin sect was a colossal organization, not to mention other planets. Even on Vermilion Bird Star alone, in Wang Lin's memory, there were countless branches. Almost every cultivation nation had a Yin sect branch. But now, through the memories of the woman from Phoenix Star, Wang Lin learned that after her arrival, the Yin sect had undergone a major reorganization. Everything was concentrated in one place, becoming the Yin sect headquarters on Vermilion Bird Star. The special thing was that this new headquarters was located in Zhao Kingdom, the very place where the Zhao Yin sect was located back then. Having cleared out the Yin sect members from the cities, Wang Lin coldly headed straight to the Zhao Yin sect headquarters. His speed was incredibly fast. It didn't take long for him to reach the Zhao Yin sect headquarters. Having not been to this place for hundreds of years, upon his return, Wang Lin stared intently at the ground before him. The swampy plain gradually appeared, a cold glint flashing in his eyes as he calmly said, "Interesting. I didn't expect there to be so many formations and restrictions. Tower Mountain, dig this place up for me." Tower Mountain coldly took a few steps forward, disregarding the swamp beneath his feet. He clenched his right fist and punched downwards, a loud bang echoing as the ground shook violently. The flat plain surrounding the swamp, under the impact of the ground shaking, turned into mud. In an instant, the ground here looked as if it had been churned up. The radiance of countless formations and restrictions flashed in a flash. These restrictions, while potentially fatal to cultivators in the peak-seeking realm, were completely ineffective against Tower Mountain. With a single punch, the radiance of the restrictions shattered, transforming into numerous points of light before dissipating. The ground shook, and a huge crack appeared in the middle, revealing a secret passage inside. Wang Lin flew forward and entered the middle of the secret passage. Behind him was Tower Mountain, and the big-headed boy looked around with interest for a moment before following closely behind. Walking through the secret passage, Wang Lin felt a sense of nostalgia. Hundreds of years ago, he had been here twice. Each time, he had to be very careful. But today, stepping inside was completely different. Wang Lin's divine consciousness spread out, sealing off all locations within the Yin sect. His first priority here was to find the old Yin sect. Whether then or now, Wang Lin had never had any good feelings towards the Yin sect, let alone that they used the descendants of the Wang family to nurture eventual spirits. Wang Lin didn't have any special feelings towards the descendants of more than 10 generations. But those people still had the bloodline of the Wang family, and he couldn't let them be bullied like this. Now, he was furious. Along the way, wherever Wang Lin's divine consciousness swept, the cultivators of the Yin sect exploded and died. There were quite a few Yin sect cultivators, and they were all terrified and trying to flee, but under the blockade of Wang Lin's divine consciousness, they couldn't escape. After a while, suddenly, in the middle of the secret passage ahead, a sword light flashed and sped towards Wang Lin. This sword light contained a powerful aura. The person who arrived had clearly reached the peak-seeking realm. The sword light's arrival caused whistling sounds to echo through the passage. Wang Lin remained cold, casually pointing his right hand forward. The power within his body flowed, and ripples appeared in the space before him. As soon as they spread, the incoming sword light shattered. A single hum sound was barely heard before it was swept away by the ripples emanating from Wang Lin's fingertips. But the sounds of collision continued. The ambusher, far from retreating, charged forward even faster, his hands forming a hand seal, chanting incantations as he headed straight for Wang Lin. Wang Lin had already seen the ambusher's face. He was emaciated like a dried corpse, covered in numerous symbols. A foul stench emanated from him, his eyes dull and lifeless. Looking at him, Wang Lin sensed a hint of danger. After a moment of silence, the corpse was almost upon Wang Lin. Wang Lin sighed inwardly, kicking forward with his right foot. Immediately, a loud explosion resounded. The kick struck the corpse, causing its body to tremble, its legs rapidly crumbling. This process spread rapidly, and in an instant, the corpse vanished into dust. In an instant, the glint vanished, his eyes momentarily clearing as he looked at Wang Lin in panic, but then it completely disappeared. Unexpectedly, I was enjoying myself and now I'd become a puppet for others to manipulate. Wang Lin sighed, continuing forward. His speed wasn't fast. Ahead, there were several ambushes, but they all vanished. Those ambushers were also puppets. Following the passage, Wang Lin arrived at the headquarters of the Yin Corpse sect. A massive underground limestone cave appeared before him. Upon arriving, Wang Lin gazed into the distance, his eyes seemingly able to penetrate the seemingly endless expanse of the limestone cave. In the distance, at this moment, countless Yin Corpse sect cultivators were on 8 massive teleportation arrays. As the arrays moved, their figures slowly disappeared. "It's over," Wang Lin exclaimed. His divine consciousness swept across the 8 teleportation arrays, and the 8 formations that had just appeared instantly vanished. In an instant, 3 teleportation arrays exploded, and the disciples of the Yin sect who were preparing to flee were sucked into spatial cracks, disappearing without a trace. At the same time, the other 5 teleportation arrays also exploded one after another. In the end, not a single disciple of the Yin sect could escape. Having entered the second stage of cultivation, a Nirvana cultivator doesn't need bloodshed to destroy a sect. Often, just a mere release of divine consciousness is enough to make a sect disappear. This is something neither Yin Void nor Yang True cultivators can achieve. After all, Yin Void and Yang True are merely transitional stages, while Nirvana cultivators truly belong to the second stage. North Yuan. The entire headquarters of the Yin sect was completely silent. In this profound silence, only the slow rustling of footsteps echoed, enveloping the place in a deep, oppressive atmosphere. Wang Lin's feet moved forward, traversing through the limestone caves. His expression remained unchanged, following the path he remembered as he gradually made his way deeper into the Yin sect. He looked at the sealed wall ahead, its surface devoid of any discernible clues. Wang Lin remembered that there had been a cave entrance here years ago, the very place where he had once sat down to cultivate the Yellow Spring's secret technique. Without stopping, Wang Lin approached the wall. As he drew near, a crack quickly appeared in the wall. Just as Wang Lin reached it, the crack widened and the wall collapsed, as if being relentlessly pushed by a strange force. A rumbling sound echoed, seemingly unstoppable as Wang Lin advanced. As he moved forward, the cliffs ahead crumbled layer after layer, automatically opening a passage. This bizarre scene would undoubtedly shock any cultivator who witnessed it. Even Yin Yang Void reality cultivators, while capable, would find it difficult. Only a true Nirvana cultivator, having reached the second stage and touched the boundary of the rules, could accomplish this with such ease. Continuing on, Wang Lin arrived at the spot where he had sat years ago. Looking around, his expression showed a hint of disappointment. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Lin moved forward. From the countless small holes in the walls ahead, waves of cold air emanated, but this cold air was considerably weaker than it had been years ago. As he advanced, more and more walls crumbled. Wang Lin didn't stop for a moment, constantly moving forward, and soon reached the deepest part of the Yin sect. This place was a huge underground limestone cave. A coffin, hundreds of meters in size, floated silently in midair within the cave. "Save me!" A faint voice suddenly rang out as Wang Lin entered. Wang Lin was very familiar with this voice. However, the voice abruptly stopped. After a moment, the voice spoke again, but this time it carried a sense of terror. You are the cultivator from back then?" The voice revealed an unbelievable panic. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged as he approached the colossal coffin and glanced at it. The coffin looked ordinary at first glance, but in reality, it was filled with countless restrictions. These restrictions were not simple. They were numerous and layered, radiating immense pressure. Even with Wang Lin's cultivation level back then, simply approaching this place would have shaken his mind, and he wouldn't have understood the problem. But Wang Lin's current cultivation level was enough for him to discern the entire array of restrictions emanating from the coffin. Impossible! After hundreds of years, how did you attain such a level of cultivation? This a look of utter terror emanated from the voice, clearly recognizing Wang Lin. It was precisely this recognition that caused such terror. He remembered very clearly that the cultivator before him had been here twice. The first time, he was merely a Foundation Establishment cultivator whom he hadn't paid much attention to. With Foundation Establishment cultivation, he was completely incapable of helping him. 100 years later, this cultivator came a second time. By then, he had approached the nascent soul stage, and after entering this place, he had used his own blood. His pleas for help were completely ignored by this cultivator. He even tried his best to stall for time, offering to become the young cultivator's mount to entice him. But in the end, because the young cultivator was too cautious, he couldn't escape. He was still angry about this, but there was nothing he could do. But when the third cultivator arrived, it caused a violent shock to his mind. He couldn't discern the opponent's cultivation level. Not to mention this person, even the two cultivators who seemed to be his subordinates following him, he couldn't see through them either. He only felt an aura emanating from these three that shook his mind. Wang Lin remained calm, carefully glancing at the coffin, raising his right hand and casually pointing forward. His fingertip touched the coffin, and a sudden rumble erupted. A series of cracks immediately spread wildly from where Wang Lin's fingertip touched, almost instantly engulfing the entire coffin. This scene was quite calm for Wang Lin, but within the consciousness of the giant demon clan ancestor, it was a scene of unceasing terror. The moment Wang Lin raised his fingertip, the enormous 100-jiang coffin instantly shattered, disintegrating in all directions. A large cloud of white mist poured out from within, engulfing everything. Inside the white mist, an incredibly gigantic male corpse floated in midair. The corpse's skin was an iron green color, without a single crack like that of an ancient god. His skin was as smooth as polished glass. A type of purplish-green plant covered the corpse, constantly wriggling. With each wriggle of the plant, the giant's body visibly withered, only to instantly regenerate. This cycle repeated itself, and the icy white mist quickly spread from the plant. A faint hammer-shaped mark flickered on the giant's forehead. "Save me, senior, please save me. I, Leiji, am willing to become your mount. Please save me." The giant's divine sense immediately weakened, devoid of any cunning, completely honest. Wang Lin glanced at the bluish-purple tree wrapped around Leiji's body. He knew the tree's roots had grown inside this person's body, and over time, in a few hundred years, this person would likely be drained of all life force, becoming a corpse. "How many of your giant demon clan members have been captured by the Corpse Sound sect?" Wang Lin asked calmly. "Senior on Vermilion Bird Star. Only I have been captured, but I don't know about the rest of the Star Alliance. Many generations of the giant demon clan have been captured by the Corpse Sound sect. They covet the bodies of our giant demon clan. However, if a giant demon clan member were to possess a body normally, their innate divine abilities would dissipate. The purpose of the Corpse Sound sect is to perform possession while preserving their innate divine abilities. The purplish-blue bushes on his body were a strange plant that the Yin sect had found. They could drain his life force, but wouldn't affect his innate divine abilities. This would allow them to completely possess him. If Wang Lin's cultivation hadn't reached its current level, Lei Ji would never have revealed the truth. But now, he spoke without hesitation. In the cultivation world, strength determines everything. Wang Lin's eyes flashed as he glanced at Lei Ji. With a casual flick of his right hand, Lei Ji's body trembled violently. The purplish-blue bushes on his body immediately moved violently. Almost instantly, the branches were pulled out one by one, rapidly contracting as they moved, and a powerful pressure suddenly surged in all directions. Wang Lin frowned as he looked at the purplish-blue branches. The branches contracted violently, emitting a series of screeching sounds. After they were pulled out, in about half a moment, a gigantic, ferocious tree, more than 10 jang tall, appeared in midair. This tree had bloomed, but now the flowers were fully open, and inside, a series of sharp thorns suddenly appeared, along with a large amount of viscous fluid flowing down. Each branch resembled an extended tentacle, two parts connected to Lei Ji, another part swaying, a hole cracked open at the top, and as it opened, sharp thorns also emerged inside. A piercing screech echoed, transforming into a furious whirlwind that attacked Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was icy cold. A divine consciousness existed within this strange tree. This thing was definitely not a simple tree. Senior, inside this bluish-purple tree is the divine consciousness of a deputy hall master of the Yin sect. My body is being prepared for that deputy sect master. If Senior doesn't come, I'm afraid that in a few hundred years, when my life force is completely absorbed, he will have no obstacle to possessing my body. Lei Ji's divine consciousness weakened further, but he still struggled to speak. Hearing this, Wang Lin thought the Yin sect mainly deals in the body trade, and among them, the best bodies are obviously those of ancient gods. But at this time, ancient god bodies are truly scarce, so the Yin sect's next target is the body of a giant demon. With this body, combined with the cultivator's divine abilities, such combat power would be impossible for ordinary cultivators to resist. One can imagine if a Nirvana cultivator possessed such a powerful body impervious to divine abilities and also had innate divine talents. Even if I were to fight him, I wouldn't have a 100% chance of winning, unless I merged with my true form. Wang Lin's expression darkened. The mysteries of the Yin sect were truly numerous. He didn't know if possessing the bodies of the giant demon clan was a key issue within the Yin sect, but regardless, through this, Wang Lin had finally lifted a little of the veil of mystery surrounding the Yin sect. As the army of cultivators from the Luotia star domain approached, Wang Lin believed that all the secrets of the Yin sect would eventually be revealed. Amidst the ear-piercing roars, the strange tree attacked, its tentacles frantically wrapping around Wang Lin, intending to tear him apart. Wang Lin sneered, opened his mouth slightly and spat out, and immediately the immortal seal transformed and appeared, instantly expanding and flashing with golden light. More than 10,000 golden symbols flashed, striking towards the sealing tree. The immortal seal slammed down, creating a whirlwind that went straight towards the tree. Wang Lin raised his right hand again, his eyes filled with lightning intent. Immediately, streaks of lightning appeared from the void, converging towards his right hand. Holding the lightning power of heaven and earth in his hand, all thunder was at his disposal. Lightning flashed, and a purple lightning ball appeared in Wang Lin's right hand. He extended his hand forward, and the lightning ball flew out, heading straight towards the tree. At this moment, countless golden markings covered the giant tree, and the wind immortal seal descended in an instant. A deafening explosion resounded, shaking the surrounding limestone cave. Large cracks appeared, countless rocks fell, and clouds of dust rose. Just as the wind immortal seal descended, the lightning ball approached again. Another thunderous explosion rang out, and furious roars emanated from within the tree. The entire tree was riddled with damage, and as lightning flashed, countless viscous fluids splattered everywhere. Lei Ji, who was beneath it, was instantly torn from the tree and crashed to the ground with a loud thud. "Who is it that has awakened me from my slumber? You will pay with your life." A deep, resonant voice suddenly emanated from within the tree. As soon as the voice rang out, a surge of nirvana energy instantly filled the limestone cave, forming a swirling vortex that swept away the seals on the tree. A phantom figure appeared on the damaged tree. It was the figure of a person in a black robe, their entire body enveloped in a thick black mist. Wang Lin's expression remained calm. He glanced at the black-robed figure and said coldly, "Just a nirvana-level primordial spirit. I want to see how you will make me pay with my life." Wang Lin raised his right hand and made a hand gesture, pointing his finger. Immediately, the beast bone on the back of his right hand materialized. As the beast bone appeared, its eyes flashed with a dark light. In an instant, a dense aura of killing intent permeated the surroundings, and patches of gray light emanated from the tentacles of the tree. The figure in the black robe looked up at Wang Lin, ignoring the tree, and soared into the air. The tree beneath his feet immediately collapsed with a loud crash. Streams of bluish-purple energy released from the disintegrating tree quickly merged into the black-robed figure's body. Almost instantly, the figure's body materialized. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and he took a step forward, his right hand forming a sword-like gesture. Immediately, countless bolts of lightning materialized from the void, forming a thunderous whirlwind. Following Wang Lin's gesture, this whirlwind, amidst the rumbling thunder, rushed directly towards the black-robed figure. The man in the black robe, his eyes dark and sinister, immediately retreated, his hands forming a hand seal, instantly creating a circular black screen around his body. At this moment, the approaching whirlwind of lightning struck this black screen, creating an earth-shattering explosion. The entire limestone cave collapsed on a large scale. After the lightning strike, the man in the black robe cried out in pain and quickly retreated. "Fellow Taoist, where do you come from? Let's be patient. I am Liu Qingyun, the Deputy Hall Master of the Resentment Hall in the Yin sect." The man in the black robe was extremely terrified. He had just awakened, his consciousness still hazy, but after waking up, he immediately realized that the person who had awakened him was unexpectedly a nirvana cultivator. If he still had a physical body, he wouldn't be so afraid, but now he had no body. Moreover, the opponent wasn't just a single nirvana cultivator. Behind him, the large-headed boy was also a nirvana cultivator, and there was that puppet-like man, though not a nirvana cultivator, had reached the peak of the young realm. These three individuals made him increasingly apprehensive. Even without a physical body, facing these three alone, he would immediately flee. Unless he successfully possessed the body of that giant demon, using his innate divine abilities to push one away, using the giant demon's body strength to fight another, and using his own divine abilities to deal with the remaining one, but all of that was just wishful thinking. The man in the black robe inwardly smiled bitterly and hastily said, "Fellow Taoist, I fear there is a misunderstanding. I have only just awakened, and my words may have been somewhat offensive. I hope you will not take offense. If you like this giant clan body, I will give it to you, and then we can become friends, all right?" While speaking, he kept retreating. Wang Lin didn't say a word, his figure like lightning, directly pursuing him, faint ripples rising beneath his feet. Staring at the black-robed man, Wang Lin's eyes flashed with brilliance. A nirvana-level primordial spirit, moreover, a weak and pure nirvana-level primordial spirit. With this primordial spirit, I'm sure I can bring Tower Mountain's body to the nirvana level. Liu Qingyun's eyes showed caution, and he inwardly groaned, thinking to himself that he had chosen this desolate vermilion bird star because it was remote and of little value, thus avoiding attracting the attention of cultivators of his level. He intended to remain silent for thousands of years, and after successfully possessing a body, return to the Resentment Palace to compete for the position of Palace Master. But he never expected that at the last moment, just as he was preparing to possess a body, these high-level cultivators would appear. He pondered, immediately realizing that this must be a conspiracy by some of the other Vice Palace Masters of the Resentment Palace. He wondered what benefits these three had offered to sabotage his possession, and moreover, to completely destroy him while he only possessed his primordial spirit. Damn it, because I didn't want to attract the attention of those Deputy Hall Masters, I was extremely careful this time. I didn't bring any subordinate cultivators to protect me, but only secretly manipulated things. I didn't expect someone still knew my location. Liu Qingyun muttered, cautiously retreating to look at Wang Lin and the other two. The more he looked, the more unfamiliar they seemed. As the deputy hall master of the resentment hall of the yin sect in the Star Alliance, he might not have seen all the yin-yang void and reality cultivators. But he had encountered almost every cultivator who had reached the nirvana stage. After all, there weren't many cultivators at or above the nirvana stage in the Star Alliance, especially that big-headed boy, who made him even more suspicious. Although the big-headed boy's cultivation was at the nirvana stage, he couldn't see any spiritual essence on him. Instead, there was an unexpectedly strong surge of immortal power within his body. This is an immortal. Liu Qingyun's eyes widened, and he retreated even faster. You can't escape. The ripples beneath Wang Lin's feet suddenly dispersed, and his entire body vanished in an instant. This scene nearly drove Liu Qingyun to his wits' end. Shrinking the ground into inches, he shouted, his primordial spirit directly dissipating, collapsing in an instant, transforming into countless spakes of starlight, like a swirling galaxy, directly fleeing forward at the fastest speed possible. These deputy hall masters are truly amazing. To be able to invite a nirvana realm cultivator with the shrinking the ground into inches technique, the reward they must have paid must be unimaginable. Liu Qingyun's mind was shaken, but at this moment he didn't have time to think much, a feeling of despair rising in his heart. Facing him was a cultivator with the divine ability of shrinking the ground into inches, practically invincible against opponents of the same level, free to advance and retreat at will. Engaging in battle with such a person was a complete nightmare. His primordial spirit transformed into starlight, and he swiftly fled. But in an instant, Wang Lin stepped forward, his right hand fiercely striking the void. Immediately, the heavens and earth trembled. A powerful attack descended, forcing Liu Qingyun's body to merge back into the void. His face turned pale, and as he tried to retreat, a silly laugh echoed in his ears. The large-headed boy shook his head, blocking Liu Qingyun's escape route. In the distance, the Tower Mountain, accompanied by roars, rapidly approached. Liu Qingyun gave a wry smile. He knew that facing a nirvana cultivator with the ability to shrink the ground into inches, he had no way to escape. He sighed, clasped his hands, and said, "Fellow Taoist, you and I don't have a long-standing feud. If you can spare my life, I will certainly repay you." Wang Lin glanced at Liu Qingyun and slowly said, "How will you repay me?" Liu Qingyun gritted his teeth and said, "I have the primordial spirit of a nirvana cultivator. How about I repay you with his primordial spirit?" That primordial spirit belonged to his sworn enemy. Years ago, he had used the power of the yin sect to destroy his body and take his primordial spirit, intending to create a puppet. But now, to preserve his life, he reluctantly offered it up. "Then give it to me." Wang Lin's expression remained calm as usual. Liu Qingyun's eyes flashed as he looked at Wang Lin, saying, "Fellow Taoist, after I offer this, if you still don't let me go." Before he could finish his sentence, Wang Lin raised his eyebrows, coldly staring at Liu Qingyun, and calmly said, "I'll give you 3 breaths to consider." Liu Qingyun pondered, sighing softly, and pointed his right hand at his forehead. Immediately, a ripple appeared between his eyebrows, and a mirror flew out from within. After the mirror appeared, a radiant light flashed on it, and the primordial spirit of a middle-aged man slowly flew out. Liu Qingyun didn't hesitate, bringing the primordial spirit forward, and it landed in Wang Lin's hand. After carefully examining it, Wang Lin nodded. This primordial spirit was indeed that of a nirvana cultivator, but its consciousness had already dissipated, leaving only the physical body of the primordial spirit. After taking this primordial spirit, Wang Lin shook his head and said, "Using this to exchange for life is not enough." Liu Qingyun gave a wry smile. He knew that what he offered was far inferior to what the other deputy hall masters had offered. Lost in thought, his expression fluctuating between anger and uncertainty, he suddenly raised his head, gritted his teeth, and said, "Fellow Taoist, there's one more item, and that item will surely satisfy you." He finished speaking, a malevolent glint flashing in his eyes. His right hand touched the mirror that had just materialized from between his eyebrows. Immediately, an overwhelming and boundless pressure instantly filled the heavens and earth. A thunderous pounding sound, shaking the mind, emanated from within the mirror. Immediately afterward, a corpse slowly floated out. This corpse was entirely crimson, and as soon as it appeared, a raging fire engulfed the heavens and earth. This fire was extremely intense, causing even the large-headed disciple to change color. In our yin sect, Among the rankings of the mutated corpses, this Flame Spirit Fire Corpse ranks 12th. If the possession is successful, all fire-based divine abilities in heaven and earth will be enabled to inflict even the slightest damage. Furthermore, it will possess the fire of heaven and earth, capable of countering all divine abilities. This is an extremely valuable item. Exchanging it for one's life is absolutely sufficient. After saying this, Liu Qingyun swung his right hand, and the fiery corpse immediately flew straight towards Wang Lin. The fiery corpse was incredibly fast, almost instantly reaching Wang Lin. But at that moment, the corpse suddenly opened its eyes, revealing a furious radiance from within. Liu Qingyun's face turned ferocious, and he shouted, "Explode!" With a loud bang, the fiery corpse exploded, not affecting the vermilion bird star but concentrating its power within a small area, thus maximizing its effect. An unimaginable flame instantly surged wildly through the air, almost dissolving all the clouds, and even creating large cracks across the sky. The power of this flame was too great. Tower Mountain had no choice but to retreat. Even the big-headed pupil was shaken to his core, and as the flames flared up, he immediately retreated. His face turned pale. In that instant, he thought to himself that if the fire corpse in front of him exploded, he would absolutely not be able to escape this calamity. He couldn't have imagined that, while he was in a position of complete advantage, Liu Qingyun would dare to counterattack like this. This was the first time the big-headed pupil had such a profound impression of a cultivator from the Star Alliance. A maniacal laugh erupted from Liu Qingyun's mouth, and at that moment, his ferocious body flashed and flew straight towards the horizon. With his personality, he would not easily compromise. Everything that had just happened was merely a way to deceive his opponent. A self-destructing fire corpse, if dispersed, might not have much effect, not even on this vermilion bird star. However, he had confined the self-destructing power of the fire corpse to a small area. While it wouldn't affect the vermilion bird star, he was confident that no cultivator of the same level could withstand it within this small radius. Although the shattered corpse is heartbreaking, using this corpse to eliminate a cultivator with the earth-shattering technique is worthwhile. Moreover, those two behind me can't possibly catch up. Liu Qingyun laughed maniacally, flying straight towards the horizon. He thought it best to quickly return to the Yin sect to choose a body to possess. And as for those deputy sect masters, he would plan his revenge with all his might. "You can't escape." A cold, motionless voice, like a biting winter wind, pierced Liu Qingyun's ears. His body trembled, his eyes filled with disbelief, and he stopped abruptly. In front of him, Wang Lin's figure materialized. His expression was calm, without the slightest change, and he showed no signs of injury. A phantom cauldron was slowly disappearing around his body. Not only was Liu Qingyun in disbelief, but even the big-headed pupil gasped, his eyes filled with terror. He only knew that Wang Lin was very strong, but he never expected that in such an explosion, the opponent wouldn't suffer even a single scratch. This made him no longer dare to resist. He became even more afraid of Wang Lin. Wang Lin coldly glanced at Liu Qingyun, took a step forward, and his figure disappeared. Liu Qingyun, in panic, frantically retreated, anxiously saying, "Fellow Taoist, you've misunderstood. You've misunderstood. At this moment, I sincerely offer my magic weapon to save my life. I have one." Before he could finish speaking, Wang Lin's figure appeared behind Liu Qingyun. Just as he turned to flee, Wang Lin's right hand, imbued with the power of heaven and earth thunder, directly struck Liu Qingyun's back amidst the thunderous roar. With a loud bang, Liu Qingyun was instantly blasted away, his face turning pale, his body no longer materializing and quickly dissipating. Wang Lin had clearly seen through Liu Qingyun's earlier scheme. Having grown up in the Star Alliance, he had encountered countless insidious plots. If he trusted Liu Qingyun, he wouldn't be Wang Lin. When the opponent unleashed the fire corpse, he had already seen the clue, secretly activating the ancient God Cauldron. As soon as the fire corpse exploded, the ancient God Cauldron opened, and with extreme ease, he moved his body away. The reason Liu Qingyun didn't get this opportunity from the beginning was because Wang Lin thought that Liu Qingyun, being the deputy hall master of the Resentment Hall of the Yin sect, would naturally have a series of means to protect his life. If he rashly attacked during the battle, with arrows flying and bullets flying, it would be difficult to kill this person without being injured himself. Therefore, Wang Lin simply waited for this person to unleash their killing move, then easily dodged. Once Liu Qingyun unleashed his killing blow, that would be the moment of his death. In reality, everything happened exactly as Wang Lin had predicted. This time, he showed no mercy. His figure flashed, merging with the heavens and earth, heading straight towards Liu Qingyun. Liu Qingyun's heart sank. His primordial spirit was already injured, and with a bitter smile, he understood Wang Lin's intentions, secretly regretting his actions. Wang Lin's figure reappeared, continuously pointing his finger, and immediately, thunderous lightning bolts roared and rushed towards him. Thunder rumbled throughout the sky, transforming into streaks of lightning that hurtled towards Liu Qingyun. Wang Lin's right hand repeatedly struck Liu Qingyun's body, each strike nearly shattering him, forcing him to retreat. Seeing himself in a hopeless situation, a ruthless glint flashed in Liu Qingyun's eyes. He shouted, "If you want to kill me, you'll be buried with me." Liu Qingyun's eyes showed madness, and without hesitation, he self-destructed. His primordial spirit was also incomplete. With his cunning, he would never choose to take such a risk. That year, he had separated more than half of it and left it elsewhere, so that if he faced a life-or-death crisis, he could still preserve his life. At this moment, after his desperate attempt, a destructive aura suddenly surged from his primordial spirit. If it were a self-destruction, the self-destruction of a Nirvana cultivator's primordial spirit would far surpass the power of the fire corpse just now. And even the vermilion bird star wouldn't be able to withstand it. Once it self-destructed, this vermilion bird star would immediately collapse. All living beings on it, except for a few, would perish. Even after the cultivation star was affected, the scope of destruction would be even greater, the consequences unimaginable. This was one of the reasons Wang Lin hesitated before acting. Seeing Liu Qingyun choose to self-destruct, Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged, and he calmly said, "Immortal technique, immobilize." In an instant, the body-fixing technique suddenly surged forth. The immortal body-fixing technique, after being infused with immortal essence within Wang Lin's body, increased its power exponentially. Almost immediately, Liu Qingyun's soul, which was about to self-destruct, stopped. Wang Lin walked to Liu Qingyun's soul, seized it, and after stroking the void, causing ripples, he vanished. Within the starry sky of the Star Alliance, far from the vermilion bird star, ripples appeared. Wang Lin emerged, instantly casting various restrictions, one after another, on Liu Qingyun's soul. His left hand then fiercely struck Liu Qingyun's soul, his internal energy surging. This single blow caused Liu Qingyun's soul to tremble, and the destructive power of self-destruction instantly dissipated. After unleashing countless seals upon the primordial spirit, completely preventing its self-destruction, Wang Lin threw Liu Qingyun's primordial spirit into his storage bag. Then, turning around, ripples appeared beneath his feet, and he vanished into the starry sky. On Vermilion Bird Star, the large-headed people's eyes narrowed, his fear of Wang Lin intensifying. He wondered if he himself were facing that Nirvana-level primordial spirit. He would absolutely not be able to remain so composed, and even the slightest carelessness would immediately lead to his downfall. Especially when Liu Qingyun chose to self-destruct, the large-headed pupil's scalp tingled, but what terrified him even more was Wang Lin's unwavering composure, as if everything was within his expectations. His swift and fluid movements, like flowing water, taking away the Nirvana-level primordial spirit, left the large-headed pupil utterly astonished. At this moment, he truly admired Wang Lin. Being this person's subordinate is not a disgrace to my status. The big-headed boy took a deep breath. A ripple appeared in the air before him, and Wang Lin stepped out. Without saying much, he glanced down at the ground and calmly said, "Lei Ji, come out." The ground trembled, and Lei Ji's enormous body slowly rose from within. He was still somewhat weak at this moment, but after seeing Wang Lin, his eyes showed awe and respect. He had witnessed the entire battle, and Wang Lin's elusive figure and supernatural abilities, especially his perpetually calm demeanor, had deeply moved him. He respectfully stood to the side and said, "Lei Ji greets his master. From now on, you will be my mount. If you harbor any rebellious intentions, you will not survive." Wang Lin's gaze met Lei Ji's. Lei Ji was instantly shaken. To him, that gaze was like two sharp swords piercing directly into his eyes, stabbing into his mind, causing him to tremble. He hastily nodded respectfully in agreement. Wang Lin patted his storage bag, took out a small bottle, and threw it to Lei Ji, calmly saying, "Fill this bottle with some of your blood." After saying that, Wang Lin stepped forward, followed by Tower Mountain and the big-headed boy. Lei Ji held the small bottle, sighed inwardly, and rumbling sounds emanated from his body as he immediately shrank. His 100-foot-tall body finally transformed into a 3-foot-tall man, following behind Wang Lin. At the same time, he painfully pointed his right hand at his chest, and blood immediately flowed out, collecting in the small bottle. Wang Lin saved this giant demon clan ancestor because he saw a trace of ancient god aura within the opponent's blood. After returning to the Star Alliance, although Wang Lin's cultivation had increased significantly, the sense of danger he felt also intensified. On this vermilion bird star, he had to refine his divine abilities, and the first thing that came to mind was the ancient god's divine abilities. With this fresh blood, Wang Lin would be able to unleash several divine techniques, even his true form could perform them. At this moment, far to the east of the Star Alliance, there was a sea of fiery red, and within this red sea was a dark red object, engulfed in red flames, seemingly a burning cultivation planet. The planet was called the Vermilion Bird Holy Star. Surrounding it was a dense cluster of remnant stars, as if this place had been burning for countless years. Far away in the starry sky, a streak of crimson light roared past. A young cultivator riding a fiery bird flew straight towards this place, disappearing completely into the sea of flames. Inside the Vermilion Bird Sacred Star stood a colossal statue of a vermilion bird, towering high into the 9 heavens. Endless heat emanated from the statue, and 3 old men sat cross-legged atop it. At this moment, the figure of the young cultivator, hundreds of meters away, materialized, seemingly unable to withstand the heat. He was sweating profusely as soon as he appeared. Report: the Luocha cultivator's army has captured 6/10 of the Western Territory. 11 squads, divided into 11 directions, are advancing. Leading them are 108 newly appointed immortals, with the top-ranked Deputy Thunder Immortal Su Ting at the head. Have you seen Su Mu? After a moment of silence, an old man on the vermilion bird statue spoke softly. His voice was faint, but when he spoke, the heat in the surroundings intensified, as if the rules had been altered. The young man immediately retreated more than 10 meters, reluctantly saying, "The newly appointed Lei Shan Sumu of the Luotia Star Domain is still missing, and we are still investigating. It hasn't even been 2 months, and we've only managed to see 6 parts." "These Luotia cultivators are quite meticulous," another old man said with a smile. "Besides, we'll have to see what the Cultivation Alliance's plan is. If successful, it will surely teach the Luotia cultivators a profound lesson. It's a pity the Holy Emperor is away, otherwise, our Vermilion Bird Holy Star would have a great advantage this time," the last old man said calmly. On Vermilion Star, within the imperial city of the Great Dynasty, all the members of the Wang family were gathered. In a square, these clansmen knelt on the ground, their faces showing a mixture of excitement and fear. A silent atmosphere prevailed. Before them stood an ancestral hall built within the imperial city. Inside the hall were many ancestral tablets. The hall itself lacked any regal bearing, instead appearing incredibly natural. Wang Lin stood inside, looking at the list of unfamiliar names. Finally, at the highest position, he saw an ancestral tablet inscribed with "The Spirit of Ancestor Wang Ju." Wang Lin pondered, the image of Wang Ju from years ago flashing before his eyes. Returning now, they were already separated by the boundaries of life and death. Wang Ju had indeed kept his promise to Wang Lin from years ago, allowing Wang Lin to cultivate peacefully. He had come to protect the descendants of the Wang family until their lifespan ended. Wang Lin sighed softly. This time returning, he felt very unfamiliar with the Vermilion Bird Star. Although he was now in the home of his descendants, he couldn't feel any sense of familiarity. If anything, there was only lingering sadness and sorrow in his heart. His first feeling was that the vicissitudes of time had flowed past him like a glacier, coldly erasing all the beautiful memories of the past outside the ancestral hall. The descendants of the Wang family dared not breathe loudly, their hearts pounding, carefully looking at the ancestor before them, a mixture of unfamiliarity and familiarity in their gaze. In the front row of the Wang family clan were 8 old men, kneeling together on the ground, silently gazing at Wang Lin. A vague sense of sorrow and grief seemed to emanate from him. Wang Lin's gaze shifted from the top of the ancestral tablets downwards, stopping at one with the inscription, "Ancestor Wang Yu's Spirit." He vaguely recognized the name Wang Yu. It seemed that during the Great War between the Immortal Tribe and the Vermilion Bird Kingdom, several children had been captured on Vermilion Bird Star, and one of them was this Wang Yu. This child's lifespan has also ended. The sorrow in Wang Lin's expression deepened, a complex thought swirling in his mind. Hundreds of years had passed in the blink of an eye. Looking back, he saw only the vicissitudes of life. Everything had changed, and even finding an old acquaintance was incredibly difficult. Lost in thought, Wang Lin turned and walked out of the ancestral hall, looking at the group of Wang family descendants kneeling on the ground. Although they shared his bloodline, Wang Lin couldn't find any sense of kinship with them. You should sort things out properly. From now on, no cultivators will interfere in worldly affairs. As for this great dynasty, if you are a man of great talent and strategy, you can rise up on your own and preserve the 1,000-year legacy. If you are a tyrannical and immoral ruler, then this wealth and power are meaningless. Although there were reasons for what happened before, and you must endure the resentment, I see that every place in this great dynasty is desolate. If all of this is the result of my Wang family, then you should only be an ordinary citizen. Having settled the karmic debts for the Wang family descendants, Wang Lin coldly glanced at them one by one, then waved his sleeve and ascended into the air. Tar Mountain and the big-headed boy followed closely behind, as did the three Zhang Ta Lei Ji. After Wang Lin left, the square fell into complete silence. After a long while, 8 old men with gloomy expressions stood up, glaring fiercely at the surrounding clan members. One of them coldly said, "I bear responsibility for angering our ancestors. Today, we establish the clan rules. Anyone who disobeys will be killed." Wang Lin was walking through the heavens and earth. After dealing with the affairs of his descendants, the melancholy in his heart did not lessen. He looked up at the sky, towards the direction of the cloud heaven sect. As he walked, Wang Lin's expression changed slightly as he looked into the distance. He saw a 10-jan-long, 1,000-legged centipede moving rapidly ahead. Several cultivators were standing on its back, including a cultivator with an immortal aura dressed in yellow robes and carrying a long sword on his back. A gentle breeze blew, causing the man's clothes to flutter, giving him a somewhat carefree appearance. Sect Master Huang Long. Upon seeing this man, Wang Lin's eyes narrowed, a glint of light flashing in them. A scene from the demon spirit land of yesteryear immediately appeared in his mind. The centipede's speed was incredibly fast, disappearing into the horizon in an instant. However, Wang Lin could clearly sense a gaze emanating from its back, directed towards him. That kid is quite something. Just as he felt that gaze, a soft chuckle reached Wang Lin's ears. The chuckle gradually faded, finally disappearing without a trace. Wang Lin frowned, looking towards where the centipede had vanished, pondering for a moment. Then his body flicked, heading towards the cloud heaven sect. This was very strange. Wang Lin didn't want to act rashly. In the cloud heaven sect, Taiyan sat cross-legged in the square, waiting for Wang Lin. He knew Wang Lin would definitely come here. His time was running out. His cultivation had regressed to the late stage of the nascent soul realm, and he could no longer break through to the nascent soul realm, slowly depleting his lifespan. Originally, with his talent and Wang Lin's previous techniques, this situation wouldn't have occurred. However, an unexpected event happened 100 years ago, an unexpected event that he willingly accepted. One day, a figure slowly emerged from the void before Taiyan. Wang Lin stood in the cloud heaven sect, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings, finally settling on Taiyan. At this moment, Taiyan stood up, his face filled with excitement, looked at Wang Lin, took a deep breath, and respectfully said, "Taiyan, greetings, benefactor." "Where is Ju are you?" Wang Lin calmly asked. Taiyan's face showed a complex expression. After a moment of contemplation, he smiled bitterly and said, "This child, Shu are you, left the Vermilion Bird Star 100 years ago." Wang Lin looked up at the sky, his melancholy deepening. He sighed softly, glanced at Taiyan, and said, "Is this the reason your lifespan was cut short and your cultivation regressed?" Taiyan pondered for a moment, then nodded. With Churu's cultivation level, it was impossible for her to leave the Vermilion Bird Star. Taiyan, wanting to help her, sacrificed his own lifespan and vitality, combined with most of the immortal jade he could obtain, and with the help of the Vermilion Bird Sun, Chuatai, to barely allow Churu's cultivation to reach the nascent soul stage. Nonsense! Wang Lin frowned, glancing at Taiyan. Without saying anything more, He potted his storage bag with his right hand, and immediately a large amount of immortal jade flew out, swirling in the air. Wang Lin extended his right hand and grabbed at the void. A rumbling sound echoed. Instantly, a large amount of the immortal jade shattered, transforming into countless immortal energies. In Wang Lin's right hand, these energies quickly condensed into a soft sphere, filling the surroundings with dense immortal energy. He held this sphere and pressed it towards Tai Yan, causing it to instantly merge into Tai Yan's body. Tai Yan's body trembled, as if a fire was burning within him. A large amount of immortal jade was taken from his storage bag, and with a wave of his hand, it piled up into small mountains in the square. Wang Lin turned and ascended into the air. Your cultivation degenerated because of Chu, are you? That is the cause. I helped you restore your cultivation. That is the effect. As for these immortal jades, they are my gratitude for your care of the descendants of my Wang family. You don't need to worry about the affairs of your Wang family anymore. Rest assured and cultivate. Tai Nan's body trembled violently, his cultivation quickly recovering as the immortal power surged through him. He watched Wang Lin's figure disappear and nodded. 9 rainbow-colored beams suddenly appeared in the void, stopping in front of Tai Nan and plunging into the ground 9 long swords. Waves of sword energy erupted from them, intertwining to form a whirlwind that swept across the heavens and earth. These swords are for you. In the void, Wang Lin's voice echoed from afar, faint as passing smoke. Having resolved the karmic consequences at Yantia sect, Wang Lin walked through the air, the yin and yang twin fish above his head slowly rotating and transforming. After settling the karmic consequences of his descendants and Yantia sect, his understanding of karma had undergone a transformation, becoming even deeper. In the second stage of cultivation, understanding the underlying meaning is crucial. Everything has a cause and effect. Only through the cyclical nature of cause and effect can one achieve complete fulfillment. And only through countless fulfillments can one truly create their own cause and effect. Unexpectedly, returning to Vermilion Bird Star this time subtly aligns with the Tao of cause and effect. Wang Lin sighed inwardly, closing his eyes, his consciousness spreading out, pervading the entire Vermilion Bird Star. The Tao of cause and effect, all those who showed me kindness back then, I must repay. All those I offended back then, I must settle the karmic debts while deep in thought. Wang Lin's consciousness was like a whirlwind, continuously extending and spreading across Vermilion Bird Star. Finally, Wang Lin's consciousness permeated every corner of Vermilion Bird Star. In the Joyful Union sect, located in the 5th-tier cultivation nation of Zhao Kingdom on Vermilion Star, a woman of breathtaking beauty sat cross-legged in a cave behind the Sex Mountain, meditating and cultivating. The place she sat in was exclusively for the inner disciples of the Joyful Union sect. The spiritual energy here was several times higher than outside. While she sat, a soft chuckle echoed from outside the cave. Sister Zhang, don't forget our promise from last month. I'll let you cultivate in my cave for a month, and I need you to cultivate with me for 3 days, for more days, and it will be a full month. The voice was full of flirtatiousness, and after the chuckle, it gradually faded away. The woman opened her eyes and sighed inwardly. As an outer disciple of the Joyful Union sect, if she wanted to reach the 9th level of chair refinement, the spiritual energy outside was completely insufficient. Only within this place could she achieve a breakthrough. In our family's genealogy, there was once an ancestor named Zhang Hu, an old man who was also a cultivator. 1,000 years ago, he joined the Hengyu sect. Unfortunately, even after 1,000 years, I can only become an outer disciple of the Hewan sect. With a hint of bitterness, the woman, about to close her eyes and continue her cultivation, suddenly looked ahead, her eyes revealing a look of horror. She saw a young man in white suddenly appear before her. This young man had an ordinary appearance, but he exuded an indescribable aura. Wang Lin calmly glanced at the woman before him, patted his storage bag, and immediately spirit stones and immortal jade flew out, along with a flying sword. I once had a good relationship with your ancestors. The cause was the cause, and today is the effect. He sighed softly with a hint of melancholy, while the woman, still wide-eyed and open-mouthed, turned and left. Zhang Hu was dead, and with his cultivation, Wang Lin's divine sense detected a trace of Zhang Hu's bloodline in this woman. In the 4th-level cultivation nation, the fire-burning kingdom, within the war god temple, a somewhat beautiful palace maid sat cross-legged in the main hall. This woman's cultivation had reached the late stage of the nascent soul realm. At this moment, while meditating, a small amount of immortal jade was placed around her body, clearly indicating she was preparing to enter the nascent soul stage. A young man sat before her, his appearance youthful but bearing a weathered air. His cultivation had also reached the late stage of the nascent soul realm. Looking at the woman before him, he sighed softly and said in a low voice, "Sister Chu, there aren't many immortal jades. We can't absorb them simultaneously. Use them all now. If you can reach the nascent soul stage, our fire-burning kingdom will be able to upgrade." The woman remained silent for a moment, then looked at the man before her and lowered her voice, saying, "Brother Chu, if I can successfully achieve the nascent soul stage, you and I will become dual cultivation partners." As she spoke these words, a sigh escaped her lips, and for some reason, the image of someone from years ago flashed through her mind. The man smiled wryly, shaking his head and saying, "My lifespan is running out. You don't need to do this. I'm doing all this willingly. Besides, I heard he's returned to the Vermilion Bird Star." While the two were deep in thought, suddenly a figure appeared in the main hall. "Yang Shang, Chu Zihan, how have you been?" The voice, tinged with melancholy, startled the man and woman, who immediately turned to look. Wang Lin, dressed in white, looked at the two familiar figures before him. Their appearances hadn't changed at all. These were the two who had given him the spiritual liquid on the battlefield years ago. Wang Lin smiled, glancing at the two, and without saying much, patted his storage bag. Immediately, a large amount of immortal jade spilled out, covering the entire hall. "You two can become husband and wife. This immortal jade is my gift." Wang Lin clasped his hands together, speaking sincerely. While deep in thought, he took out some elixirs, put them down, turned, and ascended into the air. In the fifth-tier cultivation nation of the giant demon clan, Chihu's appearance hadn't changed much, only becoming more weathered. Their lifespans differed somewhat from that of cultivators. He had now become the clan leader, his cultivation reaching the late stage of the nascent soul realm, just a short distance from the peak ascension realm. Even so, with his powerful physique and his still relatively unawakened innate divine abilities, he dared to fight even a peak ascension cultivator. Over these hundreds of years, Chihu had matured, gaining a certain status on the Vermilion Bird Star, and the giant demon clan had become a pillar of strength for the Vermilion Bird Star. However, the passage of time couldn't erase the sorrow in Chihu's heart for a friend. Wang Lin's return to the Vermilion Bird Star was naturally understandable given his status. He had even witnessed the battle between Wang Lin and the big-headed boy through his divine consciousness, his heart filled with complex emotions. One day, while meditating cross-legged, he suddenly opened his eyes, his body trembling. Before him, Wang Lin's figure seemed eternal, gazing back at him. "Brother Shadhu, long time no see." "Zhang Yu," Shadhu said bitterly, looking at Wang Lin, speechless for a long time. "Let's not dwell on the past." Wang Lin patted his storage bag, and a large quantity of immortal jade flew out, piling up like mountains in all directions. He also took out a small bottle containing Lei Ji's blood. "The immortal jade is for you to cultivate to the peak of the questioning realm, and this small bottle contains the blood of your giant demon clan ancestor, which can enhance the power of your innate divine abilities. Shadhu, farewell." Wang Lin sighed, turned around, and left. Shadhu watched in astonishment as Wang Lin disappeared, the complex expression in his eyes deepening. In the cultivation demon sea, in a place filled with skeletons, a weathered old man sat cross-legged, meditating and breathing. His cultivation had clearly reached the late stage of the transformation god realm. As he breathed, a large amount of yin energy was drawn into his body, his face contorted in pain. Veins bulged on his face, forming a network of black lines as he continuously absorbed the yin energy. After a long while, he let out a long sigh, his face showing exhaustion, his entire body drenched in sweat. "Crimson blood ancestor, if I, Li Chacheng, do not avenge this grudge against you, I swear I am not a human being." His face was ferocious, revealing an unimaginable hatred. This hatred was almost overwhelming. 100 yards away from his body was a faint blue mark, the cultivation aura of this person attracting the attention of those outside. And several demonic beasts in the cultivation demon sea quickly came to it. As the fell wind blew, these demonic beasts immediately let out mournful cries as soon as they reached the faint blue mark, their bodies instantly withering. At this moment, The old man with a weathered appearance had a cold glint in his eyes, and he swiftly rushed out, instantly appearing beside one of the demonic beasts. With both hands, he lunged forward, biting into the beast's belly and fiercely sucking it in. After he sucked, the beast's body visibly withered at an incredibly fast rate, instantly becoming a dried-up corpse. The old man's body flashed again, approaching another demonic beast, repeating the process. After a long while, all the demonic beasts were sucked dry and died. The old man's face flushed slightly. He took a deep breath, turned around, and returned to his previous seat, gazing at the distant cultivation demon sea, his eyes filled with intense hatred. Crimson blood ancestor. If you hadn't hunted my sister back then, how could she have met Wang Lin? Li Keqing was Li Muan's older brother, and her only remaining relative in the world. Crimson blood ancestor was the cultivator who had hunted Li Muan back then, and Li Keqing's hatred for him was extremely deep. He spared no effort in investigating and discovering that Crimson blood ancestor was currently in the cultivation demon sea, ambushing him with the intention of revenge. However, his cultivation was inferior, and he was instead afflicted by the blood mark, suffering a fate worse than death. But his hatred only intensified. A cold glint flashed in Li Keqing's eyes. He took a deep breath, knowing that each eruption of the blood mark would reveal his location to Crimson blood ancestor. He was now preparing to leave quickly. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed sharply, his hair stood on end, and he glared intently ahead. A few meters in front of him, Wang Lin's figure stepped forward. Wang Lin looked at the weathered old man before him, his expression complex. Li Keqing stared at Wang Lin for a long time before his body trembled, his eyes showing disbelief. He took several steps back and shouted, "Who are you?" He had met Wang Lin long ago, and in the past few hundred years, he had seen Wang Lin's statue. How could he not recognize him? But now, suddenly seeing Wang Lin, his mind was violently shaken. He didn't know that Wang Lin had returned to the Vermilion Bird Star. Wang Lin, deep in thought, patted his storage bag, and immediately the heaven-avoiding coffin, simmering with starlight, flew out and landed to one side. Li Muan lay silently inside, a faint smile still on her face. Li Keqing's body trembled as he stared in astonishment at the coffin. At that moment, everything else vanished before his eyes. The only thing remaining was his sister inside the coffin. Hundreds of years had passed since they last met, and she was his only remaining relative. Tears streamed down Li Keqing's face. The cruelty he had displayed had completely disappeared, replaced by a deep affection. "Our parents died young, leaving you to my care, sister. I am a useless brother. I haven't taken good care of you." Li Keqing's face was filled with sorrow as he gazed at the woman in the coffin, his heart overflowing with pain and remorse. Wang Lin said nothing, standing silently beside him. Time seemed to drag on endlessly. Li Keqing sat beside the coffin, gazing at his sister, his thoughts overwhelming him. Just then, a few shouts echoed from afar, and 3 streaks of sword light flashed towards them. Standing on the crimson sword light before them was an old man, his cultivation reaching the late stage of the nascent soul realm. He wore an arrogant expression, and behind him were 2 middle-aged men who looked at the old man with awe. "Li Keqing, let's see where you can hide now." The old man let out a cold laugh and flew swiftly forward. He saw Li Muan inside the coffin next to Li Keqing, and also saw Wang Lin. This bizarre scene made him stop, his eyes flashing as he carefully glanced at the coffin. He immediately noticed the dense immortal energy emanating from it, and a greedy look appeared in his eyes. However, when he looked at Wang Lin, he was instantly stunned. The person before him felt somewhat familiar. While deep in thought, Wang Lin, with an icy expression, glanced at the old man. This single glance, falling into the old man's eyes, caused a violent shock. The sword light beneath his feet instantly crumbled, and he instinctively recoiled several steps, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. His eyes widened in terror, and he immediately recognized the person before him, Wang Lin. The old man gasped for breath, turning to flee without a word. As he retreated, he grabbed 2 disciples beside him, throwing them forward without hesitation to prevent Wang Lin from pursuing him. Muttering softly, "Explode," he was cautious in his actions, and a control seal had been placed on all his disciples. Now, under his control, the 2 disciples instantly exploded with a loud bang, transforming into 2 large clouds of blood mist that attacked Wang Lin. Taking advantage of the opportunity, he trembled, gritting his teeth and fleeing at high speed. At this moment, his mind was blank. His only thought was to escape. His scalp tingled, and his heart was filled with fear. A thorn remained in his heart, a thorn from years ago at the border between the Fire Flame Kingdom and the Cultivation Demon Sea, when he was pursuing a female cultivator and encountered a young man. After saving her, this young man was pursued by him and entered the Cultivation Demon Sea. He had initially paid no attention to this, but as time passed and the name Zhang Niu emerged on the Vermilion Bird Star, the more he looked at Zhang Niu, the more his heart trembled. He recognized Zhang Niu as the young man who had saved the female cultivator and been pursued by him into the Cultivation Demon Sea. What shocked him even more were the subsequent events. In the war between the Immortal Tribe and the Vermilion Bird Kingdom, Zhang Niu ultimately displayed extraordinary skill. Later, he also learned that the position of Vermilion Bird Son of Chu Wutai was given to him by Zhang Niu. All of this made him extremely cautious, meticulously waiting until Wang Lin left Vermilion Bird Star. At this moment, he took a deep breath. He never imagined that he would unexpectedly encounter Wang Lin today. He surely won't remember me. This person's heart trembled, and he continued to hope for a miracle. It's you. A cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. With his mind, just one sentence from the other party was enough to immediately understand the cause and effect. This person came here to hunt down Li Muwen's senior brother. The age-old feud between these two was very likely related to the events of that year. Wang Lin's eyes showed killing intent, and with a wave of his sleeve, the two cultivators who had self-destructed into blood mist were instantly swept back towards the Crimson Blood ancestor. Crimson Blood panicked and was about to teleport, but it was too late. The two clouds of blood mist immediately enveloped his entire body, and agonizing screams emanated from within. Wang Lin's right hand struck forward, and with a loud bang, a new surge of blood energy instantly appeared within the blood mist, finally dissipating completely into nothingness. From beginning to end, Li Keqing did not lift his head. He seemed oblivious to everything around him. In his eyes, there was only Li Muwen. Time passed, and after a long while, Li Keqing took a deep breath and regained his composure. He carefully glanced at Li Muwen inside the coffin, as if wanting to engrave his sister's image in his heart, then withdrew his gaze, stood up, and without ever looking at Wang Lin again, turned and walked away into the distance. With Crimson Blood ancestor dead, the blood mark on Li Keqing's face was also removed. Wang Lin watched Li Keqing's retreating figure without stopping him, understanding his intentions. Li Keqing's demeanor and actions were cold and aloof. He didn't want any connection with Wang Lin. Sighing softly, Wang Lin put the heaven-avoiding crown into his storage bag, turned, and ascended into the air, departing. All karmic consequences had, of course, been resolved. From the air, Wang Lin looked down at the Vermilion Bird Star below. Half of the planet was deserted, and its spiritual energy was scarce. Juwatai, you are now the Vermilion Bird Sun. I will use the Vermilion Bird Star to settle our karmic debts. Wang Lin's eyes were calm. With a flash, ripples appeared beneath his feet, and he vanished. In the starry sky of the Star Alliance, outside a desolate and deserted planet, Wang Lin's figure reappeared. Looking at the planet ahead, he raised his right hand, his early nirvana stage cultivation surging forth without restraint. His eyes gleamed with brilliance, and he grabbed at the void with his right hand, pulling fiercely. Immediately, the planet began to tremble violently. After only about half a moment, a desolate aura emanated from it, as if it were being grasped by a pair of invisible giant hands. Extract the soul. Wang Lin didn't extract the entire soul, only taking 3/4, then released it and turned to leave. Losing 3/4 of the soul, while affecting the planet, wasn't too devastating. Along the way, Wang Lin extracted souls from several planets. With his cultivation level, his strength was somewhat insufficient, but unfortunately, the large-headed pupil couldn't merge with the heavens and earth. Only he could do this. A day later, carrying the extracted souls, Wang Lin merged with the heavens and earth, and when he reappeared, he was back on the Vermilion Bird Star. The moment his figure appeared on Vermilion Bird Star, a wave of desolate energy immediately emanated from his right hand. 7 soft beams of light swirled in his palm, each radiating a desolate soul power. These were the spirit souls he had absorbed. Taking a deep breath, Wang Lin, without hesitation, shot out a beam of light from his left hand. This beam flashed, traveling at incredible speed, and in a short time, it flew towards the ground, instantly merging into the vast expanse of Earth. Immediately, the entire vermilion bird star trembled. This tremor wasn't from the ground, but from the vermilion bird soul. In an instant, large spiritual veins appeared deep within the ground of vermilion bird star, and half of the previously abandoned area slowly came back to life. Wang Lin didn't stop and sent the second spirit soul into the ground. The vermilion bird soul was shaken even more violently. Its spiritual veins surged out, condensing wildly, and the mountains that had once been inhabited revealed a large amount of spiritual energy. Ordinary people only felt a warm sensation rising from their feet, their spirits instantly refreshed, as if all illnesses had vanished. Wang Lin released the third, fourth, and fifth spirit souls, simultaneously merging into the ground. In an instant, a phoenix cry, audible only to a select few cultivators, echoed throughout the entire vermilion bird star. Like a vermilion bird radiating life, the previously depleted spiritual veins within the earth once again surged with spiritual energy. In a short time, the concentration of spiritual energy throughout the vermilion bird star reached a certain level. Not only that, all cultivators felt the spiritual energy between heaven and earth begin to spread over a large area. Even their internal spiritual power was drawn in, automatically circulating within their bodies. Sensing the surrounding spiritual energy, Wang Lin sent the sixth spirit into the ground. In an instant, the verdant mountains and clear waters of vermilion bird star came alive, seemingly emitting a fragrant aroma, and a vibrant life force rippled throughout the entire planet. After Wang Lin sent the last spirit into the ground, the entire vermilion bird star's spiritual energy reached its peak. This dense spiritual energy was so potent that even some ordinary mortals with innate cultivation potential, though not very obvious, could immediately feel it. Furthermore, many low-level cultivators, upon seeing the spiritual energy flooding vermilion bird star, instantly broke through their cultivation levels. Many cultivators within their sects, disregarding everything else, immersed themselves in meditation, frantically absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Although vermilion bird star had not become a top-tier planet, it was no longer a half-desolate planet. The spiritual power on this planet had recovered to its peak, as it was back then. Chuitai stood on Vermilion Bird Mountain, looking up at the sky, his eyes filled with emotion. He took a deep breath and exhaled, murmuring, "Brother Wang, thank you." In Vermilion Bird Kingdom, in front of a sect's gate, an old Taoist with an appearance identical to Huang Long's from back then showed a slight smile on his lips, shaking his head and saying, "Using the spirit souls of 7 planets to replenish one planet is not beneficial. However, the one who can do so is clearly someone who hasn't forgotten their old home, and that's quite remarkable. In this battle with Luotia Star Domain, I just don't know what choice this person will make." Wang Lin glanced at the ground, took a step forward, his figure disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was in a mountain valley. The scenery in the valley was exactly the same as when he left back then. "The karmic consequences are settled, it's time to leave. But before I go, I want to visit the land of the immortal tribe. Unfortunately, I still haven't found a way to increase the heaven and earth immortal essence power in my body otherwise. I could have studied the technique of scattering beams to form soldiers." Wang Lin's gaze was calm as he looked into the distance. Within the Star Alliance, in the isolated starry sky, there were several black architectural structures. These structures had a peculiar style, their shapes resembling great swords piercing the void. In the center stood a tall tower, no less than 1,000 feet high, with black iron chains extending from its body, connecting it to the surrounding structures. The Cultivation Alliance is divided into 2 halls, for venerables, and 8 realms. This is the Killing Realm. A ghostly figure materialized in this empty space, like a flash of lightning, flying towards the top of the tower. The figure knelt down, transforming into an old man whose entire body emitted black energy. The man bowed respectfully in the middle of the tall tower, and said in a low voice, "The whereabouts of the newly appointed Leishan Sumu of the Luotia Star Domain have been found. Soul Slayer Shai, bring Sumu's head to me. Consider this a great gift from our Slayer Domain to the Luotia cultivators." A cold, icy voice echoed from within the tall tower. On the Vermilion Bird Star, outside the deep pit in the land of the immortal tribe from years ago, an old man sat cross-legged. This old man wore a crimson robe, his hair was snow white, and a true-like object flickered on his forehead, sprouting 11 leaves. However, on the tip of the 10th leaf, half a leaf sprouted. If this half leaf fully sprouted, this old man would instantly become a 12-leaf tribe member of the Immortal Tribe. In the Immortal Tribe, a 12-leaf tribe member was equivalent to an yin void cultivator. The old man sat there silently, his figure motionless, his eyes always closed. One day, four rainbows flew across the sky. The old man suddenly opened his eyes, looking towards the horizon, a glint of light flashing in them. Just as he was about to speak, his body trembled, and he glared intently at a figure within the four rainbows. Wang Lin landed on the ground, looking at the deep pit before him and the old man staring intently at Tower Mountain. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly said, "Senior Yun Kwezi, it's been a long time." The old man was indeed Yun Kwezi. His eyes showed fear, and he immediately withdrew his gaze from Tower Mountain. A storm raged within him as he looked at Wang Lin, bitterly saying, "Cultivation is about achievement. The title senior is unnecessary." Fellow Taoist Wang Lin, is this person a member of my Immortal Tribe? Yun Kwezi pointed at Tower Mountain. Tower Mountain's expression was cold. He didn't even look at Yun Kwezi. He is a member of the Immortal Selection Tribe. Wang Lin sighed softly, took a step forward, and entered the deep pit, with Tower Mountain following closely behind. The big-headed boy, still grinning foolishly at Yun Kwezi, also followed. Upon seeing the big-headed boy's smile, a wave of spiritual pressure suddenly emanated from Yun Kwezi's body, his face instantly turning pale, the complex expression in his eyes intensifying. Lei Ji also followed behind. He held Wang Lin in immense awe, especially after witnessing Wang Lin's divine ability to alter the Vermilion Bird Star's spiritual power, which greatly shocked him. He had heard of such a divine ability long ago. Only renowned cultivators of great divine power in the Star Alliance could accomplish it. Yun Kwezi gave a wry smile, his body flashing as he entered the deep pit. Along the way, Wang Lin's pace was slow. He moved leisurely through the Immortal Tribe's territory. By now, almost all of the Immortal Tribe's members had left, leaving not a soul in sight. Descending level by level, Wang Lin remembered his visit years ago. The deepest he reached was the 11th level, where he encountered the Immortal Tribe's 3 ancestors. He was pursued by them, and only managed to escape death by producing the painting that sealed the Xiong family's woman. Through the terror inflicted on the Immortal Tribe's 3 ancestors that year, Wang Lin knew that this painting had a deep connection to the Immortal Tribe. The further he descended, the darker the surroundings became. After hundreds of years of no one residing there, the place was devoid of life, only filled with a thick, chilling aura. With Wang Lin's previous cultivation level, encountering this yin-cold energy would certainly be unpleasant, and if he continued to penetrate it, he would eventually be oppressed and unable to advance. But at this moment, this yin-cold energy was truly insignificant to Wang Lin. He didn't even need to circulate his elemental power. This yin-cold energy seemed to possess sentience, completely afraid to approach. Continuing to descend, the yin-cold energy in front of Wang Lin formed a rapidly rotating vortex, as if clearing a path for him. As he advanced, Wang Lin constantly pondered. The Immortal Tribe and the Immortal Selection Tribe were clearly of the same race. This point had been somewhat confirmed before. Now, seeing the expression of Yun Kwezi in front of the big-headed boy, he was even more certain that his conjecture was correct. This race is not afraid of the immortal energy emitted by immortal jade, but if it is the immortal essence of an immortal, once it overflows, it will immediately cause them to feel a sense of submission from within their souls. The key to all this is immortal essence. Thinking of immortal essence, Wang Lin also felt a little worried. The immortal essence that Qing Shi gave him was not unlimited. Each time he performed an immortal technique, this immortal essence would be consumed a little. In a long time, if there was no way to replenish it, it would definitely be used up completely. Moreover, the immortal techniques that Qing Shui inherited, such as transforming rain and scattering beans into soldiers, have extremely high requirements for immortal essence. Without a certain amount of immortal essence, it is completely impossible to study and comprehend them, let alone use them. This is also the reason why Qing Shui insisted on Wang Lin entering the Ascension Pool, and also the key reason why he later gave him immortal beans. The only problem was that entering the Ascension Pool was too dangerous, a method Wang Lin didn't want to choose. Although his body possessed immortal essence, he had tried many methods to replenish it, Even absorbing immortal energy from immortal jade couldn't form immortal essence within his body. After subduing the big-headed boy, Wang Lin also tried many times, but to no avail. In desperation, he only had a small amount of immortal essence left to use. Not long after, Wang Lin descended to the 11th level of the Immortal Tribe's territory for the second time. This 11th level wasn't large. The ground was dug into numerous trenches, which connected to form a strange symbol. A red liquid flowed through these trenches, appearing blood red to Wang Lin's eyes. The 11th level was empty, devoid of anything except the gurgling sound of the red liquid flowing across the ground. This is one of the ancestral talismans of our immortal tribe. This place has 19 floors. Our immortal clan, except for our most ancient ancestors, can only descend to the 16th floor at most. The last 3 floors are inaccessible, Yan Kuesi said slowly, looking around. Wang Lin nodded, his divine consciousness sweeping across the area. He found the entrance to the 12th floor and, with a flash, went straight to it. The 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th, and 16th floors posed no obstacle for Wang Lin's cultivation level. He descended directly to the 16th floor. On the 16th floor, there were also blood-red symbols on the ground, but these symbols were even more complex, causing a sense of unease at a glance. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. 13 coffins were placed here, each with a flashing symbol. In the center of this place was a black lake, emitting waves of chilling air that permeated in all directions. The peculiar thing was that the red liquid flowing in the surrounding crevices originated from this lake, creating a continuous cycle. However, the liquid turned black after flowing into the lake, but emitted a red glow upon flowing out. This place is quite interesting. Wang Lin stepped forward, approaching the lake and carefully observing. This 16th level can only be entered by ancestors who have reached the 12-leaf stage. The coffins surrounding it must be those of our immortal clan ancestors. It's rumored that the 18th level contains the primordial power of our immortal clan. As for the 19th level, countless years ago, only our first ancestor, the battle soul Wang Lin. If you can break through to the 18th level, please remember our friendship from back then. And allow me to comprehend the primordial power of our ancestors. After a moment of silence, Yan Kuesi lowered his voice and spoke. He looked at Wang Lin before him. The image of the young boy from back then completely vanished from his mind, replaced by a powerful cultivator who could cause the vermilion bird star to collapse with a single stomp of his foot. These days, he occasionally wondered if, had he not guided the other party to the god transformation stage back then. Would this powerful cultivator exist before him today? Wang Lin glanced at Yan Kuesi, nodding. Yan Kuesi had shown him kindness, although after learning the other party's purpose, it was merely a scheme. A dense chill permeated the Black Lake, and a seal existed above it. In Wang Lin's view, even a cultivator at the peak of the Yang realm might not be able to break this seal. Furthermore, this seal had a requirement for bloodline. Without the bloodline of the immortal tribe, entering would be even more difficult. No wonder no one has been able to enter the 17th level. Such a powerful seal is not something ordinary cultivators can break. Wang Lin pondered, staring at the Black Lake. His reason for coming to the immortal tribe this time was clearly for a reason. This reason stemmed from his battle with the Yao family in the Luotia Star domain years ago. A member of the Yao family had produced a talisman containing an extremely strange power, which unexpectedly sealed off his entire body's strength. The scene was still vivid in Wang Lin's memory, and he still had a talisman on his body. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Lin calmly said, "Big Head, unleash your full power. Use your strongest immortal technique to strike that lake." Big Head didn't waste any words. His immortal essence suddenly surged, and a dense stream of immortal energy erupted from his body, transforming into a whirlwind of immortal energy, drawing the power of heaven in all directions. Yan Kuesi was instantly overwhelmed, instinctively recoiling, his face pale. From within his soul, a powerful will seemed to compel him to submit, threatening to tear him apart if he didn't. Under this will, Yan Kuesi let out a low growl, veins bulging on his face as he struggled violently. Fortunately, the large-headed pupil wasn't aimed at Yan Kuesi, giving him a chance to struggle. The large-headed pupil channeled his entire body's immortal energy, instantly touching his ears with both hands. His head suddenly transformed, swelling to more than double its original size. Interwoven red and blue veins burst through his eyebrows, forming a massive force that surged towards the lake in front of him. A deafening explosion resounded, and the lake immediately trembled, slowly spinning. Wang Lin's eyes flashed with brilliance. With a single glance, he saw that the seal within the lake, under the attack of the large-headed pupil, showed signs of breaking, though these signs were not very clear. In this moment of impending dissipation, Wang Lin formed a sword with his right hand, his eyes filled with lightning intent. The power of heaven and earth's thunder and lightning surged from all directions, swirling around his fingertips. He stepped forward, directly pointing at the lake in the void. Immediately after he pointed, endless thunder roared forth, leaping into the lake like a thunder dragon following Wang Lin's fingers. A deafening explosion resounded, large cracks appeared on the ground of the 16th level, and as the icy cold air spread, the lake surged violently. The entire lake rising up in a flash of lightning, transforming into a black symbol. The symbol was excessively complex, intricately intertwined, and completely illegible. However, Wang Lin didn't need to see it clearly. He didn't need to obtain the seal's permission, but rather to forcibly break it. A deafening roar echoed as lightning flashed across the symbol, each collision causing it to tremble. Amidst the constant shaking, the symbol rapidly dissipated and the seal crumbled layer by layer. Wang Lin's eyes flashed with cold light. He raised his right hand, and the beast bone on it materialized. As the beast bone appeared, a dark light flickered, and a murderous aura instantly permeated the surroundings. The collapsing symbol suddenly trembled, gray halos appearing above it, and it quickly turned to stone. At that very moment, Tower Mountain stepped forward, his right fist unleashing a thunderous blow. With a loud bang, after the 16th floor shook violently, the symbol immediately collapsed. The lightning on it flashed even faster, and amidst the continuous rumbling, the symbol completely transformed into countless black spakes of light, dissipating in all directions. As soon as the symbol vanished, a teleportation array appeared on the ground in front of the pond. The array flashed with a strange light. Just as the passage to the 17th floor opened, on Vermilion Bird Star, in a square of a sect, an old Taoist who looked very much like Huang Long, with his hands clasped behind his back, was smiling and talking to some low-ranking disciples. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly, and he looked into the distance. After a long while, he withdrew his gaze, muttering to himself, "Well, the 17th floor isn't a place that can't be seen by others. This young man's cultivation has reached a level where he can know some secrets." However, with his cultivation level, 17 layers was the limit. He couldn't even enter the 18th layer. In the 16th underground level of the Immortal Tribe, Tower Mountain took a step forward, entering the formation and disappearing. After waiting for a while and confirming there was no danger, Wang Lin took a step forward, followed by the big-headed boy and Leiji. Yun Quezi also simultaneously rushed out and disappeared through the teleportation array. Inside the 17th underground level of the Immortal Tribe was pitch black, without a single ray of light, and a thick aura of death lingered. At this moment, in the center of the 17th level, the formation's radiance suddenly appeared. Thanks to this radiance, everything around instantly became incredibly clear. This was 100-jang-wide area, with iron chains interwoven on all sides. At each intersection point hung a corpse, and surprisingly, immortal energy emanated from these corpses. These corpses were clearly immortals. The only problem was that this immortal energy lacked any vitality. It was entirely a silent, deathly aura, as if this corpse had been hanging here for countless years. Almost instantly, the golden light of the formation dissipated, and several people appeared within it. Tower Mountain was the first to enter. As soon as he entered, his eyes gleamed with a sharp light, constantly observing his surroundings. Even with his usual cold demeanor, his pupils involuntarily contracted upon seeing his surroundings. The place was pitch black, but this darkness couldn't block his divine sense. After Wang Lin appeared, his divine sense suddenly swept across the area, and he immediately took a deep breath, his expression darkening. Not only him, but even the big-headed boy's face turned pale after using his divine sense to examine the surroundings. He had entered the ascension pool, harmonizing his mental state and condensing immortal essence, essentially becoming an immortal. Therefore, when he saw the scene in the 17th level, his shock far surpassed that of those around him. What terrified him even more was that, in this place, the immortal essence within his body, which had always flowed smoothly, unexpectedly trembled, as if suppressed by a strange force. Under this suppression, the large-headed people near his ear seemed to hear mournful roars, his face turned pale, his body trembled, and a powerful surge of fresh blood rose up, directly spitting it out. Fortunately, Wang Lin had noticed the abnormality of the large-headed pupil. After he spat out the blood, he immediately patted his back with his right hand, and an immeasurable amount of primal energy flowed in, causing the large-headed pupil to regain his senses. He looked around, his eyes revealing intense awe. In contrast, young Quasi was completely different from the large-headed pupil. After arriving here, he immediately sensed the aura of the immortal tribe. The black marks on his body unexpectedly moved on their own, rapidly shrinking and suddenly undergoing degeneration. These symbols, entirely outside his body, flowed like water, seemingly under the pressure of an invisible force, causing them to rapidly condense towards his chest. What shocked young Quasi even more was that within his soul, the immense awe he felt towards the large-headed pupil had clearly changed, as if some force was suppressing that awe. Wang Lin was also affected upon entering this place. He immediately noticed that the immortal being given to him by Qing Shui seemed to be submerged in water, moving sluggishly. The surroundings were silent and pitch black, but for the four of them, everything was clearly visible. This 10th level wasn't large. Countless iron chains extended from the walls on all sides, and at the intersections, a skeleton was locked in place. All these skeletons resembled mummified corpses, their pelvises pierced by iron chains, and some even had their collarbones pierced, hanging suspended in midair. There were countless skeletons, no fewer than 100. Each skeleton bore the marks of whipping from their lives, clearly indicating that these individuals had endured unimaginable torture before their tragic deaths. Symbols flickered across their bodies, each flicker intensifying the flow of immortal energy emanating from them. The reason this immortal energy still flowed from them was because their souls had been imprisoned by an incredibly powerful technique. Though their bodies were dead, the endless death energy relentlessly eroded their souls, preserving their consciousness but preventing them from leaving their bodies. They could only watch helplessly as their bodies withered, the death energy engulfing them, ultimately leading to their demise. This kind of torture manifested a deep-seated hatred for the immortals, a hatred that hadn't subsided, attacking Wang Lin. This young Quasi stared blankly, looking around, speechless for a long time. These are immortals. When they were alive, each of them had a slightly stronger cultivation than me. The big-headed boy felt it most acutely in this place. He inexplicably felt uneasy. Just then, a sudden clang of iron chains echoed, and in front of them, a dried corpse suddenly moved slightly. The symbols on its body flashed rapidly, and in about half a moment, they directly pierced through the corpse's body, merging into its core. In an instant, the corpse opened its eyes wide. These eyes were empty, just a void, but at this moment, from within that void, an unimaginable surge of hatred and killing intent suddenly erupted. Immortal, die, a low growl echoed, and the iron chains binding the corpse quickly turned transparent, instantly dissolving. Without the chains binding it, the corpse immediately lunged forward, carrying a strange surge of immortal power, forming a whirlwind around its body, and hurtling straight towards the big-headed boy. The big-headed boy's face turned pale, instinctively retreating a few steps. His eyes flashed with ferocity, and with a low shout, he formed hand seals, immediately channeling his immortal essence, preparing to unleash an immortal technique. But at this moment, a bizarre scene suddenly appeared. The immortal essence of the big-headed boy, upon being channeled, unexpectedly spilled out of his body and quickly dissipated. The rate of dissipation was incredibly fast, far exceeding the big-headed boy's imagination. Before he could even unleash his immortal technique, a large amount of his entire immortal power vanished, a sight that nearly drove him to his wits' end. Seeing the corpse approaching, Wang Lin's eyes flashed with cold light. He took a step forward, pressing his right hand into the void, and a powerful surge of primal energy erupted. He clapped his hands, and with a loud bang, ripples appeared in the void, pushing the corpse back several meters. Tower Mountain, like a flash of lightning, darted out, his right hand clenched, and a symbol appeared on his fist. Upon seeing this symbol, the corpse immediately showed a respectful expression, quickly retreating, seemingly afraid to engage in battle with Tower Mountain. Young Quasi stared intently at the scene before him, a flash of lightning striking his mind, instantly recalling a rumor he had heard long ago. This is the punishment hall of our immortal tribe. It is rumored that in ancient times, when our immortal tribe first entered this vermilion bird star, they opened another layer outside the last two layers called the punishment hall, If anyone who is not a member of our immortal tribe enters, they will be immediately killed by the guards. Unexpectedly, this is true. As young Kwesi's voice echoed, the clanging of iron chains resounded from all sides. Inside the 17th floor, all the mummified corpses bound by iron chains instantly opened their eyes. A fierce glint appeared, and with low growls, the iron chains on their bodies vanished, freeing them. Like ferocious beasts, they charged towards Wang Lin, the big-headed pupil, and Lei Ji. Wang Lin's eyes flashed with cold light. With a cold snort, he raised his right hand and formed a hand seal, softly shouting, "Summon wind!" No sooner had he spoken than a black wind suddenly appeared around Wang Lin's right hand, instantly engulfing the entire 17th floor, forming an overwhelming black wind that furiously swept in all directions. Amidst the howling black wind, 2 black dragons materialized, roaring with anger, unleashing a massive blast of dark energy that radiated outwards from Wang Lin. The attacking corpses immediately stopped and retreated rapidly. Although they were once valiant, they were now clearly controlled by a strange power, far weaker than they were in the past. However, their sheer numbers meant they were still formidable. In the howling black wind, symbols flashed across the bodies of these corpses. These symbols flashed simultaneously, instantly forming a seal. This seal was invisible, but under the countless flashing symbols, it was immediately suppressed. This type of seal was not the first time Wang Lin had seen it. It had caused him immense difficulty during his battle with the Yao family members. At this moment, he instantly recognized it. His expression changed, and Wang Lin immediately took a step forward. Ripples appeared beneath his feet, and he vanished completely. A black wind howled, 2 black dragons roared, sweeping across in all directions, engulfing countless corpses, causing them to tremble violently. Several corpses shattered with a loud bang. Wang Lin's figure materialized beside one of the corpses, his eyes filled with ruthlessness, his right hand imbued with the power of heaven and earth's thunder. With a single gesture, endless lightning bolts materialized from the void, converging furiously into that one finger. In an instant, Wang Lin's fingers pointed at the head of a corpse in front of him. The corpse trembled violently, its empty eyes suddenly showing a hint of clarity, carrying an air of transcendence, before shattering with a loud bang and dissipating in all directions. But in that instant of dissipation, a surge of immortal energy gushed from its body, instantly entering Wang Lin's body. Wang Lin's eyes widened in surprise as he observed that this immortal energy caused him no harm, but instead merged with the immortal being given to him by Qing Shui, immortal monarch. This discovery filled Wang Lin with immense joy. Wang Lin had yet to find a way to increase the immortal energy of the immortal being in his body. Each use consumed a small amount of it. If too much time passed, once it was completely used up, the immortal being would shatter. Most importantly, this immortal essence is the key to studying and comprehending the transformation of rain and the formation of soldiers. The transformation of rain immortal technique is manageable, but the formation of soldiers cannot be performed or refined without sufficient immortal essence. This is also the reason why Wang Lin has not yet studied these 2 immortal techniques. At this moment, his eyes gleamed with brilliance, his body flashed, and amidst the swirling black wind, he softly shouted, "Tower Mountain, Senior Young Kwesi, protect the center." "I will handle the outside." Wang Lin took a step forward, his entire body merging into the void, reappearing beside a dried corpse. He closed his right hand, his eyes revealing lightning intent, and directly unleashed a finger strike. The dried corpse spun violently, its mouth spewing out a stream of purple energy accompanied by a flashing symbol, flying straight towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin frowned slightly, turned around and retreated, merging into the void to avoid the attack, then reappeared behind a dried corpse, but suddenly pointed his finger. As soon as the corpse turned around, its body was directly struck, and with a loud bang, the corpse shattered, releasing a large amount of immortal energy that surged towards Wang Lin's body and merged into him. With one person killed, a large number of dried corpses from all sides immediately rushed out, flying straight towards Wang Lin. A strange light flickered in Wang Lin's eyes as he gazed intently at the dried corpses before him. He could sense a strong surge of immortal energy emanating from them. These individuals, though powerful in life, were now acting foolishly, lacking any divine abilities. Therefore, for a cultivator at the early nirvana stage like Wang Lin, killing them wouldn't be difficult. However, at this moment, Wang Lin was considering how to gain the greatest value. Killing these dried corpses to obtain immortal essence was only one of his goals. Wang Lin harbored an even bolder idea. His heart pounded, and as he retreated to dodge the corpses' attacks, he quickly reconsidered his almost insane thoughts. A moment later, Wang Lin's eyes showed determination, a strange light flashing in them. He had inherited two techniques from the Azure Water Immortal Lord, the transformation of the universe and the scattering of beings into soldiers. Deep down, he preferred the scattering of beings into soldiers to the transformation of the universe. Although he hadn't studied this technique deeply during the inheritance, he had already understood a little. The scattering of beings into soldiers involved killing all living beings and imprisoning their souls, preventing them from entering reincarnation for his own use. This was the essence of the scattering of beings into soldiers. However, this divine ability was not so simple to cultivate when first acquired. It required using immortal essence to open the illusory cycle of reincarnation and extract all the people he had killed throughout his life. Only then could he imprison them. And more importantly, it required him to possess the Xuankang Immortal Technique. The so-called Void Immortal Technique is a divine ability invented by Immortal Emperor Bai Fan himself. This ability manifests on Immortal Emperor Bai Fan's body as a realm he calls the Void Weapon Realm. This realm stores the remnants of heaven and earth souls, like a refining furnace, ultimately becoming the source of power for the Scattered Beings Formation Army. However, this realm was invented by Bai Fan himself. It would be difficult for outsiders to learn. With Qing Shui's talent, it would be no problem at all, but he didn't learn it. Instead, he forged a new path, creating the Slaughter Realm. He didn't need a place to store souls. He only needed his own boundless slaughter to limit his scope of activity, thus forming the Slaughter Realm. All those he killed could not escape his grasp. Them three, in his arrogance, considered his invented technique to be an immortal art, naming it the immortal art of drawing the ground into a prison. He passed this technique of scattering beings to form soldiers to Wang Lin, regardless of whether it was the mysterious Void Realm or the drawing the ground into a prison. He didn't care. Wang Lin thought to himself, his own immortal art would use his own Tao of the Yellow Springs life and death reincarnation to create reincarnation. At this moment, the corpses here stirred Wang Lin's heart. These corpses were not without souls. Their souls had been forced into their primordial spirits, and during countless years of imprisonment, they had merged with their bodies. If he could bring all of them into his own reincarnation, he would immediately gain a large amount of soul-based divine abilities to unleash when cultivating the scattering beings to form soldiers. Technique. Wang Lin's eyes gleamed with brilliance. As his figure emerged from the void, he pointed his right hand towards the sky and softly shouted, "Yellow Springs reincarnation," in an instant. A strange and powerful force seemed to emerge from the heavens and earth, directly surging into this place. Above Wang Lin, a swirling yellow springs appeared, filled with boundless resentment, almost overwhelming the sky. These yellow springs circled around Wang Lin's body, moving with him. Wang Lin took a step, extended his hands, his eyes revealing lightning intent, and a vortex spun on his forehead. In just about half a moment, the primordial thunder dragon's primordial spirit directly burst forth from his forehead, letting out a roar towards the sky. Groru. The power to wield the thunder of heaven and earth. This roar shook the heavens and earth. Even though this was the 17th layer of the Immortal Tribe's underground realm, at this moment, with this thunderous roar, the entire Vermilion Bird Star underwent an unimaginable dramatic change. Suddenly, a massive thundercloud appeared in the sky, crisscrossed with lightning bolts, and it roared down, heading straight towards the abyss of the Immortal Tribe. The lightning was immense, concentrated, and the entire abyss of the Immortal Tribe was filled with endless lightning, as if the abyss had become a funnel, allowing all the lightning to pour out. Not only the Vermilion Bird Star, but even the planets outside the starry sky were undergoing dramatic changes. A large amount of lightning transformed from within the starry sky, like thunder dragons flying straight towards the Vermilion Bird Star. Within tens of thousands of miles around the Vermilion Bird Star, endless lightning simultaneously converged on it. From afar, the area surrounding the Vermilion Bird Star seemed to become a hellish pool of lightning. The endless lightning caused thunder to rumble across a vast area, echoing throughout the starry sky. The endless lightning condensed and all of it plunged into the deep pit of the Immortal Tribe. It was like a homage, as if the progenitor of thunder and lightning between heaven and earth was summoning future generations, causing lightning from all directions to instantly and without hesitation surge forth throughout the entire Vermilion Bird Star. At this moment, All other sounds completely vanished, drowned out by the deafening thunder. Only the sound of thunder remained in the heavens and earth. This scene was like the end of the world, causing all the cultivators on Vermilion Birdstar to change their expressions drastically. This tremor emanated from deep within their hearts, causing them to tremble instantly, like ants trembling before the might of heaven. As for the mortals, they all knelt on the ground. Not only on Vermilion Birdstar, but at this moment, in the starry sky, a small team of 100 cultivators from the Luocha sect was flying rapidly. The leader was the six-fingered cultivator. As he flew, his expression suddenly changed drastically, his eyes glaring intently ahead. With his cultivation level, he could vaguely sense an incredibly dense and almost unimaginable amount of lightning power ahead. His scalp tingled, and the first thing that came to his mind was the scene from the first line of heaven earlier, where Sumo unleashed his lightning power to kill the big-headed boy. Could Sumo be ahead? Never mind, there are many other directions. And I don't want to run into you. The six-fingered cultivator smiled bitterly, immediately changing direction and choosing a detour. This lightning power was immense, rumbling through the deep pit, directly penetrating the first layer, bombarding each layer, and in an instant, suddenly entering the 17th layer where Wang Lin was. Almost immediately, the entire 17th layer of the Immortal tribe was filled with lightning, the density of the lightning power reaching an unbelievable level. This colossal lightning power roared here, and continuous thunderous explosions immediately resounded all around. Almost every one of these corpses was covered in countless bolts of lightning, forming a massive attack with a deafening roar, causing the area to shake violently. With a loud bang, one of the corpses shattered, releasing immortal energy that flew straight towards Wang Lin. At that very moment, the yellow springs swept across, seemingly extracting souls from the corpses and merging them into the yellow springs. This process continued repeatedly around the area. Finally, when the power of the lightning reached an unimaginable level, all the lightning bolts simultaneously shattered, exploding with a thunderous roar. This explosion instantly transformed into an extremely powerful and furious lightning storm, causing all the corpses to disintegrate. A large amount of immortal energy flew out and merged into Wang Lin's body, causing the immortal beings within him to grow wildly. In a short time, they grew several times larger, reaching the size of a child's fist. Furthermore, as the netherworld surged, countless souls were drawn out and merged into it. The resentment within instantly became incredibly intense, and hundreds of immortal souls, some writhing in agony, others displaying signs of transcendence, could be seen by mortals, a sight that would surely terrify them. All the thunder in the area exploded, transforming into a whirlwind of lightning, and at the same time, the thunder power condensed into a single point, forming an unimaginable attack force that caused the entire 17th level to violently shake. With a deafening explosion, the 17th level collapsed. Streams of light pierced through from beneath the ground, and as it collapsed, a passage to the 18th level unexpectedly opened. Yan Kuezi stared blankly at this scene, his mind a blank. Although he had already held Wang Lin in high regard, he now realized he had underestimated him. The divine power that could open the 18th level caused him to be utterly shocked and terrified. His large head and trembling body shook as he saw the divine power that had cost him his life in the first line of heaven. This attack was truly overwhelming, making him tremble even more and his fear of Wang Lin even greater. Tower Mountain remained expressionless, but Lei Ji was also gasping for breath. The thunder before him made his heart tremble. Being the mount of such a powerful being, he felt not only no resentment, but also a sense of honor. In the cultivation world, power dictates everything. Just as the 18th level was opened by the power of the thunder, on the Vermilion Birdstar, the old Taoist resembling the yellow dragon took a powerful step forward, and instantly vanished from the spot. The 18th level cannot be entered. In the 17th floor of the Immortal Clan on Vermilion Star, Tower Mountain was about to enter the 18th floor when suddenly an extremely majestic voice echoed throughout the 17th floor. The 18th floor cannot be entered. This voice was incredibly imposing, and Tower Mountain's body felt as if it had been struck by a powerful force, directly pushing him back more than 10 meters, spitting out a large mouthful of fresh blood. The big-headed pupil was also pushed back, and as for Lei Ji, his head buzzed, his mind blank, only knowing that his body was constantly retreating. Yan Kuezi was the same. His cultivation was the lowest. his body was flung away, hitting the wall, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, and his body became weak. Wang Lin's eyes flashed with cold light. As the voice approached, he channeled his internal energy, staggering back several meters before regaining his balance. His face was pale as he stared intently ahead. A ripple appeared in front of him, and an old Taoist, strikingly similar to Huang Long, stepped forward. The moment this person appeared, a scorching whirlwind swept across the area. At the same time, the cracks in the ground closed, instantly sealing off the passage to the 18th level. This old Taoist possessed a refined and dignified aura, not angry but imposing. His gaze swept across the area, and a powerful energy immediately emanated from him. However, this energy vanished instantly, condensing within his body, giving him an air of imminent danger. Upon appearing, he directly waved his sleeve, and instantly young Kwezi, Lei Ji, Ta Shan, and the big-headed boy felt a gust of wind blow across their faces. In an instant, their figures vanished from the spot, directly transported out of the immortal tribe. Wang Lin's pupils contracted, and many thoughts flashed through his mind. This old Taoist took the others away, leaving only him behind. There must be a deeper meaning. His eyes couldn't help but flash. He immediately bowed, clasped his hands, and respectfully said, "Disciple Wang Lin of Hengyu sect greets the sect master." The old Taoist smiled faintly, glanced at Wang Lin, and said, "Who is your sect master?" The old Taoist laughed heartily upon hearing this, saying, "You're quite interesting, young man. How did you recognize me as the sect master of Hengyu sect?" Wang Lin calmly replied in a low voice, "I once visited the demon spirit land and saw a painting there that depicted you, senior." The old Taoist pondered for a moment, then chuckled, "Young man, even the sect master can just make assumptions. You are the dignified true grade Thunder Immortal Sumu of the Luotia Star Domain. How could I possibly have a disciple like you?" Wang Lin's mind trembled, but his expression remained unchanged. He said in a low voice, "I must have mistaken you for someone else." The old Taoist's eyes showed admiration. He was very pleased with Wang Lin's demeanor and answer. His eyes flashed, and he said in a low voice, "Whether you mistook me for someone else or not is a matter for later. You almost made a grave mistake. That 18th floor is not a place you can enter. Moreover, you have someone from the Immortal clan following you. If he obtains your essence, let alone this vermilion bird star, even the entire Star Alliance will face a catastrophe." Wang Lin's expression was respectful, not offering any opinions, seemingly truly listening to the lecture. The old Taoist glanced at Wang Lin, pondered for a moment, and said, "Wang Lin, I ask you, you can sincerely consider me the former sect master of the Hengyu sect. But do you sincerely consider yourself a disciple of the Hengyu sect?" Wang Lin remained silent. He had many feelings for the Hengyu sect. After all, in his entire life, the Hengyu sect was his first sect, the first step that led him into the cultivation world. "The Hengyu sect was my first sect, and Vermilion Bird Star is my hometown." Wang Lin looked at the old Taoist and calmly said, "Oh," the old Taoist's eyes gleamed with a sharp light, and he said in a deep voice, "Since that's the case, what about the so-called authentic Thunder Immortal of the Thunder Immortal Palace?" His voice was like thunder, as if suppressing anger. "It's a necessary situation." Wang Lin and the old Taoist exchanged glances, their eyes clear and devoid of any glint. The old Taoist's gaze seemed to penetrate Wang Lin. After a long while, his expression softened slightly, and he said, "I don't care about your status in Luotia, or how many sects you've joined. But there's one thing you must remember. Although you're a cultivator of the Star Alliance, you're a person of the Vermilion Bird Star, a disciple of the Vermilion Bird in the four sacred sects. As long as you don't forget this, I will forever be your sect master." Wang Lin's expression remained calm, and he nodded. "This battle in Luotia is a battle of the Cultivation Alliance. It has nothing to do with the four sacred sects." The old Taoist spoke as if casually. Wang Lin's expression subtly changed as he looked at the old Taoist. The old Taoist didn't discuss the matter further, but glanced at Wang Lin, pondering for a moment before saying, "Wang Lin, since you've already seen the 17th level, you must have some idea in your heart. With your current cultivation, and with my help, you can also enter the 18th level and gain some enlightenment. Whether you'll be lucky or not depends on your own destiny." After saying this, the old man didn't ask Wang Lin for his agreement, and with a wave of his sleeve, Wang Lin immediately felt a surge of immense power throughout his body. He felt a surge of caution in his heart, but didn't resist, maintaining his respectful demeanor. Enveloping Wang Lin, the old Taoist stamped his foot, and a dense heat instantly appeared all around. A spherical object resembling lava appeared on the ground beneath his feet, containing a black flame. In an instant, this flame shot up into the air, engulfing the old Taoist. A moment later, the old Taoist's figure disappeared, along with Wang Lin vanishing from the 17th floor. Wang Lin only felt a blast of hot air on his face, and within this hot air was a trace of primordial energy overflowing. Wang Lin was startled and became even more cautious. His vision blurred, and when he could see clearly, Wang Lin immediately found himself in a secret room 100 feet wide. It was completely dark on all sides, with only a faint, flickering flame in the center of the room, making the place look somewhat gloomy. It seemed as if countless ghostly creatures lived in the darkness, merging into the darkness, circling around the flame, constantly trying to devour it. But each time they were directly repelled by the flickering flame. This is the 18th level. That flame is a ray of the clan's primordial power. You can try to comprehend it. If you gain anything, consider it your good fortune. The old Taoist's voice echoed in all directions. Wang Lin pondered, his gaze fixed on the flame. The moment his eyes fell upon it, Wang Lin's mind suddenly trembled, as if a strange power surged from within the flame, directly merging into his consciousness. The flame contained an intense yearning, an understanding and comprehension of power, and even a hint of bloodthirsty aura on its surface. At this moment, the flame began to flicker violently. Wang Lin felt a thunderous explosion in his head, and immediately a massive amount of information rushed into his mind. This information was abundant and extremely chaotic, seemingly endless, as if it wanted to shatter Wang Lin's head into pieces. Almost instantly, a strange phenomenon appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. His left eye was the sun, his right eye the moon, and the concept of cause and effect immediately flooded his body. In his mind, the yin-yang twin fish appeared, spinning around, dispelling a large amount of distracting thoughts. Finally, what appeared in Wang Lin's mind was an image that deeply moved him. At this moment, inside the secret room, the figure of the old Taoist appeared beside Wang Lin. He carefully glanced at Wang Lin, his eyes showing praise, and he murmured to himself, "Not bad. This young man can gain enlightenment from such a fierce origin. He is a promising talent. After I reconsider, I can add him to the Vermilion Bird list." At this moment, Wang Lin was completely immersed in the vast starry sky, his eyes seeing countless immortals walking on clouds with various magical artifacts. In front of them were golden talismans, some a few meters long, some over 10 meters, and even some hundreds of meters long. On each talisman stood numerous strange figures, their clothing not much different from that of monks, but each of them carried the ancestral tree of the immortal tribe, and the difference lay in the number of leaves on it. A symbol flickered on the forehead of all these figures. This was a great battle. Both sides clashed, unleashing a torrent of immortal techniques. As for those riding on clouds, their divine abilities were unfathomable and bizarre, primarily relying on symbols. Often, during their attacks, they could seal the heavens and earth, causing intense tremors in the elemental forces of the universe. Not long after, on a massive 100-foot-tall talisman, a tree with many leaves was visible, and inside, an old man with golden leaves emerged, extending his hands and immediately unleashing symbols from his body to attack forward. In an instant, the entire starry sky trembled. A group of immortals, amidst shouts and screams, were suddenly covered in symbols, instantly losing their immortal essence. At this crucial moment, a black light flashed from afar. Within the black light was a figure, but their features were indistinct. This person took a step forward and immediately engaged in battle with the old man with the symbols. In about half a moment, the figure within the black light suddenly grabbed the old man's forehead with their right hand, pulling fiercely, and a flame brimming with vitality was pulled out. The flame, having just been pulled out, instantly shattered with a loud bang, transforming into countless sparks that scattered in all directions. One of these sparks flew straight towards Wang Lin, instantly imprinting itself on his forehead. Wang Lin's forehead burned intensely, his body trembled as if struck by a powerful force, causing him to continuously retreat. This retreat was so rapid, seemingly piercing through time itself. Finally, he felt a loud bang in his head, his eyes snapped open, and he regained consciousness. Upon waking, he immediately looked at the flame, and the more he looked, the more he felt that this flame was identical to the flame of the old man with the symbol in the scene that had just appeared. In his mind, the scene just now seemed like a dream, but the burning sensation on his forehead reminded him that everything that had just happened was extremely real. Wang Lin instinctively touched his forehead, feeling as if something was missing at this moment. In the Star Alliance, a massive rock was hurtling through the starry sky, heading straight west. A figure stood atop the rock, clad in crimson robes, his eyes cold and indifferent, staring into the distance, murmuring, "Luotia Zhengpin Lei Xiansumu, don't be too weak, that's right." The voice of an old Taoist priest echoed from within the secret chamber. Ripples appeared, and the old Taoist priest emerged. He carefully observed Wang Lin, paying particular attention to Wang Lin's forehead, then calmly said, "Did you see anything?" Wang Lin stood up and clasped his hands, saying, "I saw a few images." The old Taoist priest chuckled softly and waved his hand, grabbing the ball of fire. A loud bang resounded, the light on the fireball flashed dazzlingly, and finally, the Taoist priest caught it in his hand. This object was formed from the primordial power of a great perfection golden leaf talisman master of the Talisman clan. If you can comprehend this primordial power, it will greatly benefit your cultivation. Inner disciples of the Vermilion Bird in all four sacred sects must undergo this test. Only those who comprehend it can become inner disciples. After saying this, the Taoist priest extracted a stream of power from the fireball, his face turning crimson, and it took a long time for it to return to normal. He reached behind him and gently waved his sleeve, enveloping Wang Lin's body, causing Wang Lin to disappear instantly. "Go do what you should do. With me in charge, no one can touch this Vermilion Bird star." After sending Wang Lin away, the Taoist priest's eyes revealed a strange light. He stared at the ground and muttered, "Talisman clan, I will definitely open this final layer." On the summit of a high mountain in Vermilion Bird star, Wang Lin suddenly appeared. At this moment, his face was slightly pale. After appearing, he immediately looked towards the immortal tribe in the distance and fell silent. This Taoist cultivation is very profound. He's probably an old monster on the same level as Yan Lazy, or even a little stronger. What is the purpose of someone like this living on Vermilion Bird star for so long? First, it can be confirmed that the two lower levels of the immortal tribe are one of his goals. It's just that I don't know if he knows about the land of the ancient gods. A glint of light flashed in Wang Lin's eyes, and he quickly left. This person's identity is very strange, but it can be confirmed that he is one of the Vermilion Birds in the four sacred sects. But what he said is very profound, never mind. There are too few clues to speculate. For now, I should leave this place. Wang Lin made his decision, and he immediately spread out his divine consciousness to find the Tower Mountain group. After sending out a divine thought, Wang Lin looked down at the ground beneath his feet. The minor matters on Vermilion Bird star were settled, and he knew he couldn't stay here for too long, as Sam still existed here. Wang Lin fell silent, then sighed. His body flashed, and he left the place, soaring straight towards the horizon. At the same time, in other directions on Vermilion Bird star, Daksun, Dongtiu Daotu, and Leiji also quickly flew away. Chu Vutai stood on a mountaintop, gazing at the horizon with a pensive expression. After a while, he sighed and turned, disappearing. Similarly, at this moment, on the border of the fire-burning kingdom beyond the cultivation demon sea, Li Cheqing was looking up at the sky. He remained silent for a long time before muttering, "Sister, following him is your choice. I bless you in the Cloud Heaven sect." Taiyan awoke from his meditation. He seemed to understand something and looked up at the sky. He knew that this time, Wang Lin's departure would likely be for a very long time, and he might not return for a very long time. Wang Lin directly soared through the sky outside the Vermilion Bird star. A moment later, the group from Tower Mountain arrived. His body flashed and merged into the illusory figure behind Wang Lin. The big-headed boy had also recovered somewhat and was respectfully standing to the side. In an instant, Leiji, without waiting for Wang Lin's command, immediately emitted a series of thunderous roars. In a single moment, he transformed into a giant hundreds of feet tall, and an extremely powerful pressure suddenly enveloped the entire sky. The reason why some powerful cultivators like to use the giant demon tribe as mounts is because of their powerful bodies and immense pressure. This type of mount can be compared to all other demonic beasts. Besides those things, the giant clan's supernatural abilities and bizarre talents further intrigue the powerful cultivators. Lei Ji's body trembled slightly, then he immediately knelt on the ground. A sound like thunder suddenly erupted from his mouth. Master, Lei Ji willingly becomes your mount. Wang Lin looked at the enormous body before him, a hint of panic in his eyes. It must be said that using a giant clan member as a mount would make traveling through the starry sky an extremely noteworthy event. Anyone who saw such a sight would be shaken to their core. A smile appeared on Wang Lin's lips. He took a step forward and stood on Lei Ji's back, with the big-headed boy hurrying behind. This guy wasn't tall, and his head was enormous. Although he looked ferocious, standing behind Wang Lin, he seemed like a servant. The back of Lei Ji's enormous body was nearly 100 jiang wide, and apart from its green skin, it was quite flat. After Wang Lin sat down cross-legged, Lei Ji roared, and its limbs suddenly swung straight forward. Lei Ji's speed was extremely fast. Although it couldn't compare to the Thunder Beast, it wasn't slow either. Lei Ji's colossal body shot through the sky like an arrow, carrying gusts of wind that roared like thunder, echoing far and wide. Big-headed boy stared blankly at the scene before him, a strange expression in his eyes. He finally understood the difference between the Star Alliance and Luotia. In Luotia, there were simply no giants with bodies hundreds of jiang long, let alone using giants as mounts. He thought about it for a moment and found such a thing hard to imagine, but he also felt an indescribable sensation. He thought that if he saw someone standing on such a mount, he would definitely feel a surge of murderous intent, wanting to kill the opponent and seize the mount. A cultivator who dares to ride such a mount is certainly not ordinary. Big-headed boy sighed, glancing at Wang Lin ahead before falling silent. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed sharply. He saw a figure appear in the distant sky, seemingly out of nowhere. This person was standing on a gigantic rock, its surface riddled with large and small holes, resembling a beehive from afar. This person wore a red robe appearing like a crimson light. He placed his hands behind his back, his body standing on the rock, and launched himself straight towards Lei Ji. The rock moved at incredible speed, its trajectory accompanied by fierce howling winds, like a series of explosions echoing in the otherwise quiet sky. The man in red robes was not very old, appearing to be a young man in his early 30s. Before him, 7 blazing red swords swirled around him, emitting a thick aura of killing intent. Within this aura, a stench of blood permeated the air, creating a whirlwind that transformed the area around the man in red into a ferocious serpent. This serpent, with its blood-red mouth wide open, roared at Lei Ji. The roar was filled with cold, ruthless sounds. The Killing Domain Cultivation Alliance killing market which FEI has come to take your head, Sumu. The moment this sound echoed, the speed of the stone beneath the man in red robes suddenly increased dramatically, hurtling forward. A red flame even appeared on the stone, causing its temperature to rise sharply. A look of panic appeared on Lei Ji's face. He was about to dodge when the big-headed boy quickly glanced at Wang Lin, gritting his teeth and launching himself forward. He formed a hand seal, and the immortal energy within his body surged, creating a wave of immortal energy around him. After the seal was formed, his divine abilities and immortal techniques immediately surged forth. At this moment, the big-headed boy let out a low shout, pushing his hands forward. In an instant, a large amount of immortal energy transformed into willow-like strands and swiftly shot towards the giant rock in front of him. But in that instant, the red-robed man's eyes flashed with cold light. One of the 7 blood swords hovering around his body shot out, hurtling towards the boy with lightning speed. As it flew, a large amount of red mist erupted from the surface of the blood sword. Then, with a loud bang, it transformed into a human figure. This figure's appearance was identical to the man in red. This was clearly a clone. When this clone appeared, it swung a claw into the void, and immediately 7 streaks of blood-red light swirled around its body. With a cold expression, it charged straight towards the big-headed boy, and the two quickly engaged in battle. Both unleashed their divine abilities with incredible speed, producing deafening explosions that echoed across the sky. For a moment, it was clear that neither could gain the upper hand. The clone is at the early stage of the Nirvana realm. The main body is at the middle stage of the Nirvana realm. A glint of light flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. Seeing the rock hurtling towards him, Lei Ji roared and retreated rapidly. Wang Lin's illusory figure behind him suddenly flickered, but this time it was Tower Mountain who stepped forward and suddenly punched. The moment Tower Mountain appeared, the red-robed man's expression remained unchanged. But the second beam of sword light flashed before him, exploding with a loud bang in the air before transforming into a body with 7 streaks of blood-red light swirling around it, then shooting straight towards Tower Mountain. Wang Lin's expression remained cold. Standing on the back of Lei Ji, he suddenly raised his right hand. Endless streams of lightning suddenly enveloped the heavens and earth. Amidst the rumbling sounds, numerous thunderbolts condensed into gigantic lightning bolts. In an instant, an area of tens of thousands of miles instantly became a hellish landscape filled with lightning. The red-robed man's eyes suddenly became serious. The rock beneath his feet suddenly stopped and hovered 100 feet away from Wang Lin. A cold smile appeared on his lips as he slowly said, as expected of a genuine Lei Immortal from the Luotia Star Domain, "You are indeed very suitable for the title of Lei Immortal." After saying this, he swung his right hand forward. The remaining 5 blood-red flying swords immediately centered around this person, instantly scattering in 5 different directions. The moment the 5 blood-red flying swords shot out, a series of thunderous explosions erupted, blood mist filled the air, and transformed into 5 clones. Each of these clones had 7 streams of sword light roaring around it. Within each stream of sword light was a crimson flying sword. Almost instantly, these 5 clones and the 35 crimson flying swords suddenly dispersed and stood upright 50 feet around the red-robed figure, forming an outer barrier. Lightning from all directions was immediately attracted to these flying swords, all converging. But strangely, all the lightning struck the flying swords outside, not a single bolt of lightning reaching within the 50-foot radius. The thunder rumbled continuously, yet the red-robed figure's expression remained unchanged, bearing a cold smile. He looked towards Wang Lin in the distance. All the lightning was being blocked by the 35 flying swords and 5 clones standing outside. "Is this all the strength you possess?" The man in red shook his head, disappointment in his eyes. "If your divine abilities are only this much, you won't escape my grasp today." A cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes, and a vortex immediately appeared on his forehead. In an instant, the primordial thunder dragon's primordial spirit shot out and roared towards the sky. Grr! The power to control the thunder in heaven and earth. Under the sound of the thunder, the entire sky suddenly changed. Many lightning bolts suddenly appeared and simultaneously shot towards Wang Lin, converging. The scene became earth-shattering, the thunder reverberating far and wide, filling the space with lightning. It was like a heavenly tribulation. The man in red, Wu Fei, his expression slightly changed. He looked up at the sky and laughed loudly. But in this laughter, an endless chill was revealed. Good. Now the true aura of a celestial immortal in the Luo heaven is revealed. It wasn't in vain that I, Wu, personally took your head. If you perish, you can smile in the netherworld. Anyone who can be personally killed by me, Wu, is a person of illustrious renown. Arrogant. Wang Lin's expression remained icy cold. With a flick of his right hand, the power of lightning throughout the heavens and earth instantly intensified several times. At this moment, lightning within a radius of tens of thousands of miles converged. Looking down from above, one could clearly see that this area had become a pool of lightning. The lightning within this pool roared and continuously shrank, shrinking wildly. Everything converged towards the center, the location of the red-robed figure, Wu Fei. The speed of contraction was incredibly fast, and at this moment, terrifying thunderclaps echoed, overlapping and overwhelming, like a hell in the sky, like a battle on the apocalypse. The furious lightning contracted, creating enormous cracks in the sky. As the lightning struck, endless gusts of wind erupted from these cracks. This scene was terrifying. The lightning roared and contracted at an ever-increasing speed, as if a circle spanning tens of thousands of miles had formed. Now, this circle was shrinking, converging directly towards the figure in red at the center. As it condensed, the power of the lightning grew stronger and stronger. After continuously contracting, it finally reached an unbelievable level. This kind of power was like continuously compressing all the lightning within tens of thousands of miles, condensing it into a single point. The lightning at this point could rival a heavenly tribulation. During this continuous contraction and condensation, the entire sky fell silent. Even big-headed Boyan Tower Mountain, who were battling the two clones, immediately retreated, their eyes filled with caution and solemnity. Almost instantly, the lightning pool spanning tens of thousands of miles continuously condensed like a giant wave, directly striking the 50-foot-wide barrier surrounding the crimson-robed figure of Wu Fei, formed by 35 flying swords and 7 clones. A deafening explosion resounded, as if the entire sky trembled. The lightning from tens of thousands of miles was compressed and condensed, finally striking the 35 flying swords outside the 50-foot radius. One crimson flying sword immediately trembled and shattered with a loud bang. At this moment, the other swords also shattered one after another. After striking, the lightning transformed into numerous lightning bolts that flashed back and forth across the fragments of the flying swords. It wasn't over yet. The remaining swords, under the earth-shattering bombardment and the attack of lightning condensed from thunderbolts within a radius of tens of thousands of miles, instantly exploded and shattered. But the moment the 35 flying swords shattered, the lightning power from all sides didn't stop, but continued to surge forward with overwhelming force, directly attacking the red-robed figure, Wu Fei. The 50 jong distance was covered in an instant, in the blink of an eye, as the lightning contracted and condensed before surging again. The 5 clones simultaneously transformed into 5 crimson greatswords. They fiercely surrounded Wu Fei's body within a 10-jong radius. The moment they fell, they were immediately struck by the condensed lightning. The greatswords trembled, and faint cracking sounds could be heard. Wu Fei's expression remained unchanged. He coldly looked at Wang Lin and calmly said, "Indeed, I underestimated your lightning power. But this is still not enough in front of me." After he finished speaking, he immediately patted his storage bag, and an object suddenly appeared in his hand. This object was a seemingly ordinary branch, yet it exuded a profound sense of sorrow. "This is a treasure from my killing domain, the Heavenly Thunder Tree fragment. The domain lord once said this object can suppress your lightning power. So I, Wu, will show you how I can break through lightning power," Wu Fei said, then threw the branch forward. At that moment, the 5 crimson swords struck by lightning suddenly recoiled and retreated. As the 5 swords retreated, all the lightning power, now unimpeded, instantly condensed and roared, shooting straight towards Wu Fei. But in that same instant, all the lightning seemed to escape Wang Lin's control, suddenly changing direction and following the branch. Amidst the thunderous roar, the branch absorbed all the lightning concentrated from a radius of tens of thousands of miles. Under the flashing lightning, the branch stopped beside Wu Fei. He sneered, the lightning beside him seemingly oblivious to him, completely unharmed and merging into the branch. Seeing this, Wang Lin's expression turned grim. "With your early-stage nirvana cultivation, unless a miracle occurs, you are nothing in front of me. It's time to end this." Wu Fei's eyes flashed with killing intent. He took a step forward, piercing through the lightning and launching himself straight at Wang Lin. The 5 flying swords surrounding his body simultaneously roared, carrying a dense aura of killing intent that pressed directly towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin retreated, staring intently at Wu Fei, who was rapidly approaching, and calmly said, "I will show you a miracle." After saying this, he took a step back, and a ripple of energy immediately appeared, his figure suddenly disappearing. Wu Fei was stunned, his pupils suddenly contracting. The elemental power in his body instantly surged out 10 meters, creating a whirlwind that shattered everything, but he still couldn't find any trace of Wang Lin. In the Star Alliance, on a cultivation planet far from the Vermilion Bird Star, this planet had relatively dense spiritual energy, especially on a 6th-level cultivation nation. There were 6 5th-level cultivation nations on this planet. At this moment, in a sect called the Moon Sect on a 5th-level cultivation nation, a girl was standing outside the alchemy room in the back mountain. This girl was wearing a light pink dress. She wasn't very old, and she was quite pretty. On her long, curved eyelashes, a few sparkling points of light made the girl look very lovely. She had skin like jade and hair as soft as clouds. It could be said that this girl was very captivating. "Brother Wang, are you in there? It's Song Ying." At this moment, the girl's face flushed red, her voice like a melodious bird, very pleasant to the ear. As she spoke, she glanced into the alchemy room. Inside, a man sat cross-legged. His hair was blood red, his expression extremely cold, and he appeared to be over 30 years old. A cold aura emanated from his body, as if the place where he sat had entered a freezing winter. The girl's voice came from outside the alchemy room. The man frowned and coldly said, "No." After saying that, he closed his eyes tightly and concentrated on meditating. Hearing this cold voice, the girl outside immediately jumped up and quickly went inside. She pushed entering the alchemy room. She walked straight inside, smiling and saying, "Brother Wong, I won't bother you for long this time. I'll just sit here for a while and then leave." After saying this, she walked towards the young man, but didn't enter the room. Instead, she sat down cross-legged. Sitting there, she could feel the cold air emanating from the alchemy room. This air penetrated her body, making her complexion even rosier, yet she felt extremely comfortable. Her cultivation technique involved cold energy, but her progress had been stagnant. There was a place in her sect where she cultivated cold energy, but due to her status, she wasn't allowed to enter. One time, when she came here to get some elixirs, she discovered that sitting here greatly increased the cold energy in her body. This discovery excited her, and she came here every day. Gradually, she learned that there was an outer disciple inside, named Wang Lin. This person was a janitor in the alchemy room, but she also found it very strange that this person was a janitor. She had never seen him do anything like that before. Even her uncle, the manager of the alchemy room, whom she had only seen once, treated Wang Lin with extreme respect. She felt that Wang Lin must possess many secrets and was very mysterious. Because of this thought, she didn't know why, but she always wanted to uncover these secrets. Furthermore, this place was very beneficial to her cultivation, so she came here every day. As for Wang Lin's coldness, she wasn't afraid at all. On the contrary, she was eager to find a way to unravel those secrets. All day long, her mind seemed to be filled with the image of Wang Lin's cold demeanor. Song Ying sat down cross-legged, her face flushed. She silently practiced breathing exercises, but her heart was pounding. Finally, unable to remain immersed in her practice any longer, she touched something in her chest, hesitated for a moment, then gritted her teeth and softly said to the person inside the room, "Brother Wang." But before she could finish her sentence, the door suddenly opened. Wang Lin stepped out, and the moment he appeared, a large area of cold air erupted. Actually, this wasn't true cold air, but rather the scattered spiritual energy that the ancient gods absorbed when devouring spiritual energy. Although this energy was faint to Wang Lin, it was very intense in the eyes of others. Fortunately, this was the alchemy courtyard, a place already quite rich in spiritual energy, so this wasn't too noticeable. The sudden appearance of the main body caused Song Ying to swallow back the words she was about to say. She tried to muster the courage to speak, but then saw senior brother Wang take a step forward and fly straight up into the sky. In an instant, Wang Lin vanished into thin air. Song Ying's expression turned gloomy. She took out a small pouch from her bosom, containing some spiritual herbs she had personally gathered, and sewn it shut. Carrying this would have some effect on calming the mind and stabilizing the spirit. Her main body took a step forward, emerging from the cultivation planet and directly appearing in the sky. The moment he appeared, waves of energy spread out. Wang Lin, with an unchanging expression, walked straight ahead. The clone and main body merged without stopping, as if both were entering each other. In the shimmering rays of light, the two suddenly became one. After hundreds of years, Wang Lin's clone and main body merged once again. In an instant, a colossal aura roared from Wang Lin's body and burst forth, enveloping the entire sky. The main body and the clone merged. The ancient god and the Czech cultivator condensed, causing Wang Lin's body to emit rumbling sounds, as if many thunderbolts were echoing. And many lightning bolts moved throughout his body. Wang Lin's left eye contained the sun, his right eye concealed the moon one. His red and black hair merged into a dark purple color and automatically fluttered. The ancient god's star point on Wang Lin's forehead was covered by the third eye, making it impossible to see any clues. 2 eyes containing the sun and moon. "I will show you a miracle." Wang Lin's cold voice suddenly rang out and transformed into loud explosions echoing throughout the sky. He took a step forward and disappeared. Wang Lin's appearance hadn't changed much, but he exuded a calm demeanor. His skin bore subtle, indistinct patterns. A colossal aura emanated from him, spreading wildly and enveloping the entire sky. This aura caused earth-shattering waves to surge within the 6th-level cultivation nation. Many meditating cultivators were startled awake, almost instantly feeling a profound tremor deep within their minds. In that moment of shock, Wang Lin took a step forward, the waves appearing beneath his feet before vanishing into thin air. Yu Fei's expression darkened. He clenched his fists. The moment he saw the surging waves beneath Wang Lin's feet, his pupils contracted, his heart filled with astonishment, shrinking the ground to an inch. Yu Fei knew this divine ability, but he never imagined that Sumu would also know it. He knew that among the cultivators he knew, those who could perform the technique of shrinking the distance to an inch were extremely rare, especially among cultivators of the same level. How could he not feel afraid? Moreover, the documents he had obtained related to Sumu didn't mention this at all. Wu Fei's primal energy instinctively dispersed and began to disintegrate. However, after the disintegration, there was no sign of Sumu. Even if Wu Fei stirred up his primal energy throughout the surrounding heavens and earth, he couldn't find his opponent. Wu Fei's expression grew even more somber and cold. He immediately understood that Sumu had escaped this time. Wu Fei roared in anger and suddenly turned to stare at the big-headed boy who was fighting his clone. Wu Fei's face was now filled with murderous intent. He directed all his anger and killing intent towards the big-headed boy. He took a step forward and charged straight towards the big-headed boy. If the master escapes, then I'll strike you all down. Wu Fei was filled with rage, a kind of restless anger. A mid-stage nirvana cultivator like himself had to stand by and watch a low-stage nirvana cultivator escape. Yet he couldn't pursue him, a feeling he hadn't experienced in a long time. Big Head was battling Wu Fei's clone when he suddenly felt his scalp tingle and his soul almost leave his body. He couldn't help but curse Wang Lin inwardly, then immediately retreated, intending to flee. But at that moment, Wu Fei was in a fit of rage, instantly closing in. With the overwhelming power and cultivation of a mid-stage nirvana cultivator, Wu Fei swung his finger, and 5 crimson swords surrounding his body immediately rushed towards Big Head with terrifying roars. Die! Wu Fei shouted, the 5 crimson swords flying forward like 5 early-stage nirvana cultivators. Adding the previous clone, that made 6 early-stage nirvana cultivators attacking Big Head with all their might. With Big Head's cultivation level, how could he possibly withstand it? In Big Head's eyes, despair flickered, and a sudden madness surged within him. He was about to self-destruct his own primordial spirit, determined to destroy at least one of his opponent's clones. Just as the imminent threat of death loomed, a cold voice rang out from behind Big Head. This is the miracle of Wang. The moment this cold voice echoed, Big Head felt his body flash as if he had been seized and thrown backward. He instantly escaped the perilous situation. Wang Lin stepped out from the void, facing the 6 swords. His expression remained cold as he unleashed a punch. The force of this punch far surpassed that of Tower Mountain, creating a deafening roar that seemed to shatter the very fabric of space. A series of deafening explosions resounded, and the starry sky before Wang Lin unexpectedly shattered, revealing numerous cracks. A massive wave of icy air swept over Wang Lin, yet it had no effect. If the starry sky could shatter like this, then the 6 flying swords were no exception. Wang Lin's punch immediately struck the flying swords, causing them to tremble and shatter into countless fragments with a loud bang. One of the sword-formed clones spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, its eyes filled with fear and disbelief as it tried to retreat. Wang Lin's expression remained icy, radiating an endless chill like a block of millennia-old ice. The clones of Yu Fei had early-stage nirvana cultivation, while his main body was in the middle stage. If they combined their power, it would be extremely difficult to kill him. Even if he ultimately won, it would come at a great cost. Therefore, merging with his main body was the best choice for Wang Lin at this moment. He took a step forward and immediately rushed out. The 5 flying swords on all sides couldn't even catch up before Wang Lin arrived beside the clone that had just spat out fresh blood. Without hesitation, he immediately unleashed a punch. With a loud bang, as if the entire sky trembled, the clone spat out another large mouthful of blood, and countless blood mists gushed from its entire body. It frantically retreated backward, but when it retreated 10 steps, it shattered with a loud bang, completely annihilated. Annihilation! This was a complete annihilation. After killing one of Yu Fei's clones, Wang Lin turned around and quickly took a step forward, rushing towards the 5 flying swords. Everything happened in an instant. Wang Lin's speed was as fast as a phantom. As he moved, his right fist was thrown out again, this time landing in the void. But this single strike instantly caused the starry sky to crackle, a massive fissure tearing wildly apart and shooting forward like a dragon. The crimson flying sword in front instantly flashed and shot straight towards Wang Lin. He didn't even bother to look, his right hand instantly reaching out to grab the empty space. The flying sword trembled, trying to break free, but was ultimately seized by Wang Lin and squeezed tightly. Boom! This was the second flying sword crushed. It transformed into a clone attempting to escape, but a flash of lightning appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. Numerous bolts of lightning instantly exploded and condensed. They all struck the clone. A deafening explosion resounded, and the clone instantly shattered and perished. At this moment, 4 other swords suddenly flew towards Wang Lin and directly struck him, unexpectedly producing a metallic clanging sound. An unimaginable counterforce emanated from Wang Lin's body. This force sent the flying swords flying several meters away, causing them to tremble continuously. This scene left Big Head in the distance wide-eyed and open-mouthed. He stared blankly at Wang Lin's familiar yet strange figure before him, then took a deep breath, his eyes filled with terror. This flying swords can't even injure his body. It wasn't just Big Head who was horrified. Yu Fei's expression also changed drastically for the first time. The events unfolded too quickly, leaving him no time to react. Almost instantly, 2 of his clones had shattered, filling him with overwhelming terror. He became grim, ready to unleash his attack. But in an instant, Wang Lin powerfully turned around and let out a roar. Ah, this was the roar of an ancient god, a sound that hadn't been heard in space for a very, very long time, yet suddenly resounded. This sound seemed to have existed forever in heaven and earth, the sound of creation. When the roar of the ancient god resounded, even the thunder and lightning in the heavens and earth had to submit, and the starry sky trembled, because he was an ancient god. Many years ago, the ancient god had swept across the void, changing the very fabric of heaven and earth. When the roar of the ancient god resounded, in an instant, a wave of desolate energy permeated the heavens and earth. All living beings had to submit to the roar of the ancient god, all forces disintegrating. This roar was far more intense than thunder. The thunder and lightning before Wang Lin at this moment were nothing. The roar transformed into a colossal whirlwind sweeping across the sky, creating a frenzied attack. Just as Wu Fei lifted his foot, he was immediately confronted by the ancient god's roar. A wave of mind-shattering force surged forward, forcing him to retreat rapidly. It was as if he didn't retreat, this force would tear his body apart. Wu Fei's face turned pale. At this moment, Wang Lin appeared in his eyes like an enraged ancient beast. Wang Lin's immense aura compelled Wu Fei to retreat. The elemental power within his body surged uncontrollably, as if he would instantly shatter and die. In that instant, all Wu Fei could hear was a buzzing sound in his ears. Everything before his eyes seemed cut off from the heavens and earth. He could only hear his heart pounding in his chest, thumping, thumping, and then faster and faster. Finally, the pounding of his heart became almost incessant, causing Wu Fei's eyes to reveal an intense look of terror. This fear stemmed from his soul, from a feeling of dread before the ancient god. For the first time, Wu Fei felt fear. Initially, it was only a slight feeling, but after a while, it enveloped his entire being. The big-headed boy's face turned even paler. When the ancient god's roar echoed, he immediately felt his mind tremble. He possessed immortal essence and had become an immortal, but at this moment, he experienced a kind of illusion, as if he were nothing more than a lowly ant. Lei Gai's body trembled even more. Within his soul, a roaring will seemed to surge. This will was like that of a servant seeing his master. He was compelled to kneel in the void, his mind shaken, and he could obey all of the others' commands. This was a feeling he had never experienced before in his life. Although he was both shocked and overwhelmed with fear, he didn't feel any aversion. On the contrary, he felt a growing sense of familiarity. Even these people felt the same way, let alone the 4 flying swords closest to Wang Lin. When the roar resounded, an unimaginable force of attack, capable of changing the color of heaven and earth, capable of shaking the sky, caused these 4 flying swords to shatter with a thunderous crash. As they shattered, all the fragments scattered and transformed into 4 clones. Each of these clones possessed early-stage nirvana cultivation, but in the blink of an eye, upon materializing, they were immediately struck by the ancient god's roar. It was like a raging storm carrying a destructive attack. The bodies of the 4 clones instantly shattered, completely dissipating, all dead. Wang Lin took a step forward, and ripples appeared beneath his feet. His entire body suddenly vanished, reappearing beside Tower Mountain. In front of Tower Mountain was the last remaining clone, trembling and not daring to attack, quickly retreating. But how could this clone's speed compare to Wang Lin's? The moment Wang Lin appeared, his two right fingers transformed into swords and instantly shot out. Endless streams of lightning from all directions immediately converged. A pair of yin-yang fish also appeared on Wang Lin's two fingers. With a single strike, the last remaining body exploded with a loud bang and shattered. Wang Lin killed 7 clones in quick succession. Everything took him only a few breaths, but the shock it inflicted on others felt eternal. Wang Lin coldly glanced at Yu Fei, whose face was pale, not far away, and said coldly, "This is the miracle I, Wang, have created for you to see. Are you satisfied?" Extreme fear flashed in Yu Fei's eyes. He could see that the cultivation of this Shumu before him was extremely bizarre. Although he was only in the early stages of the Nirvana realm, the strength of his body was unbelievably powerful. Even the magic treasures he had refined using his clones could withstand it. These things had shaken him to his core, and that roar had almost driven him to his death, directly killing all 4 clones. Even he felt an irresistible fear. At this moment, Wu Fei no longer had the courage to fight. His body trembled, and he directly spat out a large mouthful of blood. His entire being merged with the blood, then flashed and shot straight into the distance. In the instant he fled, the giant rock he was standing on suddenly exploded and shattered. An endless wave of killing intent erupted and continuously shattered over a large area, constantly spreading to try and stop those who wanted to pursue Wu Fei. Wang Lin's expression remained icy cold. He formed a hand seal with his right hand, and with a single finger, a whirlwind instantly appeared in the heavens and earth, furiously blowing forward and instantly dispersing the continuously shattering rock. Wang Lin took another step, his body shooting straight into the distance. Wu Fei's speed was too fast. Blood escape was a life-saving technique that consumed the most cultivation. At this moment, he was terrified and didn't bother to consider the consequences, quickly fleeing. But in the blink of an eye, as he had fled tens of thousands of miles, ripples of energy instantly appeared in the boundless space ahead. Wang Lin took a step forward, confronting Yu Fei with a punch. This punch instantly shattered the void, and the surrounding heaven and earth's primal energy surged wildly. Yu Fei's body trembled, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The blood light surrounding his body dissipated, forcing him to reveal himself. A look of madness flashed across Yu Fei's face as he formed a hand seal. A dense stream of blood light shot out from his heavenly spirit, soaring upwards and creating a thick wave of killing intent. Yu Fei roared, and that killing intent transformed into a 10-jang-long sword light, howling as it hurtled towards Wang Lin. This was Yu Fei's life-bound magic weapon. At this moment, he was cornered and unleashed it without hesitation. With his mid-stage nirvana cultivation, after throwing out his life-bound magic weapon, he immediately formed a hand seal. A swirling mass of red mist appeared around Wu Fei's body. This mist condensed and suddenly transformed into a 100-foot-long demonic serpent. The serpent raised its head, its blood-red mouth wide open, and lunged straight towards Wang Lin to devour him. After doing all this, Wu Fei still felt uneasy. He decisively potted his storage bag, and numerous magical artifacts immediately flew out, flashing with various magical lights before him. Wu Fei spat out a mouthful of fresh blood onto each artifact, roaring, "Kill!" The artifacts in front of Wu Fei immediately rushed out and charged straight towards Wang Lin. At this moment, Wu Fei's face was slightly pale, and he retreated without hesitation. Wang Lin's expression remained cold. The moment the great red sword, formed from Wu Fei's life-bound magical artifact, struck, an extremely dense aura of spiritual energy suddenly emanated from Wang Lin's body. With the naked eye, one could see Wang Lin's body growing wildly. In an instant, he transformed into a giant several tens of meters tall. This colossal body immediately erupted with an extremely powerful aura of desolation. Wang Lin took a step forward, not bothering to dodge at all, and the crimson greatsword immediately struck him with a loud bang. Wang Lin's body didn't stop, but the crimson greatsword shattered directly. If Wang Lin hadn't merged his body, he wouldn't have dared to directly face the life-bound magic weapon of a mid-stage Nirvana realm cultivator. But now, after his clone and main body merged, he could completely withstand the magic weapon of a mid-stage Nirvana realm cultivator, especially since the dense primal energy in his body circulated and transmitted into the magic weapon, causing it to completely dissipate. Following closely behind the Crimson Greatsword, transformed from his life-bound magical artifact, was a gigantic, 100-foot-long serpent conjured into existence. It roared and lunged straight towards Wang Lin, intending to devour him. Wang Lin's expression remained cold as he advanced, extending his right hand to grab the serpent's head. He squeezed hard, and with a resounding crash, the serpent's head was instantly crushed. As he was about to throw it away, he suddenly discovered the serpent possessed a soul. The yellow springs immediately appeared outside Wang Lin's body, sweeping across, unleashing a torrent of resentment in all directions. Wang Lin casually tossed the serpent into the yellow springs and swung both arms forward. In an instant, all the magical artifacts hurtling towards him exploded and shattered. With his life-bound magical artifact destroyed, UFEI, who was fleeing, spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned even paler. He gritted his teeth, and a look of determination flashed in his eyes. He endured the pain and twisted his left arm, severing it. Fresh blood gushed out. His face was pale, and complex incantations emanated from his mouth. In an instant, the severed left arm exploded with a loud bang, shattering into an oval-shaped vortex. Wu Fei took a step forward and directly entered the vortex. Sumu, besides me, there's another one of the soul-slaying second of the killing domain. Your body may be strong, but under the soul-slaying divine technique, you'll surely die. A chilling aura erupted in Wu Fei's eyes as he charged straight into the vortex. Seeing Wu Fei attempting to escape, a murderous glint flashed in Wang Lin's icy eyes. His nature was always, if you don't offend me, I won't offend you. But if you offend me, I will kill you. At this moment, Wu Fei's body had already entered the vortex. The vortex then spun rapidly, shrinking and disappearing into the vast expanse of space. A cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes, and the sounds of a cauldron immediately emanated from his body. A massive cauldron, over 10 meters long, instantly materialized, appearing outside Wang Lin's body. When Wang Lin's clone used the ancient god cauldron, it required the same greedy Vol seal as before. But now, after Wang Lin's clone and main body merged, its power was immense. Shape shift! In an instant, resounding sounds emanated from the ancient god cauldron. The rapidly contracting vortex seemed to be grasped by invisible hands and brought before Wang Lin. Wang Lin's body was also quickly pulled towards it by that strange force. In the blink of an eye, as the two clashed, Wang Lin's right fingers transformed into swords, concealing the power of the heaven-shattering Luo technique and the thunderous might of the heavens and earth, along with the yin-yang dual-fish Dao concept. Simultaneously, the immense power of the ancient god's body, capable of crushing all divine abilities, condensed within this single finger. Suddenly, this finger directly pierced through the rapidly contracting vortex, penetrating deep inside and fiercely striking. In the killing domain realm of the Star Alliance, within the two for venerable 8 directions palaces of the Cultivation Alliance, an oval-shaped vortex suddenly appeared in a building resembling a giant sword piercing the void. A strange gravitational pull emanated from the vortex, instantly drawing the attention of all cultivators in the killing domain realm. Wu Fei took a step out of the vortex. His face was pale, and his left arm was still bleeding. After he appeared, the vortex behind him quickly contracted. Seeing that he had returned to the familiar killing realm, Wu Fei immediately breathed a sigh of relief, but was still very frightened. At this moment, he looked towards the tall tower, intending to speak. But in an instant, an extremely huge aura erupted from within the tower. At the same time, an angry roar resounded. Wu Fei, get out of there immediately. Just then, a crimson sword energy shot out from the tower like an arrow, instantly reaching Wu Fei, but it was still a step too late. The moment the sound rang out, Wu Fei did not stop but immediately launched himself. But in just a moment, from the continuously contracting vortex behind him, a sharp, roaring energy surged out. A tearing sound echoed, and in an instant, the vortex was pierced through endlessly. Wang Lin's 2 fingers suddenly emerged from the vortex, carrying an overwhelming aura of killing intent, and swiftly placed themselves on Yu Fei's back. It's Sumu. Wu Fei spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his body struck by an immense force and flung far away. Loud explosions resounded within him, and a large amount of blood gushed from his pores. Almost instantly, his entire body exploded and shattered. Even his soul couldn't escape as his body disintegrated. Everything was annihilated, body and spirit. Even his storage bag exploded and shattered. The items inside scattered, including a branch that was sucked in and then caught by two fingers emerging from the vortex. This scene caused all the cultivators in the killing domain to cry out in horror. A red light shot out from the tall tower and flew straight towards the fingers in the vortex. But the moment those fingers pointed, they immediately retracted, and the vortex dissipated. A furious roar erupted from the crimson light. Then, with incredible speed, a withered right hand shot out, aggressively grabbing towards the dissipating vortex. But with a screeching sound, amidst the swirling shockwaves, the withered right hand only managed to grasp half a branch. Sumu, the crimson light flashed again, instantly transforming into an old man with red hair. He was roaring with rage. For tens of thousands of years, nothing like this had happened in their killing domain. Their people had been killed right before their eyes. Such things were no different from being murdered in their own home. Angry roars echoed from within the buildings. A group of cultivators, their bodies radiating intense killing intent, quickly appeared, staring intently at the spot where UFEI had died, before finally falling silent. This kind of silence gave rise to an unimaginable aura of killing intent, a killing intent constantly suppressed, as if waiting for the right moment to erupt. The red-haired old man took a deep breath, a gloomy look in his eyes. A moment later, he lightly flicked his sleeve and turned back into the tower. After a long time, a cold voice came from within the tower. Hunt down Sumu. Meanwhile, Wang Lin, after retracting his two fingers, slowly shrunk his body. The moment he returned to his normal size, his expression remained cold. If he was going to kill, he had to do it thoroughly. Letting the opponent escape wouldn't stop the killing process. Therefore, he would simply kill them. Wang Lin pondered for a moment, looking at the half-branch in his hand before putting it into his storage bag. He had risked his life to obtain this when killing Wu Fei. It was extremely useful. With this, I can protect the Western Alliance safely. Wang Lin flashed and disappeared instantly. When Wang Lin reappeared, he was already on the back of Lei Ji. The big-headed boy, who had been worried, breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Wang Lin return. His face showed reverence. Tar Mountain, injured in the battle with Yu Fei's clone, was now sitting cross-legged beside him, circulating his elemental power to heal his wounds. Sitting on Lei Ji's back, Wang Lin calmly said, "Lei Ji, find a secret and desolate planet. I want to go into seclusion." Lei Ji's booming voice echoed, and he shot straight forward, disappearing instantly. Lei Ji's colossal body in the air created an extremely powerful and majestic aura as he swiftly sped through the Western Alliance. Not long after, streaks of sword light roared from afar, and a team of Luoxia cultivators rushed forward like arrows. Leading them was one of the 108 Earth Fiends. Upon seeing Lei Ji's colossal body, he was instantly stunned, his eyes filled with vigilance. Even the Luoxia cultivators behind him seemed to be facing a formidable enemy, their swords roaring with hidden divine power. At this moment, Disha's eyes narrowed. He saw Wang Lin and the big-headed boy sitting cross-legged on Lei Ji's back. Seeing this, he took a deep breath, stepped back a few paces, and respectfully bowed, saying, "Greetings, Lei Immortal." Sumu's reputation was illustrious in Luoxia. Disha had witnessed Wang Lin's great deeds upon his ascension to immortality, and therefore held him in immense respect. His reverence at this moment was genuine. Wang Lin nodded slightly without saying anything. Lei Ji, with lightning speed, sped past these cultivators. Only when Wang Lin had gone far away did the Earth Fiend cultivator withdraw his gaze, a look of admiration appearing in his eyes. He thought to himself, as expected of a genuine Thunder Immortal in our Luoxia, I never imagined he would have such a mount. He wasn't the only one who admired him. The cultivators around him also secretly felt awe and admiration. As Lei Ji sped away, the number of Luoxia cultivators he encountered increased, clearly indicating that this place had been completely taken over by the Luoxia star domain. These cultivators, upon seeing Wang Lin, all showed extreme respect. Especially when they saw Lei Ji, their eyes revealed a mixture of awe and admiration. The news of Sumu's appearance had spread among these cultivators, so most cultivators in Luotia knew about it. During this period, many rumors related to Sumu circulated among the Luotia cultivators. Most rumors claimed that Sumu didn't dare to fight, or had betrayed the alliance and joined them. Hearing these rumors, Suting was delighted and secretly fanned the flames, spreading them far and wide. Some of the older cultivators of the same generation in Luotia didn't try to stop them. Furthermore, Wang Lin had indeed gone missing earlier, so the rumors became increasingly exaggerated. Statements like Sumu is a member of the alliance became more and more frequent. Along the way, Lei Ji attracted the attention of many Luotia cultivators. In their gazes towards Wang Lin, some showed respect, but many others seemed to be waiting to see the commotion. A day later, Lei Ji stopped outside a desolate planet. The planet had very little spiritual energy. Even the Luotia cultivators, upon conquering it, didn't pay much attention to it, only leaving a few people to guard it. Wang Lin carefully glanced at the desolate planet before him. Although the planet's location was quite remote, and it had already been occupied by the monk Luotia, Wang Lin didn't hesitate to choose it as his secluded retreat. Wang Lin pondered for a moment, then his body flashed as he leapt from Lei Ji's back and sped straight towards the desolate planet ahead. Tang Zitotu and Tashan also hurried after him. Lei Ji, after shrinking his body back to a 3-jang tall giant, also followed. As they approached the planet, Wang Lin heard a roar. This planet, though wild, was home to several kinds of ferocious beasts. These beasts usually lacked intelligence and relied solely on instinct for survival. They could be giant snakes, several jang long, or ferocious tigers. These beasts were numerous and quite common. The moment Wang Lin's body landed on the ground, the Luotia cultivators stationed on this planet all awoke from their meditation. After a moment of hesitation, they immediately stepped onto their sword lights and swiftly flew away. The place Wang Lin chose was a very strange mountain, almost standing upright, like a finger pointing straight up to pierce the sky. When Wang Lin stepped onto the mountaintop, without his command, Tar Mountain immediately unleashed a punch to the peak, directly creating a cave with its magic. At this moment, several sword lights in the sky also roared towards him, and the cultivators guarding the place immediately approached. When they reached a distance of 100 yards, 5 or 6 of them immediately bowed respectfully and said, "Greetings, Lei Shan." Wang Lin nodded slightly and slowly said, "I want to use this place to cultivate immortal techniques. Do not disturb me." The cultivators quickly nodded in agreement and bowed before retreating. After the others had left, Wang Lin formed a hand seal, and the Heart Annihilation Forbiddance technique immediately materialized. Wang Lin continuously used the Forbiddance technique to imprint its mark on all 4 sides of the heavens and earth and around the mountain, leaving traces of the Forbiddance technique everywhere. After Wang Lin finished setting up the Forbiddance technique, Tower Mountain and Big-Headed Boy sat down in the distance to guard him. Lei Ji also found a place to sit cross-legged. Lately, he seemed to feel that his innate divine abilities had undergone some strange changes, and in his silence, he continuously pondered and comprehended. Wang Lin closed his eyes, and the surroundings became quiet, but every now and then a roar came from afar. The Forbiddance technique he set up forced the nearby ferocious beasts to move away. Although they lacked intelligence, they could sense the danger of this place based on instinct. The atmosphere here had become relatively quiet. Wang Lin's spiritual platform cleared, and 2 immortal techniques of the Great Immortal Emperor, inherited from Qing Shui, appeared in his mind. Rain transformation, scattering rain into soldiers. Regarding the rain transformation technique, previously, when Wang Lin performed the wine summoning technique, he unintentionally condensed a few raindrops, generating a stream of rain transformation intent. However, subsequent attempts to perform it failed. According to Qing Qi's inheritance, Wang Lin understood the reason. In fact, wine summoning and rain transformation are deeply related. If both are performed, they can mutually transform and superimpose each other. Wang Lin pondered, then spread his arms, silently comprehending the rain transformation technique. Rain transformation is the condensation of the primal energy between heaven and earth, using that primal energy for one's own purposes. Simultaneously, based on the vibrations of the magic, it condenses into rainwater. Each raindrop contains a concentrated stream of heaven and earth primal energy. It can be said that this is also a part of the rules. While Wang Lin was meditating, a thick, dark cloud had formed in the sky outside. The cloud was very dense and spread far and wide. After a long while, raindrops began to fall from the sky. It had been a long time since it had rained here, so when the raindrops hit the ground, they immediately stirred up a cloud of dust. From Wang Lin's perspective, the ground outside resembled a stampede of thousands of horses, the dust rising and then settling back on the ground after being mixed with the rainwater. The scene was magnificent. Wang Lin gazed at the rain, completely absorbed in it. But at that moment, the raindrops in the sky seemed to stop simultaneously, and two figures emerged from the void. When the rain fell on them, it instantly vanished without a sound, transforming into thick mist. These two figures walked straight ahead, yet not a single drop of rain touched them. "Sumu, have you realized your mistake?" A low, sharp voice emanated from one of them. This was an old man, whom Wang Lin had met before in the Thunder Immortal Palace. He still remembered this person's identity. He seemed to be the disciplinary elder of the Thunder Immortal Palace. Beside the old man was Yin Lazy, his expression grim as he stared at Wang Lin, his eyes icy cold. The rainwater surrounding him transformed into a large cloud of mist, within which a fire seemed to burn, giving him an unimaginable aura of power. It was as if a mere thought could shatter the heavens and earth. "What's wrong?" Wang Lin calmly looked at the old man. "I ask you, where were you and what were you doing when I, Luo Tia, was fighting? You, a genuine Thunder Immortal, disappeared before the war even began, and you still refuse to admit your mistake." Yin Lazy remained silent, but his gaze grew even colder. For the past few days, he had used his divine sense to scan the area but couldn't find Wang Lin. As for the more distant locations, he felt a little apprehensive and didn't bother to investigate. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged. He calmly said, "I'm going to kill Wu Fei of the Killing Domain Cultivation Alliance." Upon hearing this, the old man was stunned, and a glint of light flashed in Yin Lazy's eyes. "What do you mean kill Wu Fei, Sumu? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Just casually name someone, let alone mention the Killing Domain." The old man's eyes darkened as he shouted. Wang Lin's expression remained calm, not even glancing at the old man. His gaze settled on Yin Lazy. Yin Lazy stared at Wang Lin, the icy expression on his face slowly softening as he said, "The Cultivation Alliance does indeed have a killing domain. But how can you prove that Wu Fei died at your hands?" As soon as Yin Lazy spoke, the old man beside him fell silent. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged. He potted his storage bag and immediately half a heaven and earth thunder tree fragment appeared in his hand, even flashing with lightning. Wang Lin threw it forward, directly at Yin Lazy. With a thunderous roar, the half fragment reached Yin Lazy. He caught it in his right hand. He carefully examined it and immediately recognized it as one of the supreme treasures of the Killing Domain from back then. With his cultivation, he instantly sensed two attacking forces emanating from it. One was clearly Wang Lin's, and the other he clearly recognized as an overwhelming killing intent. That's right, it's the Killing Domain sword shy of a vice venerable level expert from the Killing Domain. Yin Lazy's gaze towards Wang Lin was filled with admiration. He glanced at the heaven and earth thunder branch in his hand, then waved his hand and returned it to Wang Lin, smiling and saying, "Good, Sumu, you can rest assured and cultivate here. Wait a month until the Luotia reinforcements arrive, then you can follow them straight to the Northern Alliance." Wang Lin respectfully bowed and obeyed. Yin Lazy chuckled, giving a meaningful glance at the large-headed boy in the distance, then turned and stepped into the void. As for the old man beside him, he also hurriedly followed behind. The two disappeared into the distance in a few steps. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged, but he breathed a sigh of relief. Before he arrived at the Western Alliance and entered the Luotian's sphere of influence, he had already made a plan. Therefore, he risked obtaining the Heaven and Earth Thunder Branch in the final battle with UFEI precisely to gain this person's trust. In the starry sky, the joyful expression on Yin Lazy's face had instantly turned expressionless, showing no sign of joy or anger. The old man beside him, his thoughts stirring slightly, immediately said, "Lord, I think Sumu is clearly lying. Moreover, that big-headed boy is also one of the Big Dipper, but he's clearly under Sumu's control, in my opinion." Yin Lazy turned and coldly glanced at the old man. Under that glance, the old man's body trembled, his mind shaken, and he swallowed the rest of his sentence. Yin Lazy withdrew his gaze and walked into the void. This Sumu is not simple. There are 4 forces at his forehead. With my cultivation, I can only discern one of them. Obviously, the force I can perceive is the weakest one. Yan Lei walked through the starry sky, his heart filled with contemplation. A force he could sense dispelled the initial thoughts in Yan Lei's mind. He sighed inwardly. He was very familiar with that force. To be precise, it was the mark of a vermilion bird. Only someone with his level of cultivation could see that mark on the forehead. This Sumu wasn't this strange before returning to the Alliance, but only after his disappearance did this peculiarity appear. The vermilion bird he did me a favor back then, that's all. Yan Lei shook his head and, along with the old man beside him, disappeared from the spot. News of Sumu's return spread very quickly. After all, the name Sumu was very famous in Luotia, and soon almost all the cultivators in Luotia knew that Sumu had returned. The most troubled person in this regard was Su Ting. After hearing the news, he remained silent for a moment before directly leading his squad of cultivators forward to scout ahead, seeking a cultivation planet to vent his anger. Meanwhile, Wang Lin, on the desolate planet where he resided, the rainy season had arrived. Incessant rain covered nearly half the planet, creating a dense, humid atmosphere. From afar, the world seemed fragmented by the rain. Even his vision seemed distorted, unable to penetrate the downpour. On the land, dust had dissolved into the rain, forming a washed-out trench. As the rain fell, some mud and sand were carried forward. On the vegetation, the leaves and branches made a pattering sound as the raindrops fell, the water condensing at a single point at the bottom, forming a curved line like a falling galaxy. Many ferocious beasts sought shelter from the rain. Only a few small, water-loving creatures dared to roam freely in the continuous downpour. In the mist, the straight mountain where Wang Lin stood rose, its peak atop which the large-headed boy gazed blankly at the endless rain, his entire being falling silent. The mountain's protective barrier didn't intentionally block the rain, thus leaving the peak itself enveloped in downpour. Looking at the rain, the large-headed boy recalled his childhood, a time when he too would stare blankly at the rain falling from the sky during the rainy season. He remembered that the night before he was expelled from his family was also a rainy night like this, when he was pushed out of the family gate and fell into the mud. He had a foolish smile on his face then, but it was tinged with sadness. Falling into the mud, his clothes soaked, watching the lightning flash across the sky and hearing the rumbling thunder, the large-headed boy felt a pang of pain in his heart. He knew his appearance was unsightly, but to avoid being disliked, he always faced everything with a smile. Even when his mother beat him, he still smiled. Even when his older and younger siblings bullied him, he still smiled. But even so, the outcome was the same. On that rainy night, his smile gradually faded, and he staggered away in the rain, bewildered. His body was very thin and small, seemingly ready to fall at any moment amidst the thunder. He glanced at the distant Tower Mountain and Lei Ji, then looked at Wang Lin, and for some reason, a warmth welled up in his heart. He would never forget the events of a few days ago, when, in despair, he was about to self-destruct, and a pair of hands pulled him out of the brink of death, a figure occupying the world before him. Lei Ji also gazed at the rain, contemplating his own innate divine abilities. In the relatively quiet surroundings, he suddenly recalled a scene from his past. Forced to leave the giant demon star, he and his clansmen fled the vast, hazy starry sky filled with hatred. At that time, he was bewildered, his heart filled with bloodlust but lacking the power to rebel. He could only wander in exile, forced to leave. Even a moment's delay meant he would never have the chance to leave the giant demon star again. In his confusion, he led his clansmen to the Vermilion Bird Star. At that time, the Vermilion Bird Sun on the Vermilion Bird Star was named Yuwayu. Under Yuwayu's leadership, most of the cultivators gathered around him and waged a great war against the immortal tribe, skilled in the use of runes, and the original inhabitants of this planet. A planet once teeming with spiritual energy was reduced to ruins in this great battle. Beside Yuwayu was someone Lei Ji disliked intensely. He remembered his name as Sichunan. This man was extremely arrogant, and his actions were almost demonic. Compared to him, Lei Ji preferred Yuwayu. The giant demon tribe had been treated with great hospitality upon their arrival. Yuwayu, without hesitation, had given them a large piece of land, establishing a kingdom for himself. This land wasn't close to the immortal tribe, but a very safe place far away. Lei Ji didn't know how to repay him, So he took up his battle axe and single-handedly slaughtered the immortal tribe, fighting several of them and taking their heads as his reward. Thinking back now, Lei Ji felt a great deal of emotion. He wasn't as devoid of cunning as he appeared. On the contrary, his cunning was very profound. Over the past tens of thousands of years, he had witnessed many things, but the prolonged imprisonment by the Yin sect had left him somewhat disoriented. Because of his deep cunning, Lei Ji readily agreed to become Wang Lin's mount without hesitation. Furthermore, through subtle observation, he understood that following Wang Lin might one day lead him back to the giant demon star to seek revenge. Especially during the previous battle, under Wang Lin's roar of the ancient god, his mind was violently shaken. All his cunning shattered, leaving only a will from the depths of his soul. From the ancestral inheritance, a will to subdue the one who uttered that roar. It was at that moment that his intention to follow Wang Lin became firmly established. But being a mount wouldn't earn him the same respect. Everything still depended on the divine abilities of our giant demon clan. Thinking of this, Lei Ji closed his eyes again, continuing to immerse himself in his innate divine abilities. Wang Lin sat cross-legged on the ground, rain falling from the sky onto him, a gentle chill spreading through him. He slowly breathed in and out, his consciousness spreading out, encompassing the mountain he was sitting on as the center. In that instant, his consciousness transformed into countless particles, striving to merge into the rainwater. But each time his consciousness merged, the rainwater would fall to the ground and dissipate, and his consciousness would instantly spill out. This cycle repeated itself. Today, the rainwater seemed to offer no resistance to Wang Lin's consciousness, but precisely because it offered no resistance, under the influence of the power of heaven and earth, the rainwater would fall to the ground and vanish. Wang Lin was powerless to prevent this. Through this continuous merging, Wang Lin gradually became immersed. Suddenly, in his ears, he seemed to hear a very, very long ago realization. This rain, born of heaven, dies upon the earth. The intermediate process is life itself. Therefore, when I look at this rainwater, I don't look at the sky, nor the earth, nor even at the rain itself, but at the life of this rain. This is life and death. Wang Lin's body suddenly trembled. He suddenly opened his eyes and stared at the rainwater in front of him, muttering, "I have understood life and death. All that remains is the origin of this rainwater." Wang Lin's eyes showed a pensive expression as he looked at the rain in front of him. The rain transformation technique from his inheritance echoing in his mind. Gradually, his eyes grew brighter and brighter, until finally, in the rainy night, they shone like lamps. "I don't care whether this rainwater lives or dies. I only need to remember that this water comes from heaven." Wang Lin raised his head, staring at the clouds in the sky. The rainwater covering the earth fell from those clouds. There are only clouds in the sky. The rain follows the clouds. Wang Lin, lost in thought, spread his consciousness, but instead of merging into the rain, he soared like a kite in the wind, directly merging into the clouds on the horizon. He immediately sensed a vast amount of heaven and earth elemental energy. This elemental energy was unstable, rapidly colliding, and with each collision, large raindrops were expelled from the clouds and fell to the earth. Wang Lin's eyes flashed with brilliance, his body flicked, and he directly ascended from the mountaintop, stepping into the rain. Like a ladder to heaven, he ascended step by step, merging into the clouds. The moment he entered the clouds, flashes of lightning streaked through them, and thunder rumbled throughout the heavens. However, this thunder posed no obstacle to Wang Lin. As he entered the clouds, his consciousness expanded even more intensely. In his continuous enlightenment, a smile gradually appeared on his lips. A moment later, he emerged from the clouds and with a single step arrived at another part of the planet. Here, a large amount of water vapor rose into the void. This vapor was invisible. Only when Wang Lin used his divine consciousness could he barely detect it. As this vapor rose, it gradually formed a thin layer of clouds in the air. These clouds were ethereal, difficult to see with the naked eye. "I understand now, W." Yang Lin chuckled, spreading his hands and pressing them towards the ground below. His primal energy dispersed, and immediately the water vapor between heaven and earth became denser. The vapor, as if controlled from the ground, quickly condensed in the air. In Wang Lin's hands, the space twisted, and a moment later, a dark cloud appeared. The moment this dark cloud appeared, it quickly solidified, and finally, a layer of cloud suddenly materialized in Wang Lin's hands. Wang Lin's divine consciousness swept through the area, and suddenly lightning appeared within the clouds. As Wang Lin's divine consciousness trembled, thunder rumbled within the clouds, and at the same time, large raindrops fell from the clouds. The Nirvana stage focuses on understanding the rules. Rules are the true powerful force of a second stage cultivator. However, rules are vague and elusive, making understanding them extremely difficult. This is also why there aren't many second stage cultivators, and some, even after finding the rules and significantly improving their cultivation, still end up stopping. Their divine abilities aren't even powerful. The reason is that their understanding of the rules is passive, not active. Vaguely, Wang Lin touched upon a trace of a rule. A smile appeared on his face, and as he opened his hands, the clouds in his hands gradually became transparent, finally disappearing without a trace. With a long laugh, he reached the mountaintop, standing there and gazing at the clouds in the sky. At this moment, the rain falling from the sky, just 3 inches away from Wang Lin, instantly transformed into a gentle mist and dissipated. Gradually, a layer of mist appeared around Wang Lin's body. This scene was exactly like when Yanlazi had arrived earlier, turning rain into mist. However, the mist that formed around Wang Lin appeared very thin and unstable, unlike Yanlazi's, who, with a mere thought, could shatter the heavens and earth with the mist surrounding his body. But if Yanlazi's divine consciousness were to descend upon this planet at this moment and see the mist around Wang Lin's body after the rain fell, he would surely be shocked. Because this mist was not a transformation of divine power created by the manipulation of primal energy, but rather a manifestation of having touched upon the rules. This is using a kind of force of rules, not intentionally, but invisibly altering the space outside the body, causing the raindrops to instantly transform into mist. This mist is a kind of divine ability, wielding immense power at will. Immortal Emperor Bai Fan is truly a divine being. Wang Lin sighed. His rain transformation divine ability is the Qingshui inheritance, a technique of Immortal Emperor Bai Fan. Understanding this technique allows one to naturally touch upon the rules. This is absolutely not something ordinary immortal techniques can achieve. It's likely that among countless immortal techniques, only a very few can reach this effect. Rain follows the clouds, and these clouds also condense from water. However, without wind, the clouds cannot form. The inheritance that Qingshui bestowed upon Wang Lin wasn't an enlightenment, but rather an understanding of the rules. Thus, after his enlightenment, Wang Lin felt even more grateful to Qingshui. I didn't expect that Sichuan back then also possessed the rules. A scene flashed through Wang Lin's mind. Sichuan, after emerging from the heaven-defying pearl, was in the rain. Looking up, he shouted, "Disperse for me." In that instant, the rainwater swirled, forming a large expanse of mist that then dissipated. Even the clouds in the sky shattered, revealing a clear expanse. At that moment, he felt an indescribable tremor emanating from Sichuan, causing the space to tremble, as if all things retreated, submitting before it. It was just these feelings. After all, Wang Lin's cultivation level at that time was too low. He was fundamentally incapable of touching the rules, and didn't have the qualifications for it. But thinking back now, Sichuan had clearly touched the rules at that time. Wang Lin sighed. With his current cultivation level, he could clearly see it. So that's how it all was. Wang Lin silently thought back to over 1,000 years ago, when he first obtained the heaven-defying pearl. At that time, there was a layer of clouds on the heaven-defying pearl. This layer of clouds needed to absorb the moisture in the heavens and earth to grow. Thinking back now, Wang Lin's mind suddenly became clear, and he could only smile wryly. In fact, many things have always existed around us. It's just that, without reaching that level, one wouldn't notice them, and even if they saw them, they wouldn't understand. At this moment, Wang Lin completely understood. I never thought that only today, after 1,000 years, would I understand the rules of the water element within the heaven-defying pearl, and this element was also revealed by the heaven-defying pearl from the very beginning. Even now, I haven't fully grasped it, only touched upon it slightly. Wang Lin touched his forehead, his eyes filled with emotion. He watched the raindrops falling from the sky, gently waved his right hand forward, and whispered, "Disperse." With this wave of his hand, the mist surrounding his body quickly dispersed. At the same time, the rain in the entire world suddenly trembled, and a large amount of mist transformed, roaring like a raging storm, directly sweeping away. Under the attack of this whirlwind of mist, the endless layers of clouds on the horizon immediately collapsed. With a thunderous roar, as if a giant hand had swept across, those layers of clouds quickly retreated, finally completely dissipating. The entire world was bathed in a vast expanse of clear sky. The sunlight shone down, bringing warmth, and the earth carried the scent of damp soil after the rain. A few drops of rainwater still clung to the leaves of countless plants. A rainbow appeared on the horizon, a scene like a celestial paradise. Under such a climate, even the beasts on the ground, having emerged from their hiding places, didn't roar, only softly chirping towards the sky. Several birds, their cheerful songs echoing from nowhere, circled in the air, clearly indicating that the prolonged rainy season had kept them from spreading their wings for a long time. Wang Lin's eyes were calm. His right hand formed a hand seal, and immediately, a 10-jong radius before him was filled with black wind, transforming into 2 black dragons. As the black dragons blew the dark wind, it instantly merged with the mist, also possessing a hint of cloudiness. Within the mist, rainwater condensed, and the surrounding elemental energy surged wildly in that instant. With just a slight thought from Wang Lin, the rainwater in the mist would instantly fall upon the heavens and earth. The rain-changing technique, enlightenment. Wang Lin raised his right hand, the mist dissipated, the black dragon vanished, and everything returned to peace. The big-headed boy watched this scene, his pupils contracting, remaining silent. He felt even more awe towards Wang Lin. Lei Ji opened his eyes from his enlightenment, a glint in them, his heart overflowing with emotion. He thought to himself, this is the power of rules. I've seen it before when a few powerful cultivators cast spells. In his silence, he became even more convinced, his reverence for Wang Lin growing stronger. As for Tower Mountain, he acted as if he saw nothing, remaining seated in meditation with his eyes closed. Wang Lin sat cross-legged, his expression calm. Having understood the rain-changing technique, the next thing that interested him most was the scattering beans to form soldiers technique. At this moment, at the border between the western and northern parts of the Star Alliance, a series of illusory figures were flying rapidly through the air. Their speed was incredibly fast, often flashing and disappearing in an instant. These figures weren't just one, but countless in number. Large ripples appeared in the starry sky ahead, and amidst these undulating ripples, the illusory figures moved faster and faster. Not long after entering the western part of the Alliance, a group of Luoxia cultivators appeared in front, led by the six-fingered cultivator. He led his small group directly towards the northern part of the Alliance. The western part of the Alliance was clearly occupied entirely by Luoxia, so the six-fingered cultivator, acting as a vanguard, naturally wanted to lead the way to the north. Along the way, he was extremely cautious, his divine sense spread out, instantly detecting any slightest movement. These illusory figures, upon seeing the more than 100 people behind the six-fingered cultivator, immediately changed direction and flew straight towards them. The six-fingered cultivator, who was walking in front, suddenly recoiled in shock, a sharp pain instantly shooting through the sixth finger of his right hand. Terrified, he stopped abruptly, only to see countless densely packed illusory figures in front of him. His pupils contracted at the sight, and he patted his storage bag, producing a communication talisman. After crushing the talisman, he didn't retreat but advanced, intending to unleash his divine power. But in that instant, the illusory figures in front of him split in two, half circled around him, while the other half instantly lunged towards the group of cultivators behind the six-fingered cultivator. A series of agonizing screams echoed, and fluctuations of divine magic surged in all directions. A moment later, the six-fingered cultivator, his face filled with terror, quickly retreated. But the moment he lunged forward, a large number of black phantoms immediately pursued him, continuously merging into his body. With each phantom merging into his body, the six-fingered cultivator's body trembled. After retreating several meters, his footsteps halted, his eyes flashing with a strange light before returning to normal. The six-fingered cultivator lowered his head to look at his body, a sinister smile appearing on his lips. He muttered, "This body, it's all right for now." Behind him, a group of Luoxia cultivators emerged, each with a sinister smile on their faces. The Luoxia plan devised by the Zhuan Palace must begin. After this dramatic turn of events, our task is not just to eliminate Sumu, but to wipe out all the remaining remnants, this time. The four venerables have deployed the Black Killing Demon Venerable and the Tao Origin Heavenly Venerable. At this moment, Luo Jia will know that the gates of our Star Alliance are not so easy to enter. In Qing Shui's inheritance, Wang Lin understood that among the divine abilities of Immortal Emperor Bai Fan, such as summoning wind and rain and scattering beams to form soldiers, scattering beams to form soldiers was the most powerful. Even Qing Shui cherished scattering beams to form soldiers immensely. This technique was one of the great divine abilities that made a name for itself in the immortal realm back then. Wang Lin was also extremely eager for this technique. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. After thoroughly understanding the scattering beams to form soldiers technique of the Qing Shui inheritance, he suddenly opened his eyes. The immortal essence crystal, the size of a child's fist, in his body immediately began to spin rapidly. As the immortal essence crystal spun, a large amount of immortal energy circulated within Wang Lin's body. The elemental power in his body slowly concealed itself, leaving only the concentrated immortal essence. Wang Lin's entire body now exuded a large amount of immortal energy, making him look like a true immortal. The big-headed boy beside him carefully observed, and at this moment, he sighed inwardly. He still couldn't understand why Wang Lin had immortal essence in his body. He clearly remembered that this person hadn't entered the ascension pool. However, he didn't dare ask this question. Seeing the immortal energy swirling around Wang Lin's body, he immediately smiled wryly. He thought to himself that he had only obtained immortal essence by transforming his own mental state, but Su Mu's mental state existed simultaneously with the immortal essence. Following the movement of immortal essence within his body, Wang Lin, based on the Qing Shui's understanding of the scattering beams to form soldiers technique in his inheritance, struck out with the hand seals unique to this technique. The scattering beams to form soldiers technique first requires opening the cycle of reincarnation, extracting the souls of those killed, then automatically integrating the killing souls into the space formed by the divine ability, finally creating the scattering beams to form soldiers. The strength of this divine ability varies from person to person. Bai Fan's scattering beams to form soldiers technique, when unleashed, fills the heavens and earth, leaving few able to resist. Similarly, Qing Shui's technique, with its overwhelming slaughter, shakes people's minds and forces them into submission. The moment he cast the hand seal, the immortal essence within Wang Lin's body surged, merging into the seal through his palms. The heavens and earth seemed to instantly change color, and in front of Wang Lin, streams of immortal energy rapidly flew out from his hands. These streams of immortal energy intertwined and merged, slowly rotating. Initially, the rotation wasn't fast, but as the immortal essence within Wang Lin's body circulated, it accelerated, eventually forming a swirling vortex. With a roaring sound, this vortex expanded. In an instant, a massive vortex several meters in diameter formed in front of Wang Lin. Because of its incredibly fast speed, if one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to discern any movement with the naked eye. It appeared motionless. Yet the movement within it had already reached its peak. If Wang Lin's immortal essence had remained at its previous level before reaching the 17th layer of the immortal tribe, he wouldn't have been able to sustain this vortex. He feared that after only half of it, the immortal beams would shatter, and the immortal essence in his body would dissipate. Even now, after absorbing a large amount of supplementary immortal essence, his immortal beams had grown to the size of a child's fist. Yet Wang Lin could still feel the immortal essence rapidly dissipating. The duration of this vortex would absolutely not exceed 3 days. Wang Lin knew that this vortex was using immortal essence power to open his own cycle of reincarnation. In reality, this was just a divine ability, and the key to its execution was memory, causing the user to immerse themselves in their own memories and extract every soul they had killed. Although it's said to be just memory, under this divine power it is extremely real, and moreover, all the extracted souls possess a little of their cultivation from when they were alive. Thus they can become the soul-shattering soldiers. The longer the time drags on, the more immortal essence will be lost. If it is not successful after 3 days, the immortal essence in the body will be cut off, and the vortex will shatter. The moment the vortex opened, the primordial thunder dragon's primordial spirit in Wang Lin's forehead rushed out and directly into the vortex. The moment it entered the vortex immediately shrank, finally pressing against Wang Lin's forehead and continuously rotating. Silence reigned all around. Wang Lin's primordial spirit, transformed into the form of the primordial thunder dragon, was like being trapped in a passage of time, moving inside and gradually transforming, finally taking on a human form. In just about half an hour, the passage reached its end. As he emerged, a dazzling light immediately shone upon him. Wang Lin lowered his head and saw that it was indeed the Hengyu sect of the Vermilion Bird Star. He saw two young men. One of them was sweating profusely, struggling to perform the gravity technique. The other, a young man controlled by the gravity technique, held a dagger in his hand. The young man swung his axe fiercely, striking down at the other's head. A blood-curdling scream rang out, and Wang Lin clearly saw a soul fly out, quickly merging into his own primordial spirit. I didn't kill this person. Why? Wang Lin pondered, immediately feeling a powerful force tearing through his primordial spirit. In an instant, his vision blurred, and he found himself in a place on the main road. He saw a young man in black clothes performing a spell, fighting against a middle-aged man. Before long, the middle-aged man died with a pained groan. Beside him stood a gloomy young man who calmly said, "He is a disciple of old man Tixing. We must leave immediately." The middle-aged man died, his soul flying out and merging into Wang Lin's primordial spirit. The scene before him changed again, once more a cave in the dense forest. Wang Lin saw himself devouring Tang Li's foundation establishment, Tang Li's soul flying out and merging into Wang Lin's primordial spirit. Scene after scene, from Zhao Kingdom to the Yin sect, then to the Juming Valley, the outer battlefield, the fire-burning kingdom, then in the cultivation demon sea, the dragon scales binding thousands of corpses, and the 10,000 demons 100 days slaying order. Returning to Zhao Kingdom, the bloody massacre of the Tang family, the battle in the Snow Region Kingdom, the scene in the Immortal Realm, finally killing the Snow Region ancestor, destroying the giant demon ancestor, the war between the Immortal tribe and the Vermilion Bird Kingdom. Then entering the Vermilion Bird's tomb. All of these things made Wang Lin feel as if he were reliving his entire life. The Heavenly Fortune Sect, the Demon Spirit Land, the Roaring Slaughter Sword Technique, the Luotia Star Domain, the Illusion Family Ancestor, the Blood Ancestor of the Thunder Immortal Realm, the slaughter of immortals in the Netherworld beasts, the annihilation of the Ya family members in the Luotia Western Domain. Everything continued until the Thunder Immortal Palace, a long internal struggle for titles. Finally, the memory stopped, and Wang Lin felt his primordial spirit tremble, as if a powerful force was pulling him upwards. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, his whole body drenched in sweat, everything before him still on that mountain. In the instant he regained consciousness, the vortex at his forehead stopped spinning, transforming into streams of immortal essence that merged into Wang Lin's body. The immortal essence crystal, the size of a child's fist, had shrunk by nearly 6 parts. As Wang Lin relived it, he felt a deep sense of awe. If it were a dream, he might even be confused, wondering if he was still trapped in a dream. What powerful immortal techniques! Wang Lin sighed. The immortal techniques of Immortal Emperor Bai Fan were also a fusion of many immortal techniques, ultimately refining their essence into a single divine ability. But cultivating them required going through all of them. Wang Lin pondered for a moment, his heart already having made a decision regarding the second step of the scattering beans to form soldiers technique. He carefully reconsidered, and after confirming his decision, his mind stirred slightly, and immediately, the yellow springs materialized above his head. The yellow springs flowed like a river, its overflowing resentment filling the sky. But under Wang Lin's control, the yellow springs immediately merged into a circle, instantly filling the air with an overwhelming aura. Wang Lin stared at the yellow springs in the sky. He took a deep breath, opened his mouth, and spat out an object, the wind immortal seal. The seal flashed and instantly floated into the air. In midair, it merged with the yellow springs, and immediately the immortal seal was covered with over 100,000 golden runes. These 100,000 golden runes spread out and merged into the yellow springs. In an instant, the yellow springs seemed to boil, and as the golden runes continuously merged, it underwent astonishing transformations. The entire yellow springs, carrying 100,000 golden runes, swept across the horizon, finally merging into the immortal seal. With the complete fusion, a flash of dark light appeared, and the desolate planet where Wang Lin was located was immediately enveloped in a powerful pressure. This pressure originated from the immortal seal. The appearance of the immortal seal had changed. The golden runes were gone, replaced by a dark black mass. However, a very powerful aura emanated widely from within this dark seal, as if countless vengeful spirits were howling and struggling to break free. What was even more astonishing was that the entire immortal seal had several circular markings dividing it into 18 layers. Each layer emitted a dense aura of resentment, and a dark, sealing light flickered within. The deeper one went, the stronger the resentment became. This was the world Wang Lin created for the purpose of forming an army. Bai Fin had the Void Realm, Qing Shui had the Prison Realm of Slaughter. But Wang Lin had the 18 layers of hell in the Reincarnation Realm, using the Immortal Seal as its core. Using the Immortal Seal as the Earth, the Golden Talisman as the Seal, the Yellow Springs as the cycle of reincarnation, and the overflowing resentment within to complete the 18 layers of hell. The souls contained within the 18 layers of hell became stronger the further down. At this point, from the 15th layer downwards, there were no souls, but in the 14th layer, there was only one. This soul was shrouded in a mist of blood, and when its figure emerged, it would radiate overwhelming hatred. It was the blood ancestor whom Wang Lin had killed. On the 13th floor, over 100 immortal souls of the immortal tribe, killed by Wang Lin, remained condensed and undissipated. A series of mournful, frenzied roars emanated from them as they tried to break free, but were ultimately completely sealed within. Among them were members of the Ya family killed by Wang Lin. Furthermore, some souls of cultivators who had reached the Yang realm or higher in the Luotia star domain were also trapped inside. The scattering beams to form soldiers technique is an extremely powerful immortal art, extracting all the souls of those killed from the cycle of reincarnation for one's own use. Wang Lin stood up, staring intently at the 18 layers of hell above. A vortex appeared in his forehead, his primordial spirit surging out, and he spat out a mouthful of primordial spirit essence. Within this breath of vital energy, countless dark energies enveloped it, rushing straight towards the 18 layers of hell under the immortal seal. These dark energies were indeed all the people Wang Lin had killed. As they approached, their strength was absorbed by the layers according to their power. At the same time, Wang Lin patted his storage bag, and the soul banner immediately flew out. His eyes flashed with a sharp light, revealing boundless calmness. Without hesitation, he shook the soul banner, and it immediately opened, the souls within it surging out wildly. The number of souls in the soul banner was immense, constantly flying out and merging into the 18 layers of hell. Gradually, the resentment in the 18 layers of hell under the immortal seal intensified, and waves of mournful, frenzied screams emanated from it. If any mortal heard this sound, they would immediately faint from fright. Even the mentally disturbed monks were violently shaken, because this sound was the roar condensed from countless vengeful spirits. The spirits of countless people Wang Lin had killed throughout his life. In this respect, most powerful figures like the Blood Ancestor, Immortals, and members of the Ya family, although their souls and cultivation were not as strong as when they were alive. The combined attack power was something that ordinary cultivators could not withstand. Moreover, there were countless souls in the soul banner after the fusion. These 18 layers of hell truly deserved their name. Except for a few major main souls, all the others were gone from the soul banner. Wang Lin retrieved the soul banner. If it weren't for the fact that this banner was given to him by Dentia, he would have been moved and would have integrated it into the immortal seal today. These are my 18 layers of hell, the cycle of reincarnation. Wang Lin stood up, his eyes flashing with cold light. He stared at the 18 layers of hell and shouted in a low voice. As his voice spread, the mournful roars from the 18 layers of hell intensified, enveloping the entire planet. The first to be unable to bear it were the numerous beasts on the planet, all of them immediately scattering in frustration. If Wang Lin hadn't controlled them, once the mournful roars completely dissipated, those beasts would have instantly shattered. Several cultivators guarding the place also turned pale and quickly flew away, their minds shaken. They didn't want to stay there for even a moment. The large-headed boy took another breath, staring blankly at the 18 layers of hell formed by the winged immortal seal in the air. With his cultivation, he could tell at a glance the extraordinary nature of this treasure. Lei Ji's pupils contracted, facing the 18 layers of hell emitting a dark light in the air. A feeling of dread unexpectedly arose in his heart. Wang Lin patted his storage bag, and two luminous spheres immediately appeared in his hand. These were two primordial spirits. One of them was indeed the deputy hall master of the inner grudge hall of the Yin sect, and the other was something this person had previously offered to save his life. After a moment of contemplation, he didn't send these two primordial spirits into the 18 layers of hell, but instead put them into his storage bag. Both of these primordial spirits were extremely precious early-stage nirvana primordial spirits, which were very beneficial for restoring cultivation. Wang Lin kept them for future use. At this moment, he stood up and stared at the sky, his right hand forming a hand seal and pointing. "Leave this place." Wang Lin's expression was calm as he stepped forward. Lei Ji and the others immediately stood up and followed closely behind. At this moment, the entire western part of the Star Alliance was occupied by Luoxia cultivators. A large number of Luoxia cultivators entered the Star Alliance through the torn-open passage, and after occupying the cultivation planets everywhere, they effectively transformed the area into Luoxia territory. As the entire western part was occupied, the dark clouds in the hearts of the Luoxia cultivators grew thicker and thicker. It's worth noting that the entire Western Alliance surprisingly lacked any 7th-level cultivation nations, only a few 6th-level ones, a very strange phenomenon. However, after such a long time without any major events, although doubts arose, the Luoxia cultivators, under the command of the Thunder Immortal Palace, launched a new round of attacks, this time targeting the Northern Alliance. Teams of Luoxia cultivators, riding on Swordlight, soared through the skies of the Western Alliance. Wherever they passed, the starry sky seemed to tremble, emitting a screeching sound as if about to shatter. The sword energy of tens of thousands of flying swords scattered, causing the wind and clouds to change color, the sky and earth turning gray. The flying swords surged forward, tearing through the earth and sky with the might of a rainbow stretching across the heavens, as if creating the world. Groups of Luoxia cultivators, carrying killing intent, flew up from a certain place on the cultivation planet and joined the great army, constantly advancing. A ball of green fire appeared at the feet of Yan Lei, and numerous cultivators gathered around him. His expression was grim. In recent days, although he had killed his way into the Star Alliance, he had a vague sense of danger, a very deep danger. He tried to calculate with his fingers, but it was obscured by a blood-red light, making it impossible to see clearly. This time, continuing the offensive in the northern region was also a last resort. After all, they had been stuck in the western region for too long. Having come this far, they couldn't retreat without fighting. Knowing that the Cultivation Alliance definitely had ulterior motives, they still had to move forward. Even if there were ulterior motives, I am not afraid. Moreover, it's not just the Cultivation Alliance that has backup plans. In this respect, Luoxia, have also made thorough preparations to counter any potential conspiracies from the Cultivation Alliance. Yan Lei's eyes flashed with cold light, revealing a murderous aura. The majority of Luoxia cultivators in the Western Alliance, riding on sword light and carrying a murderous aura, flew rapidly out of the Western region towards the Northern Alliance. As the cultivator Luoxia advanced into the Northern Alliance, at that very moment, on a cultivation planet in the Western Alliance occupied by Luoxia, a desolate aura suddenly emanated. This aura quickly exploded, and in an instant, a destructive attack erupted from the planet. Over 100 cultivators stationed on the planet, their faces changing drastically, swiftly flew out. The moment they emerged, everything they saw became their last. The entire planet shook violently, reaching its peak. It seemed as if the planet had instantly experienced the passage of time, enveloped in endless death energy, and unbelievably, it began to shrink. It contracted frantically, as if a force was compressing it, causing the planet to continuously shrink and contract. In just a moment, the once enormous cultivation planet was unexpectedly compressed to only a fraction of its original size. At this instant, a surge of destructive energy erupted, and the entire planet shattered with a deafening roar. This collapse immediately generated an unimaginable force, transforming into a destructive whirlwind that swept in all directions. The 100 or so cultivators were completely unable to dodge and were instantly engulfed by the whirlwind. Their bodies were annihilated, and even their souls were utterly destroyed by this destructive force. Amidst the earth-shattering roar, this shattered cultivation planet carried with it a thick, pungent, bloodthirsty aura, as if intent on wiping out all living beings. This kind of action was unlike anything a cultivator could do. Only a heartless, inhuman being would destroy a planet in such a manner. The resounding explosion echoed, and the entire starry sky around the shattered planet was instantly torn apart by the whirlwind's sweeping and frenzied expansion. These cracks were numerous, almost merging into a massive swath in an instant. Within tens of thousands of miles, every cultivator in the Luoxia realm who was affected by this whirlwind had their bodies instantly annihilated, their souls wiped out. In that moment, it wasn't just one cultivation planet, but all of them. All the cultivation stars in the Western Alliance shattered violently in that instant, transforming into swirling vortexes that engulfed the entire Western Alliance. Only the Cultivation Alliance could afford such a price. Cultivator Luotia, you have come, and I will destroy the Western Star Domain to bury all of you within. Without sparing any living beings on all the cultivation planets in the Western Alliance, they carried out a world-shattering plan called the Deluo. The frenzied collapse of the entire Western Alliance intensified, with each collapsing cultivation planet generating an endless force that transformed into a whirlwind. This whirlwind swept across the heavens and earth, causing massive cracks to appear in the starry sky. These cracks multiplied, eventually merging into a single mass. A deafening roar filled the air. The entire Western Alliance seemed to be on the brink of doom. The large-scale collapse resulted in countless fissures in the starry sky. Moreover, countless fragments of rock mixed with destructive force were continuously shot out in all directions. The Western Star Domain was like the heavens and earth were reversed. The universe was no more. The whirlwinds everywhere finally merged together, forming a devastating onslaught. Countless Luotia cultivators, struggling but unable to even cry out, were swept away and perished by this whirlwind. Furthermore, as the rift in the starry sky continued to widen, endless icy winds blew out and merged with the whirlwind, unexpectedly forming a massive vortex that covered nearly half of the western part of the starry sky, completely cutting off the passage connecting the Luotia cultivators to the northern part of the starry sky. When the whirlwind somewhat dissipated, countless illusory figures materialized, and teleportation arrays everywhere twisted and reappeared in the Star Alliance. Cultivators of the Cultivation Alliance stepped out in droves. Kill! A deafening roar suddenly echoed through the starry sky. Yan Lazy's eyes flashed with red light. He had anticipated everything, but he hadn't expected the Cultivation Alliance to have such a decisive move, destroying the entire western part of the starry sky in an unimaginable attack. At the same time, in the Northern Alliance, amidst the whistling of swords, the cultivators of the Star Domain Alliance instantly advanced in droves, their eyes bloodthirsty. A thick aura of killing intent emanating from them as they charged straight towards the terrified Luotia cultivators. In the starry sky, ripples appeared within the army of cultivators in the Northern Alliance, and a black-robed old man, radiating overwhelming killing intent and a long, mocking laugh, stepped forward. Yan Lazy, long time no see. Do you still remember me, the black killing demon venerable? The red light in Yan Lazy's eyes intensified, his expression showing no sign of panic at this earth-shattering turn of events. He calmly said, "Is this your plan? Very well. Then now, let me show you the divine power of our Luotia cultivators." Yan Lazy raised his right hand, pointing towards the sky. Instantly, the entire starry sky trembled, and an enormous crack unexpectedly and silently tore open, a crack as large as a chasm stretching across the heavens and earth. At the same time, an immense pressure continuously emanated from within, and 18 10-foot-tall blood spheres, filled with crimson, slowly descended. You Cultivation Alliance can pay a heavy price to destroy the western region. How could we, Luotia, not be prepared? Let's see who wins in this first encounter. However many of our Luotia people you kill, I will kill as many of your alliance members. Yan Lazy's words revealed immense confidence. As the 18 10-foot-tall blood spheres descended, the starry sky was instantly filled with an oppressive pressure. This pressure had no effect on the surrounding Luotia cultivators. They only saw flashes of red light emanating from their bodies. But for the Alliance cultivators who were charging forward, it caused a violent tremor in their minds. At this moment, all the cultivators of the Alliance felt as if the entire heaven and earth were pressing down on them, causing their blood to rush through their veins. All sounds were cut off, and they could only hear their rapidly accelerating heartbeats. They even felt dizzy. The 18 10-foot-tall blood spheres were the result of countless generations of blood from their ancestors in the Luotia Star Domain, accumulated over tens of thousands of years. Furthermore, these two ancient cultivation families had meticulously refined them using their inherited secret techniques under immense sacrifice. They were among the most prized treasures of their respective clans. These objects held immense prestige in the ancient cultivation world. Their name was the 18 Blood Spheres. Luofu was originally a famous mountain for cultivation in ancient times, but in one night it mysteriously shattered, and all the cultivators on the mountain died instantly, their blood gushing out. Their blood condensed on Luofu Mountain, transforming into a 10-jang-tall blood sphere. This is the origin of Luofu. Afterwards, many ancient cultivators came here to study and observe it. Although they couldn't find the cause, they gained enlightenment about this Luofu blood sphere. And from then on, they gradually developed the divine power of the Luofu blood sphere. However, this blood sphere was extremely vicious, and the probability of successfully refining it was not high. Although it possessed miraculous power, it could not be mass-produced. The power of these 18 Luofu blood spheres is mainly manifested in their oppressive aura. Each blood sphere represents one layer of oppressive aura, and when 18 Luofu blood spheres descend simultaneously, the oppressive aura of this place reached an unbelievable level. Apart from that, any cultivator within this area who had previously infused fresh blood into their blood cells would not only be immune to the oppressive power, but could also improve their cultivation level in a short period of time under the 18 Luofu. The black-faced demon lord's expression was grim as he stared intently at the 18 blood orbs in the air, about to launch an attack. But at that moment, Blood God Sun emerged from the starry sky, his laughter echoing as he blocked their path. Flame Thunder Sun's expression remained unchanged. He pointed his right hand backward. This single gesture seemed capable of piercing through the void, directly traversing the spatial rift from the Northern Alliance and entering the passage between the Luotia star domain and the Northern Alliance star domain. At this moment, tens of thousands of cultivators were gathered in the Luotia star domain, their combined cultivation power swirling around an object in their midst. That object was a tree, but this tree was tens of thousands of feet long and nearly 1,000 feet wide. The sky-supporting giant tree. 300,000 years ago, this tree was discovered by the Thunder Immortal Palace. Legend says that when the ancient immortal realm still existed, this tree was the giant tree that supported the ancient immortal realm. Of the 4 great immortal realms, only this tree of Luotia remains relatively intact. The others have all disintegrated during the collapse of the immortal realms that year. A surge of immortal energy enveloped the heavens and earth. This tree, which the Thunder Immortal Palace had kept hidden since its discovery, was now being used as a powerful weapon in the battle against the Alliance. Outside this giant tree, over 10,000 cultivators warred, propelling it forward with immense force. Behind the giant tree were several old masters from the Luotia star domain, including the old man from the Su family and the middle-aged man from the Gongsun family. With everyone's combined strength, the colossal tree, towering thousands of feet tall, charged forward through the passage with a thunderous roar. This giant tree possessed unstoppable power, its speed gradually increasing until it almost formed a whirlwind, causing tremors throughout the heavens and earth. After entering the passage, the giant tree instantly surged out, heading towards the Western Alliance. The attack was incredibly fast, accompanied by a sharp, piercing shriek that could shake the mind. The power contained within was almost unimaginable. The barrier formed by countless interconnected cracks was completely ineffective against the attack of this giant tree. Amidst the deafening explosions, large ripples spread rapidly and intensely outwards. At the center of these ripples, the giant tree roared forward, forcefully tearing open a gap. Around the giant tree, especially behind it, numerous Luotia cultivators followed, all charging into the Star Alliance with murderous intent. The Alliance cultivators outside the barrier, appearing as illusory figures and using teleportation arrays, all changed color, wanting to dodge, but under the attack of the giant tree, they were completely unable to escape. Within the whirlwind formed by the charging giant tree, even those far away were powerfully sucked in. A few cultivators were directly struck by this giant tree, their bodies instantly shattering, their souls disintegrating into large fragments of blood mist. However, this blood mist was insignificant compared to the colossal tree. The 18 Luo talismans were the first of the 3 great divine abilities of the Luotia star domain, and the colossal tree before them, which once supported the ancient immortal realm, was the second, yet it was far from over. As the giant tree cleared a path, dense ripples immediately appeared along the barrier formed by the cracks. From deep within, bordering the Luotia star domain, a roar that shook the entire Western Alliance erupted. Under this roar, the bodies of many Alliance cultivators in the Western region were violently shaken, and some even had blood gushing from their orifices. A fiercely powerful and frenzied force surged out. In the passage connecting the 2 realms, a colossal cultivation planet slowly emerged. A large expanse of mist enveloped this planet, giving it a somewhat eerie appearance. The moment it emerged, the mist quickly contracted, disappearing instantly only to reappear from within, forming a sphere with countless tentacles of immense length. That thing was clearly Wang Yue. Wang Yu's eyes were now blazing red, revealing boundless rage. It was almost insane. After emerging from the passage, its tentacles thrashed about, and its colossal body lunged forward. Grr! A deep crack opened in Wang Yu's mouth, and with a roar, a powerful force transformed into a whirlwind, sweeping forward. In an instant, the spatial rifts ahead were torn apart like paper, swept back by the gale. However, just as this roaring sound approached the giant tree, a beam of light immediately enveloped it, like an eggshell, preventing the roaring sound from stopping and passing through. Wang Yu's furious roar was so intense that it caused a shattering of the starry sky. In the void in front of the giant tree, the moment Wang Yu's roar passed, a distortion occurred, and a somewhat disheveled old man in a white Taoist robe was forcefully pushed out. His face was extremely grim, his eyes seemingly able to penetrate the starry sky. Seeing Wang Yue charging out, he quickly retreated without hesitation, but at that moment, the colossal tree roared towards him. The old man was none other than Dao Yuan Tianzun, one of the 4 venerables of the Cultivation Alliance. He sighed inwardly, shook his head, and retreated even faster. But the moment he retreated, the Xiang family patriarch and the man surnamed Gongsun, who were atop the themed giant tree, transformed into 2 streaks of rainbow light and shot out from the giant tree, heading straight towards him. Why the alliance of fellow cultivators in such a hurry? The old man of the Xiang family laughed, waving his sleeves, and immediately a crimson wind filled the heavens and earth, instantly covering 1,000 miles. This great battle, with the western and northern parts of the alliance as the battlefield, was filled with madness, the sounds of fierce fighting and slashing, and countless magical artifacts flashing with light. From afar, it was a scene of myriad colors. Waves of magical power condensed into clouds that spread endlessly. In this fierce battle, cultivators on both sides, Luocha and the alliance, would instantly perish if they were careless. Especially Wang Yue, who kept advancing, seemingly able to distinguish Luocha cultivators, surprisingly rarely attack Luocha cultivators, but instead focused the vast majority of her attacks on the alliance. In a short time, the Star Domain Alliance immediately fell into a disadvantageous position. At this time, Wang Lin was also in the western part of the alliance. Lei Ji's body had shrunk, transforming into a towering figure 3 jam tall, leading the way. The large-headed boy followed closely behind Wang Lin. As for Ta Shan, he was also beside him, his eyes gleaming with cold light as he cautiously observed his surroundings. Wang Lin's gaze remained calm. Along the way, he encountered several alliance cultivators. Upon seeing Wang Lin, these individuals almost instantly changed their expressions and fled without a word, clearly having recognized the cultivation level of Wang Lin's group. However, there were also some blind fools who, thinking their cultivation was sufficient or their numbers were large, hesitated before charging straight towards Wang Lin. Without exception, all of these were directly annihilated by Wang Lin. As they traveled, the stench of blood permeated the entire Western Alliance. The further Wang Lin went, the more cultivators he encountered, but ultimately, not many dared to advance. Wang Lin didn't exude even a hint of killing intent, but Lei Ji, Ta Shan, and the big-headed boy were all filled with murderous aura, like sharp swords charging forward. Along the way, Wang Lin looked around. The familiar starry sky had unexpectedly shattered, with rifts tearing through it with a howling sound. All of this indicated that the Western Alliance had been completely abandoned. However, these rifts, upon reaching Wang Lin, seemed to be deflected by a strange force. If any old monster at or above the 2nd stage of pure nirvana were to witness this, their eyes would undoubtedly widen in astonishment. This was a sign of the initial grasp of the rules. While the nirvana stage involves contact with rules, there's a clear difference between contact and the initial grasp. Understanding the rules is what only pure nirvana can achieve. Wang Lin hasn't reached pure nirvana yet, but with the enlightenment of heaven's reversal, he has a faint trace of pure nirvana aura on this point, although this aura is still very weak. At that moment, a woman in purple robes suddenly appeared in the distant starry sky, her face showing a bitter expression. She bit her lower lip, and the sword light beneath her feet was weak, as if it could dissipate at any moment. Behind her, several cultivators from the Star Alliance flew swiftly, one of them a middle-aged man with a faint smile on his face, rapidly chasing after her. It's her with his divine sense. Wang Lin could see the woman in the distance at a glance. Shi Zifeng bit her lip. She had originally traveled to the Alliance Star domain with her family, but just before the explosion, she was swept away by a powerful force. She was then separated from her family, and it took a great effort for her to regain her composure. But now, the scene before her was nothing short of hellish. Similarly, Shi Yifeng's beauty attracted the attention of the Alliance cultivators, and some immediately pursued her. Shi Zifeng felt anxious and gritted her teeth, increasing her speed. However, the impact of that force had damaged her mental faculties, and the constant fleeing had worsened her injuries. The middle-aged man following her sneered coldly. He reached into his storage bag, and a needle appeared. He swung his arm forward, and the needle flashed with a light, hissing as it flew towards Shi Zifeng. La Tian's nun, become my ninth cauldron, ha ha. I've never tasted the flavor of a La Tia woman before. This time, I must try it out. The middle-aged man laughed loudly, his flying sword accelerating. Seeing the needle hurtling towards her back, Shi Zifeng immediately turned, her hands forming a hand seal. Instantly, a golden light appeared before her, attempting to block the needle. However, the needle's speed and force were too great. The moment it struck the light, Shi Zifeng felt an extremely powerful force surge through her, causing her to spit blood and quickly retreat. Her face was pale, devoid of any color. The middle-aged man laughed loudly and rushed forward. However, just as his hand was about to grab Shi Zifeng, a cold voice suddenly rang out. Step back, just two simple words, but they struck the man's ears like thousands upon thousands of thunderclaps exploding at once, creating a deafening roar. The man's cultivation wasn't high. Although stronger than Shi Zifeng, it wasn't exceptionally high either. At this moment, his body trembled, his ears buzzed as if something were blocking them. He could only hear his own heart pounding faster and harder. The sound that entered his ears was like a sharp sword piercing his body, with something destructive. It made his face pale, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. He unconsciously recoiled. In an instant, fear enveloped the middle-aged man. He clearly felt that his body was no longer under his control. It was as if, in a split second, some kind of will had pierced through his hands and taken control of his body, causing him to continuously retreat. Something seemed to be reminding him to obey that will, not to resist. Otherwise, he would die without a burial place. This feeling was something the man had never experienced before. In his panic, he disregarded everything. Although his body was retreating, not a single thought of resistance arose in his heart. That will was like a fluctuating rule in the starry sky, causing the middle-aged man to spit out another mouthful of blood as he retreated. Not only him, but also the cultivators chasing Shi Zifeng were affected by that will, leaving them with no intention of resisting. A whirlwind suddenly appeared in front of Shi Zifeng, pushing back everything that approached her. As they retreated, explosions gradually rang out. These were the cultivators who couldn't withstand that will and exploded. Blood mist spread everywhere, but since this was in the starry sky, it wasn't particularly noticeable. Even their primordial spirits couldn't escape the influence of that will. As their bodies exploded, their primordial spirits were annihilated, preventing their souls from entering reincarnation. They then transformed into faint rays of light and merged into Wang Lin's body, sealed by the 18 layers of hell. The scene unfolded so suddenly that Shi Zifeng could only stare in stunned silence. In her eyes, only the image of one person remained. Wang Lin calmly watched the fleeing cultivators. Just now, a single sentence he uttered contained a newly comprehended rule, combined with the realm of words become law, transforming into a kind of will. The middle-aged man's gaze was utterly terrifying, his heart trembling. He could confirm that the opponent was definitely a powerful cultivator from Luotia. However, he couldn't utter a sound. At this moment, his retreating body suddenly exploded. Such cultivators posed no threat to Wang Lin whatsoever. Just like that year in the land of spirits, when a cold snort from the demon lord caused Wang Lin's body to explode, Wang Lin's power had now reached the same level. The middle-aged man's primordial spirit flew out and immediately disintegrated rapidly. Just as he was about to die, a gentle voice suddenly echoed in the air. Deserving of the title of Luotia, the Thunder Immortal Sumu. As the voice rang out, a figure appeared from afar. He wore a blue robe, appeared to be middle-aged, and had a pale complexion. Behind him, black shadows swirled like a cloak fluttering in the starry sky. The speaker was indeed the six-fingered cultivator. His voice faded into the starry sky, causing the middle-aged man's primordial spirit, which had been escaping Wang Lin's will and was continuously disintegrating, to immediately stop. At this moment, nearly half of his primordial spirit had disintegrated, extremely weak, as if it could disappear at any moment. With a terrified expression, the middle-aged man's primordial spirit immediately fled. Wang Lin's expression remained calm. He waved his right hand, and a whirlwind instantly appeared before him. Immediately afterward, the whirlwind transformed into countless streams of the slaying Luo technique, then merged into one, chasing after the fleeing primordial spirit. The six-fingered cultivator smiled eerily and also pointed his right hand. Instantly, countless shadows behind him separated slightly and rushed straight towards Wang Lin's slaying Luo technique. The two used their primordial spirits to engage in a battle of techniques. The slaying Luo technique and the countless shadows collided right next to the primordial spirit, emitting earth-shattering explosions. After Wang Lin gained some understanding of the rules, the power of the slaying Luo technique increased dramatically. Previously, Wang Lin had only used it unconsciously, without clear rules. Therefore, the true power of the slaying Luo technique wasn't fully unleashed. But now it was completely different. The slaying Luo technique severed all rules, causing the shadows that had just touched it to explode and disappear. Almost instantly, all the shadows vanished, and the slaying Luo technique surged straight towards the nascent soul. The six-fingered cultivator's expression changed, and he coldly snorted as he stepped forward. His right hand formed a hand seal, causing the shadows behind him to contract. Almost instantly, they merged into one, transforming into a black sphere. A spirit-shattering aura emanated from the sphere, filling the heavens and earth. The sphere automatically flew out at an extremely fast speed, hurtling straight towards the slaying Luo technique. It seemed capable of piercing through the void, and in a flash, it was close to the slaying Luo technique. The moment the two collided, the exploding sphere transformed into countless black energy beams surrounding the slaying Luo technique. The six-fingered cultivator let out a long laugh, raising his right hand. Instantly, an extremely powerful force appeared, enveloping the primordial spirit and forcing it to retreat rapidly. Then, aided by that force, the primordial spirit vanished towards the edge of the starry sky. I, Chu Tia, want to save you. No one can kill you. Wang Lin's expression remained calm, not even glancing at Chu Tia. He lifted his foot and stepped forward. A ripple immediately appeared beneath his feet, and in an instant, his entire body merged into space. This scene stunned Chu Tia, but his pupils immediately contracted. In the starry sky, the primordial spirit, no longer bewildered, showed a mixture of joy and fear, quickly retreating. But in the starry sky, Wang Lin calmly walked forward, his right hand clenched and striking out. Instantly, a loud explosion resounded, and ripples appeared in the space. Break! Wang Lin shouted softly. The primordial spirit trembled and then stopped. Afterward, it was as if it were made of sand and then blown away by a raging wind. Chu Tian's eyes flashed with a sharp glint as he stared at Wang Lin. Then he raised his right hand and pointed toward Shi Zifan, who was standing astonished in the distance. Immediately, several figures rushed towards her. You want to save this girl? I won't let you succeed, Chu Tian's voice rang out. In an instant, the figures were close to Shi Zifang. Shi Zifang's face turned pale, and she hastily retreated. Chu Tia smiled, his gaze fixed on Wang Lin's expression. However, he couldn't discern any joy or sorrow on the other's face. From beginning to end, Wang Lin remained calm. He showed no emotion at Chu Tian's actions, his gaze cold as he walked away. Chu Tian's pupils narrowed. Without a second thought, he hastily retreated. Beside Shi Zifan, a ripple appeared, and Wang Lin stepped out. He raised his hand and punched, causing the shadows to instantly vanish. You want to kill her? I don't care, but not in front of me. Wang Lin's voice was calm, his eyes flashing with killing intent, as he strode straight towards Chu Tia. Chu Tia sneered, his hands forming a hand seal. A finger pointed to the sky, and countless shadows behind him condensed in front of him, transforming into a giant black axe. Chu Tia gripped the axe and threw it forcefully forward. 10,000 souls devouring God! With a roar from Chu Tia, the giant axe arrived in front of Wang Lin. Wang Lin stepped aside, his right hand punching straight forward. Amidst the deafening roar that echoed across the heavens and earth, the giant axe shook and then exploded. Countless shadows scattered around, then quickly converged towards Wang Lin from all directions. Wang Lin's expression remained calm, his right finger pointing to the sky. Instantly, a deafening roar erupted, and lightning bolts appeared throughout the tens of thousands of feet of space. Lightning filled the air in all directions. The thunder rumbled, shaking the heavens and earth. Before Wang Lin, lightning bolts descended from the sky, shattering over 10,000 shadows. A flash of light flickered in Zhou Qian's eyes. He formed a hand seal, his finger pointing to his forehead. Immediately, characters appeared. Soul slaughter. As soon as the two words were spoken, the symbols seemed to emerge from his body. A black circle suddenly appeared above his head, then quickly dispersed in all directions. Its speed of spread was incredibly fast. Almost in the blink of an eye, it reached Wang Lin. Wang Lin didn't dodge at all, simply advancing towards Zhou Jia. The moment the black ring touched Wang Lin's body, it transformed into countless tiny threads and burrowed into his body. However, before it could penetrate too deeply, it was completely annihilated. Wang Lin's speed didn't slow down. He approached Zhou Jia and unleashed a punch. Zhou Qian's expression changed. He retreated while simultaneously patting his storage bag. Immediately, a purple sphere appeared in his hand. He crushed it, and the sphere emitted a purple light, enveloping Zhou Jia. A series of explosions rang out, the purple light vanished, and Zhou Jia retreated even faster. In the blink of an eye, Wang Lin had merged into the heavens and earth, reappearing beside Zhou Jia. He swung his right leg, delivering a powerful kick. The kick was so fast that the air in its path exploded. It was as if a single kick could shatter the very air. In an instant, the kick struck Zhou Qian's body. A loud boom echoed, and Zhou Qian's body exploded, sending fragments of flesh flying in all directions. At that moment, a long, mocking laugh echoed through the space. A pink shadow suddenly appeared and lunged straight towards Wang Lin. Zhou Jia, I want this body. The voice reverberated everywhere, and at the same time, the pink shadow quickly entered Wang Lin's body, heading straight for his primordial spirit. But just as the pink shadow approached, the primordial spirit within Wang Lin's body suddenly opened its eyes. Outside the primordial spirit was an ancient divine armor. It fused with the primordial spirit, creating a powerful counterforce. The moment the pink shadow jumped in to attempt possession, it was met with this counterforce. A mournful groan echoed, and countless shadows appeared. They recoiled as if encountering a natural enemy, attempting to escape from Wang Lin's body. But in the instant they were about to rush out, Wang Lin's primordial spirit moved. The primordial thunder dragon's primordial spirit opened its mouth wide and sucked in. Immediately, several shadows, unable to escape, only managed to let out a cry before being swallowed by Wang Lin. At this moment, a layer of purple mist enveloped Wang Lin. Streams of pink energy quickly emerged, condensing 10 meters away into a human figure. I'll use you to test my divine abilities, Wang Lin said calmly, his right hand forming a hand seal, scattering beams into soldiers. A bit of immortal essence separated within Wang Lin's body, circulated, and condensed in his right hand. Then it transformed into a golden light, which Wang Lin tossed away like a handful of beans. In an instant, the starry sky suddenly trembled. Countless golden lights instantly transformed into human figures, scattering beams to form soldiers. This was the first time Wang Lin had unleashed this technique. These figures were all people Wang Lin had killed. However, their souls couldn't enter reincarnation and were imprisoned in the 18 layers of hell. At this moment, all those souls appeared, radiating an unimaginably powerful aura of resentment. Each person killed by Wang Lin carried an extreme hatred. Zhou Jia was shocked by the scene before him, his eyes filled with fear. Although most of the figures that appeared posed no threat to Zhou Jia, one group still made him gasp. Among them was a figure with a gloomy expression, his entire body shrouded in black energy. A powerful energy fluctuation emanated from him, a nirvana cultivator. Zhou Jia looked around, his expression turning grim. Around him were over 100 immortal souls. The combined resentment and immortal energy created a murderous aura that enveloped the heavens and earth. The moment he saw these immortals, Zhou Jia couldn't believe his eyes, exclaiming, "These are the souls of immortals?" Having studied souls his entire life, he could recognize them at a glance. Many of the souls belonged to the Yao family, radiating intense killing intent. What kind of magic is this? It's terrifying. I never imagined it could imprison so many souls, preventing them from reincarnating. This divine power is truly a demonic technique. The scene before him shocked Chutia to the extreme, filling him with immense fear. But what stunned him even more was what came from behind. From behind the countless shadows, the roar of a wild beast suddenly erupted. The roar echoed, causing all the surrounding shadows to recoil in fear, revealing a path. A cloud of purple smoke surged forward. Not a single shadow dared to stand in its way. The swirling purple cloud revealed a figure within. The person appeared to be middle-aged, with pink hair and a ferocious face. An unimaginable aura of killing intent emanated from him, threatening to reverse the very heavens and earth. The moment this figure appeared, Chutia was stunned, but then his eyes immediately showed unprecedented fear. The blood ancestor of the heavenly fortune star. Chutian's face turned pale, and without thinking, he hastily retreated. At this moment, he no longer intended to kill Sumu. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but that he couldn't. Although his cultivation had reached the mid-stage of the Nirvana realm, he still found Sumu's abilities strange and unpredictable. He knew that the opponent's divine ability required him to personally kill all those souls and then use some method to imprison them for his own use. He clearly recognized the blood ancestor, and therefore felt utterly terrified. The blood ancestor was a Nirvana realm cultivator, yet Sumu killed him. I cannot resist this person. Escape quickly. Wang Lin pointed at Zhou Tia and said calmly, drag this man into the 18 layers of hell. As soon as the words left his mouth, the blood ancestor roared and lunged forward, dragging a blood-red cloud with him, flying towards Zhou Tia. Zhou Tian's face turned pale as he hastily retreated. But at this moment, 100 immortals and members of the Ya family fanned out in all directions, sealing off all his escape routes. Outside, countless souls flew around, emitting screeching sounds. Chu Tian's eyes turned wild. Having spent his life studying souls, he let out a low shout and formed hand seals. A finger placed on his chest caused his body to explode into countless shadows that scattered in all directions. Chu Tian's soul was nearly perfected. His body had been refined. He had even integrated his primordial spirit into his soul. Only then could he truly unleash the soul-slaying technique. Even those with higher cultivation levels could be easily ambushed by him if they weren't careful. But this time, he could only cry out in despair. He had initially intended to possess Wang Lin's body, but Wang Lin's body was protected by the ancient god skin armor, causing him minor injuries. Those injuries were insignificant, but he never imagined Wang Lin's primordial spirit could be so ferocious, devouring everything in its path, forcing him to retreat. But as he emerged from Wang Lin's body, intending to unleash his divine power, he was met with a scene before him. At this moment, the countless shadows he had transformed into were about to flee when the blood ancestor's soul bared its fangs in a grin. A red cloud enveloped his body, and along with 100 immortal souls and the souls of the Ya family, flew towards him. The blood ancestor's soul, like a ferocious beast, extended its hands and seized most of Zhou Tian's clones, dragging them into the mist. The surrounding immortals did the same. Almost instantly, none of Zhou Tian's shadows escaped. A chilling wind swept through the space, filled with souls radiating overwhelming resentment. Wang Lin stood beside them, his expression calm. He understood the power of the scattered beings forming army. Raising his right hand, his finger pointed straight up into the sky. Immediately, a vortex appeared above, sucking all the souls into it. Only the blood ancestor remained, his eyes emitting a pink light, roaring before flying straight towards Wang Lin. A murderous glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. His right hand clenched into a fist and punched forward. A loud explosion resounded, and the blood ancestor's primordial spirit instantly stopped. Taking advantage of this, the immortal essence in Wang Lin's body quickly circulated, causing the vortex's speed to increase, emitting an extremely strong suction force. The blood ancestor's soul, unwilling to surrender, roared before being sucked in. Finally, the vortex in the starry sky slowly disappeared, transforming into a beam of light that entered Wang Lin's mouth. In the 18 layers of hell within his primordial spirit, another soul appeared in the 13th layer. Although this soul was in the 13th layer, it was held near the top. That soul was Zhou Tia. After killing Zhou Tia, Wang Lin glanced briefly at Qi Zifeng and continued moving forward. Tower Mountain still followed closely behind. The big-headed boy saw everything but felt no fear. As for Lei Ji, he also followed closely behind Wang Lin. Shi Zifeng silently followed as well. During their journey, Wang Lin remained deep in thought. This time, the battle between Luo Jia and the alliance has reached a critical point. At this time, perhaps I should achieve something to appease Yan Lei and to gain more prestige among the Luo Jia cultivators. This is the only way. In the future, if I encounter people like Tia Yanzi or Tusen coming out of the ancient god's territory, Yan Lei will surely help. A glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes as he secretly decided this. However, he didn't really care about Luo Jia attacking the alliance. After thinking for a moment, Wang Lin patted his storage bag and a small flag appeared in his hand. After Wang Lin held it, the tiger flew straight out. It roared, shaking the entire space. Taking the heavenly tiger banner and unleashing the flying tiger, it could be said that Wang Lin, in the western part of the alliance, had already made a name for himself. A moment later, more than 10 streaks of sword light appeared in front. They split into 2 groups, slashing at each other. The Luo Jia side was clearly no match and retreated repeatedly. The other side, radiating intense killing intent, unleashed all sorts of divine abilities. In an instant, 1 Luo Jia cultivator perished. The remaining 7 or 8 Luo Jia cultivators were filled with despair. They had run here, their bodies severely wounded, completely exhausted, with no hope of escape. Just then, a tiger's roar echoed from afar. Simultaneously, a vast wave of divine consciousness spread, causing the Luo Jia cultivators to tremble. They turned their heads in surprise, their eyes filled with both joy and fear. Thunder Immortal Sumu. Indeed, it's the genuine Thunder Immortal Sumu. The alliance cultivators here have all been given some information about Luo Jia by their elders. Among them, there's an old man who knows the name Sumu. His expression changed, a cold glint flashed in his eyes, and without hesitation, he hastily retreated. At the same time, he whispered, Sumu's cultivation has reached the Nirvana realm. I can't defeat him. Retreat quickly. On another side, 3 cultivators were fighting each other, neither gaining the upper hand. All 3 were Yin Void cultivators, 1 from the alliance and 2 from Luo Jia. But the alliance cultivator was ruthless, fighting 2 opponents at once with ease. Just then, a tiger's roar echoed from afar. One of the 2 Luo Jia cultivators immediately used his divine sense to observe and was shocked. Sumu! Not only did he know Sumu, but he was also someone Wang Lin had rescued in the Thunder Immortal realm. The alliance cultivator who was fighting was also stunned. The name Sumu felt somewhat familiar to him. After a moment of thought, his expression changed instantly. His sect had received some information from the Cultivation Alliance stating that Luo Jia cultivators were divided into 7 levels. Level 1 was the weakest, and level 7 was the strongest. He remembered that Sumu was at level 5. Without hesitation, he quickly retreated. Along the way, Wang Lin encountered many cultivators. Among them, the Luo Jia cultivators, especially the Flying Tiger, were excited and quickly approached Wang Lin. A chorus of voices rang out, "Greetings, Lei Xian." Each word came from the mouths of the Luo Jia cultivators. In their eyes, at this moment, Wang Lin was like a shining beacon. Previously, the western region had been blown up. The sudden event caused panic among most Luo Jia cultivators, and many died trying to break through. Those who were lucky enough to survive immediately dispersed. At the same time, the appearance of the alliance cultivators only added to the despair of the Luo Jia cultivators. But at this moment, Wang Lin's heavenly tiger banner was the anchor they clung to. The roar of the tiger echoed, causing any Luo Jia cultivator who heard it to tremble. Wang Lin also changed his attitude. If he encountered people from both sides fighting, he would immediately intervene. Gradually, many Luo Jia cultivators gathered around Wang Lin. These people together formed an extremely powerful force. Essentially, Wang Lin didn't need to lift a finger. Whatever happened, the Luo Jia cultivators would rush out to eliminate the enemy. Slowly, more and more Luo Jia cultivators gathered around Wang Lin. They transformed into streaks of swordlight, like a sharp sword piercing straight towards the west of the alliance. Here, Wang Lin's cultivator formation was not just one. The other envoys of the Thunder Immortal Palace, along with the 108 immortals and several cultivation families, were similar. However, Wang Lin's formation had the largest number. As more and more people joined the advance, hundreds of sword lights flew through the starry sky. emitting a cacophony of sounds. Among these sounds was the roar of a tiger, echoing far and wide. Wang Lin's reputation had reached a very high level in a short period of time. As the cultivators surrounding Wang Lin advanced towards the center of the western region of the alliance, a ripple suddenly appeared in the distant starry sky. Within that ripple was something that caused a shock. The cultivators behind Wang Lin felt uneasy even in the sword light beneath their feet. Wang Lin gazed intently and spread his divine consciousness around. He had only spread it a little when, with his composure, he was stunned. He saw a colossal tree, tens of thousands of feet long and with a canopy thousands of feet wide, hurtling towards them with a thunderous roar. Surrounding the giant tree were countless Luojia cultivators. A thick aura of killing intent permeated the heavens and earth. What terrified Wang Lin even more was the pungent smell of blood emanating from the tree, noticeable even from afar. Clearly, countless people had been killed by it. Wang Lin had never seen such a massive tree before. Just seeing it filled him with an indescribable feeling. He knew that even if he himself were touched by it, he would be severely injured. If he wasn't careful, his body and soul would be annihilated, unless he quickly merged with the heavens and earth to escape. If the tree itself shocked Wang Lin, what truly stunned him was what lay behind it, Wang Yue. Wang Yu's colossal body resembled a cultivation planet. Its countless 10,000-foot-long tentacles spread out, accompanied by a terrifying roar that echoed throughout the starry sky. The moment he saw Wang Yue, Wang Lin's body trembled. And that shock came from the ancient god. The shock from the ancient god's true form caused a glint to flash in Wang Lin's eyes. On his forehead, the ancient god's star mark flickered. He took a deep breath, trying to suppress the shock so that the ancient god's star mark wouldn't flash again. Staring at the tentacles of Wang Yue, Wang Lin's heart pounded. That year, I used Wang Yue to escape the pursuit of the Yao family. While hiding within my body, I sensed someone from the Luojia sect paying attention to Wang Yue. Who could have transformed Wang Yue into a magical artifact and brought it to the Alliance? Could it be him? Wang Lin took another deep breath. The image of the person he had met twice flashed through his mind. The first time was when Cheng Shui and Zhu Shenzi fought. The second time was after his ascension to immortality, when that person tore open a passage connecting the two star domains. At this moment, the large tree in front of Wang Yue was getting closer and closer. The ripples spreading out caused countless cultivators behind Wang Lin to cheer immediately. Almost simultaneously, the cultivators flew forward. Wang Lin hesitated slightly, then also flew towards the tree. The tree was enormous. It looked quite large from afar, but upon closer inspection, its oppressive power intensified. Around the tree, countless cultivators were standing on various magical artifacts, clinging to it. There were also some cultivators on the tree itself, but only about 100 in number. Among those nearly 100 cultivators, the leaders were Meng Yunzi, the elder of the Zan family, and Shengong, the ancestor. Both stood on the tree, their robes fluttering in the windless air, their eyes like lightning and their faces icy cold. Behind them, most of the cultivators were also among the 108 immortals. In addition, there were some whom Wang Lin had never met before. But judging from the fluctuations of primal energy emanating from their bodies, it's clear their cultivation level isn't weak. It must be at least at the peak of the young realm. Among the nearly 100 people, more than 10 had reached the Nirvana realm. In addition, there were 3 who caught Wang Lin's attention. One sat to the right of the tree, dressed in black. His hair was white, and his face bore a scar. This scar was peculiar. It didn't remain still but subtly moved. When Wang Lin's gaze fell upon the old man instantly sensed it. A glint flashed in his eyes, and after looking at Wang Lin, he gave a cold smile. Another person who caught Wang Lin's attention was a woman. She had a graceful figure, as fresh as a peach blossom in spring. She was approximately 30 years old, with bright, expressive eyes. Her eyebrows were neatly trimmed. Her skin was fair, and her nose was high. Her eyes were clear and blue like the ocean. She stood atop the tree, dressed in a light blue outfit, draped with a thin yellow scarf. A tiny flower was embroidered on her dress. A red gemstone adorned her forehead, her makeup perfectly complementing her features. The woman was exceptionally beautiful. The tree moved so swiftly that the thin scarf fluttered behind her, giving the impression of a celestial being descending to earth. Seeing Wang Lin gaze upon her, the woman smiled slightly. However, her smile held a certain noble, untouchable quality. The last person was a young man dressed in white. 3 bamboo flutes circled before him, emitting strange sounds. From afar, the sound of the flutes created an ethereal atmosphere around the young man. A glance would draw one's mind into them. The young man, however, didn't even glance at Wang Lin. He remained cross-legged with his eyes closed, his expression one of arrogance. The reason these 3 people caught Wang Lin's attention was because their cultivation levels were undetectable to him. While Wang Lin was observing the people on the tree, countless other cultivators were also watching him. Given his reputation in Luotia, these people recognized Wang Lin's identity at a glance. Not to mention, behind Wang Lin, the flying tiger was roaring. Along the way, they had encountered some Luotia teams, but they only had a few dozen people, and each group was isolated and struggling. This time, Wang Lin's team of cultivators unexpectedly numbered 100. This sight caused all the cultivators around the tree to stare at him. Clearly, the reason for the large number of cultivators was the presence of Sumu. Leishan Sumu. He is Sumu. In the battle for immortality, he surpassed everyone. Even Su Ting of Donglin Star had to admit defeat before him. Finally, he had attained the title of Supreme Thunder Immortal. I wonder if Sumu is qualified to stand on the tree. At this moment, everyone's eyes were on Wang Lin. Many of them had never met him before. Their impression of him was entirely from the Immortal Sealing War, from what they had seen through the sound transmission stone. Despite everyone's attention, Wang Lin's expression remained calm. Sumu, come here to me. Seeing Wang Lin, Meng Yunzi's icy expression softened slightly. A smile bloomed on his lips. Wang Lin nodded and flew straight towards the tree. The tree rushed forward at an extremely fast speed, creating a huge resistance. It made Wang Lin feel as if he were falling into mud. After realizing this, Wang Lin's expression remained calm, and the speed of the elemental energy circulating in his body slowed down. But in an instant, it erupted with a frenzied intensity. The elemental energy in his body, which had just stopped, immediately circulated at its highest level. The sudden change from stillness to movement caused an extremely powerful aura to emanate from Wang Lin. The air around him seemed about to explode, producing terrifying sounds. Boom! Boom! The sounds echoed, and fluctuations suddenly appeared around Wang Lin's body. Then, Wang Lin calmly stepped forward. Without encountering any further obstacles, Wang Lin ascended the tree. In that instant, the eyes of all the cultivators were fixed on him. Although they knew of Wang Lin's power, seeing this still left them deeply moved. Wang Lin didn't know that being able to stand on that tree meant one possessed a noble status. Along the way, anyone who thought they were qualified would try to climb the giant tree. But in the end, very few could climb it. Although nearly 100 people had approached, most had to use magical artifacts and spells, expending a great deal of energy to ascend. Even so, none of the surrounding cultivators dared to underestimate him, because those who could stand on the tree were considered powerful. But the sight of Wang Lin stepping onto it shocked all the surrounding cultivators. His steps were incredibly leisurely, without the slightest difficulty. Along the way, besides Meng Yunzi and ancestor Shengong, only 3 other people had been able to climb the tree so easily. Wang Lin was the 4th. Leishan Sumu is indeed worthy of the rumors. In a short time, these thoughts flashed through the minds of the cultivators. Among the hundreds of people on the tree, the moment Wang Lin stepped up, their eyes all turned towards him. Each gaze held a different expression. Some had participated in the Immortal Conferring War and held Wang Lin in complete awe. Others, though they hadn't met him, could tell of his formidable power just by looking at him. The young man with 3 flutes circling around him opened his eyes, carefully observing Wang Lin, slightly bowing his head but remaining silent. The woman in palace attire smiled even more brightly. The old man in black robes looked at Wang Lin with a slightly different expression than before. The cultivation of these 3 was profound, having reached the late stage of the Nirvana realm, and their eyesight was considerably sharper than others. A mere glance was enough for them to perceive Wang Lin's extraordinary movements. The sudden change from stillness to movement unleashed not only primal energy, but also a hint of rules. This instilled respect in the 3 of them. Although they knew his cultivation level was lower than their own, they still regarded Wang Lin as a fellow cultivator. After all, among Nirvana realm cultivators, not many could understand rules. In the cultivation world, strength was paramount. To gain attention, one had to at least be on the same level as others. Standing beside Meng Yunzi, Wang Lin respectfully said, Sumu. Greetings, Senior Meng Yunzi. As he spoke, Wang Lin also turned and bowed respectfully to Ancestor Shen Gong. Meng Yunzi smiled, about to speak, when his expression suddenly changed. He saw Wang Yuan, with its countless 10,000-foot-long tentacles, still following behind the tree, roaring in anger. In its eyes, confusion and clarity alternated constantly. It stared intently at Wang Lin and roared. Its roar echoed through the starry sky, causing the cultivators outside the tree to change color. Wang Lin turned around, coldly staring at Wang Yue. Wang Lin wasn't surprised that Wang Yue recognized him, as he understood it perfectly. It always remembered everything that angered it, and Wang Lin had provoked it twice, making it remember it vividly. At this moment, in a fit of rage, Wang Yue charged forward, its tentacles extending towards the tree. Meng Yunzi frowned, his right hand lightly grasping the air. Immediately, a crack appeared in space, from which a green jade slip flew out. The jade slip was completely ordinary, without any magical properties. After Meng Yunzi grasped it, he threw it towards Wang Yue. The jade slip was incredibly fast, reaching it in an instant. Then, amidst Wang Yu's roar, the jade slip exploded. In that moment, a thunderous sound rang out. Cloud-obsessed dog, a strange, complex, and incomprehensible voice echoed. The surrounding monks didn't understand its meaning. Only Wang Lin felt a shock in his heart because that sound was the language of the ancient gods. And after understanding its meaning, even with Wang Lin's composure, his expression changed. Continue forward. After destroying the lower realm star domain, I will give you a body. I will help you escape the encirclement. This is the meaning of the sentence spoken in the ancient god language. The bewilderment in Wang Yu's eyes slowly disappeared, replaced by clarity. Its roar gradually faded. It charged forward, surpassing the tree without holes and going ahead. From afar, Wang Yu's colossal body had countless tentacles tens of thousands of feet long, like an infinitely vast cloud covering the entire space. Its presence ahead created a momentum no less than that of the tree. Meng Yunzi glanced at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression changed when the jade slip shattered, making him suspicious. Wang Lin, having cultivated for 1,000 years, was deep and secretive, so he could only smile wryly. He opened his mouth and said, I didn't expect this beast to be so vengeful. That year, I only borrowed it to evade the Ya family's pursuit, yet, as soon as it saw me, it remembered me. Meng Yunzi nodded and said, after this battle, don't forget to come find me to see the remaining war character images. Wang Lin respectfully said, I understand. Ancestor Shen Gong remained silent, then suddenly spoke, Sumu, give me Shen Gong whose Dao thought. Wang Lin thought for a moment and then patted his forehead with his right hand. Immediately, Shen Gong whose Dao thought flew out, and Ancestor Shen Gong grasped it. After glancing at it, he absorbed it into his body and ignored Wang Lin, then clasped his hands behind his back and looked ahead. Wang Yue was leading the way at an incredibly fast speed. Countless tentacles extended out, and if it encountered any alliance cultivators, it would use its tentacles to wrap around them. Usually, a single touch would cause the monks to scream in agony, their bodies withering and turning into dried corpses. As their bodies fell, a Luoxia monk would fly over, taking their storage bags and magical artifacts. The tree followed closely behind Wang Yue, heading straight to the northern region of the alliance. Both Wang Yue and the tree moved at incredible speed, far surpassing the cultivators' magical artifacts, almost like instantaneous teleportation. Wherever they passed, continuous explosions echoed through the air, reverberating far and wide. At this time, a great battle was raging in the northern region of the Alliance. Originally, the Alliance cultivators, under the leadership of the Black Iron Demon Venerable, one of the 4 Venerables, had gained an absolute advantage, destroying the western region of the Star Domain and causing the majority of Luoxia cultivators to perish. Simultaneously, they cut off the retreat route, leaving Luoxia cultivators who had fled to the northern region isolated. Since then, Luoxia cultivators had suffered continuous defeats. Therefore, when the great battle began, the Alliance's victory rate reached its highest point. But Yinlei counterattacked from the brink of defeat. 18 Luofu appeared, instantly reversing the cosmic order of the northern region, affecting the Alliance cultivators. And that wasn't the crucial point. The wall separating the alliance from the western region was shattered by a tree. Thus, the cultivators in the northern region were no longer alone. If they could hold out for a while longer, waiting for reinforcements, Luotia would have the upper hand in this battle. The black-killing demon Venerable's face darkened. How could he let Yanlazi have his way? However, Blood Godzi, who was fighting him, also possessed extremely high cultivation. The two clashed, creating an earth-shattering spectacle. The thunderous sounds of their clashing divine abilities echoed through the starry sky. Simultaneously, wherever the fluctuations of their battle reached, cultivators perished. Fellow Taoists, don't just stand there and let me laugh at you. Attack! The black-killing demon lord let out a bitter laugh, raising his right hand, and gusts of wind appeared in the starry sky. His hands trembled slightly, and the winds transformed into a gigantic whale. It roared and then opened its mouth, sucking in forcefully. Instantly, the vital energy in the starry sky surged into the demon lord's whale body. Then, it suddenly changed direction, attacking Blood God Sea. At the same time, in the starry sky, a purple column of light suddenly descended from the heavens. The column of light seemed to emerge from the void, stretching towards them. A hearty laugh echoed from within the column of light, and simultaneously, a figure appeared from it. The figure was middle-aged, wearing a yellow robe, and had a handsome appearance. The moment he stepped out, two giant dragons appeared beside him. Yanlazi, I have long heard of your great name. I am the newly appointed Venerable of the Alliance, the Cloud Dragon Demon Lord. A glint of light flashed in Yanlazi's eyes. He did not yet make a move. However, three patriarchs of cultivation families from the immortal realm stepped forward, charging towards the Cloud Dragon Demon Venerable. The four Venerables of the Cultivation Alliance are all at the mid-stage of the Shattered Nirvana realm. Blood God's son's cultivation is unpredictable. He might be able to fight one-on-one. As for the three Taoist friends at the early stage of the Shattered Nirvana realm, they would have to join forces to try and resist. However, these are not the strongest. A glint flashed in Yanlazi's eyes, but he still didn't look at the Cloud Dragon Demon Venerable. His gaze was calm, staring into the space in front of him, and he said calmly, the four Venerables of the Alliance never act alone. Extreme Sage Heaven, why do you need to hide? As Yanlazi spoke, he stepped forward. In an instant, he appeared beside the 18 moving Luo Fu, his two fingers closing together and pointing forcefully forward. A shrill laugh suddenly echoed through the starry sky. Wherever Yanlazi pointed, countless cracks appeared in the starry sky. From within these cracks emerged a hand as fair and delicate as jade, almost touching Yanlazi's two fingers. Boom! The entire northern starry sky trembled. A murderous glint flashed in Yanlazi's eyes as he recoiled several steps. From within the cracks in the starry sky, a figure was also pushed back. At a glance, it was a woman. After retreating, she shrieked, Yanlazi, how dare you return? The shrill, ear-piercing sound contained a powerful surge of primal energy. It reverberated through the starry sky, shocking the cultivators of Luotia. Some were affected, spitting blood, their primal energy spilling out, and dying. Even one of the 18 moving Luofu talismans exploded due to the impact of the sound. In an instant, boundless vital energy surged from all directions, from where the cultivators exploded to where the Luo talisman had shattered. All of it was absorbed into the woman's shadow. Extremely virtuous heaven, after so many years, you're still neither male nor female. Yanlazi's expression remained calm. I must unleash my power. Immediately, a sea of fire appeared, engulfing everything and creating a massive repulsive force. In a flash, the Luotia cultivators were pushed back tens of thousands of feet. Although it was tens of thousands of feet, it was still within the Luo talisman's sphere of influence. From then on, the battle resumed. Countless alliance cultivators and Luotia cultivators engaged in a life-or-death battle. It was a chaotic free-for-all. Any carelessness would result in the body exploding and the soul being annihilated. Originally, Luotia was no match for the alliance cultivators, but under the effect of the Luo talisman, the battle became more balanced, making it difficult to determine a victor. Only in a few very small positions did the alliance gain the upper hand. The light of magical artifacts filled the air. In the chaotic battle, countless people died on both sides. In the distance, an alliance cultivator, spitting out fresh blood, was rapidly retreating. But before he could go 10 meters, he was pierced through the chest by a barrage of swords. His soul, which had just emerged, was affected by the surrounding divine power and dissipated. In front, 3 Luocha cultivators, their eyes red with rage, wielded their magical artifacts to unleash their divine powers. But in an instant, a rainbow beam approached, piercing through their bodies and killing them all. The rainbow beam transformed into a figure with sinister eyes. He licked his lips, about to flee, when suddenly a blood-red light appeared. A tragic scream rang out, and the cultivator turned into a stream of blood. On both sides, whenever a cultivator died, their blood would fly up and enter the 17 Luofu blood spheres. Even some souls, after escaping their bodies, were severely damaged and absorbed by the 17 Luofu spheres. Almost every moment, a cultivator perished. Tens of thousands of cultivators clashed, causing blood to flow like a river and be sucked into the Luofu spheres. The light of their magical artifacts flashed continuously, emitting countless sounds. Furthermore, the cries of those dying transformed the area into a wasteland. Countless blood and souls were absorbed into the 17 Luofu spheres, making them even more eerie. The battle between the two sides intensified. Numerous cracks appeared in the starry sky. Cold winds blew from within, further fueling the flames of war among the cultivators. In the center of the battlefield, Yanlazi was enveloped in flames. From afar, almost half the sky seemed to glow with fire. Facing him, Extreme Sage Heaven's body emitted layers upon layers of cold air, making cracking sounds. The sound wasn't loud, but in the battlefield, everyone could hear it. Countless sharp ice spikes rose up, radiating immense power. Around Extreme Sage Heaven, it was as if tens of thousands of sharp swords were pointing towards the sky, resisting Flame Thunder Sun. Flame Thunder Sun, you escaped the battle tens of thousands of years ago. Now, without Zhang Xuanzi's intervention, I can kill you myself. Extreme Sage Heaven's shrill voice rang out, like countless swords shooting in all directions. Extreme Sage Heaven's figure resembled a beautiful and alluring woman, but in reality, her breasts were normal. Her Adam's apple was small, but it was present, indicating she was a man. Flame Thunder Sun's gaze was calm. He raised his right hand and grasped at the void. Instantly, the primordial energy in heaven and earth surged and condensed in his palm, transforming into a white ball of fire. He stared intently at Jishan Tia, speaking slowly. Back then, when I left, I said that if I ever returned, I would annihilate the Cultivation Alliance, causing rivers of blood to flow. At this moment, in the west of the Alliance, Wang Yue led the way, the tree following closely behind, rapidly approaching the north of the Alliance. The distance was closing rapidly. Wang Lin stood on the tree, looking ahead. Each time he looked towards Wang Yue, a glint of light flashed in his eyes. Ancient God's young son. A flash of light flickered in Wang Lin's eyes. In the northern part of the Alliance, Yanlazi still held the white fireball in his hand. He rubbed it vigorously, and the ball shattered, transforming into countless fire phoenixes. They let out cries and rushed straight towards Jishan Tia. Jishan Tia laughed shrilly, waving both hands forward. Immediately, countless ice pillars vibrated, separating from the ground and shooting forward at incredible speed. The two did not stop, each unleashing various divine abilities. Suddenly, the space was filled with fluctuations of primal energy, as if heaven and earth were reversed. The entire northern region had fallen into chaotic battle. A flash of light appeared in Yanlazi's eyes, and he waved his right hand. Immediately, several fragments of the immortal realm appeared in the sky. He let out a low shout. The immortal realm revolves. As soon as he finished speaking, fragments of the immortal realm immediately erupted with thunderous explosions and began spinning. Suddenly, a whirlwind arose, pushing all the cultivators backward. Extreme Sage Heaven's expression darkened. He pointed his right hand to the sky and shouted, "The rule of ice and cold." In a short time, layers upon layers of icy air emanated from his right hand. With thunderous explosions, a massive ice block, thousands of feet wide, appeared and swiftly rushed towards Yanlazi. Ice! Extreme Sage Heaven's eyes flashed with killing intent as he pointed at Yanlazi. In an instant, a dense aura of cold air surrounded Yanlazi. This cold air had a rule, and when it condensed, it formed large layers of ice enveloping Yanlazi. At this moment, from the distant space, the screeching of Wang Yue echoed. Its roar shook the heavens and earth. That scene caused everyone in the Alliance to change color. The Blood Godsons, who were fighting against the Black Killing Demon Venerable and the Cloud Dragon Demon Venerable, became gloomy and retreated. Extreme Sage Heaven snorted coldly, a glint flashing in his eyes. He didn't retreat but continued straight towards the ice layer surrounding Yanlei. As he got closer, he raised his right hand and placed it on the ice. Instantly, a destructive force penetrated the ice. Then, in a peculiar way, it continued to increase, rushing straight towards Yanlei. At this moment, Yanlei, inside the ice, suddenly laughed loudly. His cultivation, which had been hidden until now, suddenly erupted from the late stage of shattered nirvana, increasing infinitely to an unbelievable level. You've broken through? Extreme Sage Heaven's expression changed, and he was about to retreat. The ice surrounding Yanlei suddenly began to crackle. Cracks appeared rapidly. In an instant, the ice shattered into countless fragments, scattering in all directions. Yanlei laughed and stepped out. In a flash, he merged into the heavens and earth, and his primal energy quickly dispersed. Immediately, the primal energy of heaven and earth fluctuated violently in space, affecting the technique of shrinking the ground to an inch. At the same time, Yanlei formed hand seals, emitting a flame. It was like a fire dragon, swiftly blocking the retreat of Zhixiantia. Immediately afterward, Yanlei spat out a mouthful of his primordial spirit's essence onto a small, rotating fragment of the immortal realm. The fragment of the immortal realm trembled, its rotation speed increasing exponentially. In an instant, it rushed out, enveloping Zhixiantia. Its rotation created a whirlwind, making Zhixiantian's expression even more grim. He pushed his hands outwards, and immediately countless primal energies of heaven and earth condensed. But just as he was about to escape, Yanlei stepped forward, a raging fire erupting behind him. The flames surged out, swirling around the whirlwind, simultaneously merging with some of it, transforming the whirlwind into a fiery dragon. From the starry sky, the colossal body of Wang Yue, as if teleporting, rushed to this place. Its countless tentacles flickered, making Wang Yue even more ferocious. Its piercing screams echoed through the heavens and earth, causing the cultivators on both sides of the northern battlefield to quickly withdraw and disperse. All stared blankly at the scene before them. The black-killing demon Venerable glanced at Wang Yue, his scalp tingling. He let out a bitter laugh and quickly retreated. The Cloud Dragon Demon Venerable also widened his eyes in disbelief. Extreme Sage Heaven was stunned. His entire body's elemental power quickly circulated, trying to break free. But Yanlei wouldn't let him have his way. He stretched out his hands, his elemental power transforming into a sea of fire, enveloping him. Far away in the starry sky, following closely behind Wang Yue, was a gigantic tree. In an instant, it changed direction, hurtling straight towards Yanlei, who was besieging Zhixiantia. Before the tree even arrived, a strange force enveloped the heavens and earth. Loud rumbling sounds erupted with increasing speed. Zhixiantian's pupils narrowed. He had no way to escape the encirclement in a short time. At this moment, facing danger, he formed hand seals and pointed his finger in front of him. Each point he made produced a blue vortex. Almost instantly, 13 blue vortices appeared around him. After appearing, these vortices magnified, but immediately burrowed into Zhixiantian's body. When the first vortex entered, a blue light appeared around him. After the 13 swirling currents entered, Extreme Sage Heaven's body emitted a blue light. Suddenly, 13 layers of blue energy condensed around his body. This was Extreme Sage Heaven's power of rules. Extreme Cold is blue. When Extreme Sage Heaven was alive, he condensed these 13 streams of blue energy. He always thought that if he could eventually merge them into a single stream, his cultivation might break through. At the moment the 13 streams of blue energy of Extreme Sage Heaven appeared, the giant tree arrived. The scene at that moment was indescribable. Everything seemed to stand still. Everything vanished except for that tree. No matter who it was, what magical artifact it was, or what object it was, even a cultivation planet couldn't stop the tree from rushing forward. This tree, which in ancient times could withstand the collapse of the immortal realm, now vanished as it passed. The tree arrived, unleashing an unimaginable force, as if wanting to pierce through space. In an instant, as it approached where Yanlei was besieging Zhixiantia, it created a whirlwind. It was simple, without any embellishments. Not even the light of divine power appeared. The colossal tree, thousands of feet tall, struck directly at the rotating fragment of the immortal realm. Boom, a fragment shattered. Immediately afterward, the tree caused all the fragments of the immortal realm to explode. The explosion was no less devastating than a cultivation planet. Countless fragments shot towards Jishantia. Many fragments seemed to transform into lightning bolts. The blue energy surrounding Jishantia flashed intensely. Almost at the moment the fragments exploded, the tree also lunged at him. Boom! Jishantian's body trembled, and a layer of the blue energy surrounding him was damaged. However, it wasn't over yet. In an instant, the tree continued to charge forward. A surge of immense power erupted from within the tree, like tidal waves surging into Extreme Sage Heaven's body. Boom dot boom dot thump. The blue energy surrounding Extreme Sage Heaven's body quickly exploded. In an instant, 6 layers vanished. His body uncontrollably recoiled backward. This retreat was caused by the tree's attack. At the same time, as the tree attacked, a murderous glint flashed in Yanlazi's eyes. Flames around him quickly condensed and rushed towards Extreme Sage Heaven. As the flames reached him, 3 layers of blue energy surrounding Extreme Sage Heaven exploded. Fear appeared in his eyes. Everything happened too quickly. Almost in the blink of an eye, 9 layers of blue energy had disappeared. In that moment of life and death, Extreme Sage Heaven was about to flee when Ancestor Shangong and Meng Yunzi, who were standing on the tree, rushed out together. The divine power descended, unleashing boundless force upon Jishantia. He was attacked by the giant tree, Yanlazi, Meng Yunzi, and the old ancestor Shangong. Not to mention, Yanlazi's cultivation level after revealing his true strength, such an attack nearly shattered Jishantian's soul. However, he was a renowned old monster, a lifetime of killing. Even facing imminent danger, it wouldn't be easy to kill him here. Jishantia let out a loud cry, his eyes filled with determination. The 4 layers of blue energy on his body simultaneously exploded. The earth-shattering explosions caused Meng Yanzi to be thrown backward. Beside him was the old ancestor Shangong. Even Yanlazi hesitated, sighing inwardly before retreating. Although he could kill Jishantia, he would also be injured. That would certainly be very disadvantageous. Having knocked away 3 monks, Extreme Virtuous Heaven's face turned pale as he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. He used the force of the explosion to quickly retreat. At the same time, his shrill voice rang out, "Flame Thunder Sun! If I don't avenge this, I swear I'm not a human." Behind him was indeed Wang Yu's location. As Extreme Virtuous Heaven retreated, he reached out and grabbed at the void. Immediately, a crack appeared beside him. He didn't need to think about whether he would get lost if he stepped into it. At this moment, Wang Lin was also standing on a tree, a short distance away. The force of the explosion had also affected his internal energy. Wang Lin stared at Extreme Virtuous Heaven retreating, then at Flame Thunder Sun. He gritted his teeth, lightly pointed his right hand forward, and softly shouted, "Freeze," with just one word. In that brief moment, the primal energy within Wang Lin's body flowed through his right fingertip, merging into the void. This time, when performing the immobilization technique, Wang Lin didn't use much immortal essence, relying primarily on the primal energy within his body. Countless threads seemed to appear in the space. Just as Jishantia was about to step into the crack, these threads wrapped around him. At this moment, Jishantia was at his weakest. The 13 layers of blue intent had exploded, forcing him to quickly leave to find a place to heal. If he stayed any longer, he would surely die. Being a decisive person, he self-destructed 4 layers of blue intent to gain a chance to escape. At the same time, he wanted to inform Zhang Zhuanzi that Yanlazi's cultivation had surpassed the late stage of Shattered Nirvana. Although Yanlazi's cultivation level certainly hasn't reached the 3rd gate yet, it has already surpassed the late stage of Shattered Nirvana. This person has undoubtedly reached the great perfection of the 2nd gate. Just as he was about to step into the rift, in an instant, Jishantia felt his body being wrapped by countless threads. They caused him to slow down slightly as he was about to enter the rift. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't care about that wrapping force. A slight movement would shatter those threads, or even cause the person casting the spell to be annihilated. But at this moment, although his speed only slowed down slightly, the impact was unimaginably great. Jishantian's face changed drastically. Yanlazi was stunned, his eyes suddenly filled with ecstatic joy. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, appearing right beside Jishantia. His right hand, without hesitation, violently struck his opponent, sending him flying out of the rift. Just as the body of the Supreme Sage was forced out, Wang Yue, who was not far away, suddenly opened her mouth and sucked in forcefully. Everything happened so fast. Almost immediately after Extreme Sage Heaven was forced to emerge, moon gazing instantly absorbed him. Extreme Sage Heaven roared, but was then swallowed whole by moon gazing. Just as the immobilization technique took effect on Extreme Sage Heaven, Wang Lin's body trembled, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. He felt as if he had been struck by some force, being thrown backward. The elemental power in his body was almost completely depleted. His cultivation was far inferior to Extreme Sage Heaven's, so when the recoil force reached him, his body exploded with loud bangs, spewing out clouds of blood mist. "Senior Yanlei, I've done my best," Wang Lin shouted as he retreated. He did this to make a stronger impression on them, to make them owe him a favor. At the same time, he also aimed to secure a prestigious title for himself, to gain Luo Tian's protection. With this, no matter what happened, Wang Lin would be considered a hero in the war between the two great star domains. This point could not be erased by anyone. If, in the future, Wang Lin were to encounter trouble and Luo Tia ignored him, it would certainly have a huge impact. Who would still give their all in major battles? Everything was within his calculations. With his ancient god cultivation and body, if the opponent were at their peak, the backlash would surely kill Wang Lin. But at this moment, the opponent was severely injured and fleeing for their life, so even if his interference failed, he wouldn't die. Sometimes, when faced with no way out, a gamble can lead to a new path. At this moment, Wang Lin had opened a way out for himself. In fact, Wang Lin's thinking was very accurate. Without the ancient god's body, he would surely have died. But with the ancient god's body, and at a time when the Supreme Sage Heaven was weakened, he was only injured. Yanlei let out a long laugh and appeared beside Wang Lin. He gently patted Wang Lin's back. Instantly, a massive surge of primal energy from Yanlei's body entered Wang Lin's body. After circulating once, Wang Lin's primal energy stabilized, and his wounds healed. In addition, the massive surge of primal energy that entered Wang Lin's body was interrupted by Yanlei remaining within his body. This caused him to feel his primal energy increase dramatically. His primordial spirit opened its eyes and absorbed it. A powerful sensation continuously increased. In the end, his cultivation almost reached the peak of the early stage of the Nirvana realm. He only needed to comprehend more to become a mid-stage Nirvana realm cultivator. This time, it could be said that Yanlei had given Wang Lin an unimaginable gift. The second gate of cultivation is extremely difficult to advance. Besides the realm of enlightenment, one must also absorb enough primal energy from heaven and earth, and this requires many years. Good. Yanlei withdrew his hand, looking at Wang Lin and laughing loudly. "Sumu, you have rendered great service. Extreme Sage Heaven is one of the 4 top venerables of the Cultivation Alliance. If ranked, it could be ranked 9th in the Cultivation Alliance. I will remember your contribution. The Luotia Star Domain will also remember it." Yanlei laughed heartily, because Extreme Sage Heaven was also one of the enemies who chased after him back then. The changing scene made the expressions of the surrounding cultivators strange. Especially Meng Yanzi and Shengong Ancestor looked at Wang Lin with a slightly different expression. Meng Yanzi's eyes showed a hint of admiration, and he nodded to Wang Lin. Shengong Ancestor, who was always cold, also smiled at him at this moment. As for the other monks, the old man in black and the young man in white had complex expressions in their eyes, but most of them were filled with admiration. If it were them, they certainly couldn't have done it. The woman in palace attire looked at Wang Lin with a hint of interest. She was already very beautiful, and now, with that look in her eyes, she was even more captivating. "Sumu, after this battle, I will reward you. Not only will I return the Thunder Beast to you, but I can also give you a treasure for self-defense. With that treasure, in the Alliance Star Domain, except for a few people, no one will be able to harm your life." Yanlei laughed loudly, walking straight toward the Black Killing Demon Venerable and the Cloud Dragon Demon Venerable. Wang Lin remained calm. The flow of elemental power within his body made him feel a surge of strength. Taking a deep breath, Wang Lin knew his actions had succeeded. At this moment, the giant tree charged straight into the battlefield, causing the Alliance cultivators to retreat simultaneously. Especially the sight of the supreme sage being swallowed up severely dampened their fighting spirit. At this moment, Wang Yue roared furiously. Its tentacles swept through space. Any cultivator it touched let out a tragic scream, their body turning into a dried corpse. Wang Yue was too powerful. The black killing demon Venerable and the cloud dragon demon Venerable continuously retreated. At this point, they no longer had any desire to fight and were about to flee. Suddenly, from afar, a force no less powerful than that of the tree spread towards them. Countless towers, thousands of feet high, were hurtling through the starry sky at incredible speed. Each tower peak held nearly 100 cultivators. A thick, frenzied aura of killing intent emanated from them. From afar, the number of towers rushing towards them in the starry sky was no less than 100. A powerful oppressive force spread out. Surrounding the 100 towers were four colossal cultivation planets. Each cultivation planet was carried by a giant, thousands of feet tall. Each giant bore the symbol of a hammer on its forehead, a true member of the giant clan. On each of the four giants carrying the cultivation planets stood a person. 3 of them were elderly men with white hair. From afar, their appearance was one of refined immortality, calm yet extremely majestic. The remaining person was a woman. She wore a blue dress, her hair flowing over her shoulders. In her right hand, she held an 8-petaled lotus flower. Her phoenix eyes stared intently ahead. The appearance of the Alliance cultivators immediately drew everyone's attention. The Alliance cultivators felt a mixture of joy and fear, hastily retreating and gathering together. On Luo Tian's side, Blood God Sun and the 3 patriarchs of the immortal inherited families stood in the starry sky, coldly observing. Yan Lei continued walking. With a flick of his right hand, a sea of fire appeared before him and surged forward. At the same time, Wang Yue roared. The Luocha cultivators surrounding the tree also flew up, unleashing their divine abilities and magical artifacts, preparing for a great battle. Just then, the woman in the blue dress suddenly spoke, Senior Wu Dongshan. As soon as she finished speaking, a cackling laugh echoed from afar. Immediately, a swirling mass of black clouds appeared, obscuring the starry sky. Within the clouds stood a middle-aged man, dressed in purple robes. Around him, swirling black mists moved, accompanied by rumbling thunder. Yan Lei, I've heard your name for a long time. Today, do you dare to fight a battle with me, Wu Dongshan? The middle-aged man's voice was incredibly arrogant. As soon as he finished speaking, the black smoke beneath his feet spread straight towards Yan Lei. In Yan Lei's memory, there was no mention of Wu Dongshan. Evidently, that person only rose to prominence after he left the Alliance Star Domain. But he didn't dare underestimate Wu Dongshan, as the aura emanating from him made him feel extremely serious. If you want to fight, then fight, Yan Lei said coldly, then walked away. His entire body was enveloped in a black mist. Instantly, the black mist rose high into the air, swirling and churning. Flashes of fire erupted from within the clouds, accompanied by explosions. Imprisoned Wang Yue, the woman in the blue dress exclaimed. Immediately, 100 towers around her emitted deafening noises, their speed increasing 100-fold. Like sharp swords, they hurtled towards Wang Yue. Wang Lin inwardly cried out, "This is bad." At first glance, Luocha seemed to be at a disadvantage in this battle. His expression remained calm, but he retreated behind a tree. Suddenly, he felt a fierce gaze fixed upon him. Indeed, the woman in the blue dress with a complex expression was looking at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's gaze briefly flicked towards the woman in the blue dress, then shifted away. He had never met her before, so he felt no sense of familiarity. However, her eyes stirred a certain suspicion in him. But now wasn't the time to dwell on that. Wang Lin calmly continued to retreat. From the front, hundreds of towers rushed forward with deafening roars, as if tearing the sky apart as they hurtled towards Wang Yue. Each tower was like a sharp sword, piercing through the starry sky. Wang Yue roared in anger, its countless tentacles extending to entangle the towers rushing towards it. At this moment, the fastest tower was caught by Wang Yu's tentacles. But the instant they collided, the tower exploded, turning into a cloud of black dust that scattered in all directions. As for the Alliance monks, they all leapt away the moment they got close. Immediately afterward, other towers rushed forward, emitting deafening noises. Most of the towers, after being caught by the moon-gazing's tentacles, exploded, turning into clouds of black dust. Some of the remaining towers suddenly slowed down. Then they pierced through the black dust, avoiding the moon-gazing's tentacles, and struck its body. Boom! One tower that struck the moon-gazing exploded. Dust poured out from the wound, filling the gash caused by the tower. Boom, boom, boom! Explosions rang out continuously. Because they were not caught by the tentacles, at this moment, all the remaining towers struck the moon-gazing's body and turned into dust. Throughout the entire process, the roar of the moon-gazing beast echoed continuously. Seemingly enraged, its tentacles swept across, instantly killing several cultivators who couldn't dodge in time. Fong, the woman in the blue dress, uttered softly. In an instant, the entire black dust surrounding the moon-gazing beast emitted strange rays of light, then dispersed to form a sphere that enveloped it. Inside the sphere, only blood-red light shone. At this moment, in the east, west, south, and north regions, the Cultivation Alliance deliberately selected 100 cultivation planets to create a breathtaking spectacle. On one of these planets, almost all the cultivators took action. One by one, the demonic beasts living there were captured alive and imprisoned within a gigantic formation. The formation was circular, covering an area of thousands of miles. Inside, the number of demonic beasts was no less than 10,000. Outside the formation, countless cultivators hovered in the sky, seemingly awaiting orders. Among them was a red-haired old man, apparently of high status. The moment the voice of the woman in blue rang out, its sound piercing through space, reaching even those far away. In an instant, a flash of light appeared in the red-haired old man's eyes. He raised his right hand. Immediately, the surrounding cultivators, without hesitation, unleashed their divine abilities and magical artifacts to attack the tens of thousands of demonic beasts within the formation. Tragic roars echoed from the great formation. Immediately, a sea of blood appeared. At the same time, the formation suddenly moved as if absorbing the blood and souls, leaving not a single drop of blood behind from the more than 10,000 demonic beasts. A similar scene unfolded on nearly 100 other cultivation planets. This was one of the 10 great formations of the Cultivation Alliance, the 100,000 Beast Blood-Locking Heavenly God Formation. Nearly 100 towers were forged from a special material. After over 1 million demonic beasts were annihilated across hundreds of cultivation planets, Wang Yue, standing amidst the dust, suddenly emitted a pungent, bloody smell. The scent was so strong it was terrifying. Within the blood-red mist, the black dust stirred. Almost instantly, it solidified, enveloping Wang Yu's body in a black aura, leaving only its roars echoing. At this moment, over 10,000 Alliance cultivators leapt from the towers, unleashing their divine abilities and magical artifacts as they charged towards the Luoxia cultivators. This scene shocked the Luoxia cultivators. Meng Yanzi and Shengong Ancestor exchanged glances. The giant tree flew up, and simultaneously, Meng Yanzi lightly waved his hands. Immediately, a great deal of elemental energy condensed before him, transforming into hundreds of small flags. He and Shengong Ancestor were the Luoqian's rear guard. Except for the old man of the Xiang family and Gongsun Fu, these were the highest-ranking individuals. Before leaving, the old man of the Xiang family and Gongsun Fu temporarily handed over command to Meng Yanzi and the Shengong Ancestor. In this respect, Meng Yanzi had to shoulder an even more important responsibility. He grasped a flag and waved it, simultaneously shouting, 72 Earth Fiend Immortals, leading their own cultivators, wiped out all the Alliance members. Yes, sir, more than 10 cultivators from the Luoxia sect immediately flew out. These were also Earth Fiend Immortals among the 108 Immortals. Although not all of them were present, they still held small flags, leading their own cultivators to charge forward and fight the cultivators who had just jumped down from the towers. In a short time, deafening explosions began to resound, accompanied by the dazzling light of countless magical artifacts. The atmosphere became frenzied, occasionally punctuated by agonizing screams. Ancestor Shengong also took hold of more than 10 small flags, turned to the side, and said in a low voice, 36 heavenly generals, follow me to break the seal of Wang Yu. He spoke as he walked towards the seal surrounding Wang Yu. Behind him, dozens of cultivators hurriedly followed. At the same time, behind those were also small teams of cultivators. Surprisingly, the big-headed boy was among them. Sumu, the 4 of you will be my protectors. Meng Yanzi's gaze swept over Wang Lin, the woman in palace attire, the old man in black robes, and the young man in white. Then he sat down cross-legged on the tree. The tree trembled and stopped amidst the starry sky, not moving forward. After Meng Yanzi sat down, he raised his hands in a gesture, pointing to his forehead. In an instant, his primordial spirit appeared, accompanied by the three characters War, swirling around him. Meng Yanzi's primordial spirit raised his right hand and pointed at the character War. Immediately, divine consciousness spread out, accompanied by thunderous explosions. The overwhelming divine consciousness caused one of the 17 blood-red Luofu talismans moving high above to explode. From within, a blood-red figure emerged. It was a blood figure. After appearing, he roared and charged into the battlefield. At this moment, the Blood Gods group was also not idle. The Black Killing Demon Venerable and the Cloud Dragon Demon Venerable rushed to engage them in battle. Unexpectedly, the direction the blood figure headed was precisely the battleground between the Black Killing Demon Venerable and the Blood God. His joining the fray caused the Black Killing Demon Venerable to struggle and retreat repeatedly. Meng Yanzi's primordial spirit trembled, then withdrew his hand and sat down to recover. At this time, in the battle against the Alliance, although his cultivation was inferior to Yin Lizi, and even inferior to the Blood Gods, his role was indispensable. Although the 18 blood orbs of the War family were not their possessions, only the War family in the entire Luotia realm possessed the divine power to control them. This divine power could not be passed on to outsiders. Even within the War family, only a select few were allowed to wield it. This divine power was the result of a profound understanding of the War character and a lineage of inheritance. While this was incredibly complex, it was recognized as a mystery within the Luotia realm. Absolutely no member of the War family could be allowed to touch the blood orbs of the War family. However, this mystery was broken the night before the battle with the Alliance. Yin Lizi, the old man of the Xiang family, along with Gong Fu and several other old masters, decided that this time, the blood orbs of the War family would be controlled by Meng Yanzi. Meng Yanzi's primordial spirit, having recovered slightly, then pointed to another War character. The divine consciousness transmitted into the word War immediately emitted an unbelievable fluctuation, spreading throughout space. One of the 16 remaining Luofu blood spheres exploded. Then, countless drops of blood condensed into a blood figure. The blood figure let out an earth-shattering roar and charged straight towards the direction where Ancestor Shangong and the Heavenly Gang Immortal were heading towards the moon-gazing seal. Among the Alliance cultivators, the woman in the blue dress frowned and pointed her hand forward. Immediately, a 1,000-foot-tall member of the giant demon clan roared and charged forward. The cultivation planet they were carrying wasn't very large, only about 1% the size of a normal cultivation planet. But even so, the giant demon clan member didn't find it difficult. The giant charged forward at an extremely fast speed towards the 15 Luofu blood spheres. The cultivation planet above his head also followed. An old man flew out from the cultivation planet. A flash of light flickered in his eyes. Then he flew towards the 15 blood orbs of Luofu, following the cultivation planet. However, within these 15 Luofus, a very strong pressure was hidden. The closer he got, the more the pressure increased, causing the old man's expression to become serious. As for the members of the giant demon clan, they snarled and charged straight towards Meng Yanzi. Meng Yanzi's primordial spirit was somewhat dim at this moment, but he suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, "Luo Hong, Chu crossing Tia. You to quickly go and protect the Luofus." No sooner had he finished speaking than the old man in black and the young man in white flew straight towards Luofu. The power emanating from Luofu greatly affected the Alliance cultivators, but it had no effect on the two of them. In fact, it even aided them. Meng Yanzi gritted his teeth, pointing his right hand at the character Tai. His divine consciousness merged with it, causing a blood sphere of Luofu to explode. Another blood figure appeared, engaging in battle with the old man on the cultivation planet. At this moment, the giant of the giant demon clan charged forward. Along the way, whenever he encountered a Luotia cultivator with a lower cultivation level, he would crush them and throw them into his mouth. The giant of the giant demon clan unexpectedly possessed peak yang devouring cultivation. However, his body was too strong, and he absorbed the elemental power of heaven and earth, making him far superior to ordinary cultivators. Although his cultivation was only peak yang devouring, it was actually enough to fight a normal early-stage nirvana cultivator. Especially since his physical strength was such that he was not afraid of most magical artifacts. At this moment, he charged straight towards Meng Yanzi, who was perched on the tree. His eyes were somewhat dull and bloodshot, seemingly harboring a kind of madness. He wants to self-destruct. A gentle voice of a woman in palace attire suddenly echoed in Wang Lin's ears. She looked at the giant rapidly approaching and spoke. Wang Lin nodded, glancing at Meng Yanzi's primordial spirit. Evidently, at this moment, the primordial spirit was trying to recover to continue performing the blood-human divine ability and could not be disturbed. But Wang Lin didn't believe Meng Yanzi hadn't prepared beforehand. However, now wasn't the time to investigate. As the giant drew closer, a glint of light flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. "I'll go." With that, he stepped forward to meet the giant. The woman in palace attire smiled. Wang Lin stepped out of the tree's range of power, and to his left, he heard rumbling explosions. The giant of the giant demon clan was getting closer and closer. His roar like a thunderclap spreading forward. The giant's speed increased rapidly. A destructive aura emanated from him. Almost instantly, the giant closed in, his right hand clenched into a fist and struck forward. At the same time, he shouted, "Retreat." The punch unleashed a whirlwind towards Wang Lin. However, despite the strength of the whirlwind, it couldn't make Wang Lin retreat even a single step. His face was icy cold, and without hesitation, he threw a punch. The scene was extremely bizarre. Facing the giant's fist, Wang Lin was nothing more than a tiny ant. The giant's fist was utterly insignificant in comparison. But the moment their fists came close to each other, deafening explosions erupted, growing louder and louder. It seemed as if all those explosions were merely embellishments to the moment their fists collided. Their fists drew closer and closer, the sounds drowning out all other noises. All the surrounding cultivators felt a ringing in their ears. In an instant, their fists drew ever closer. Just as their fists collided, a earth-shattering explosion resounded. The sound was so intense that it shocked countless cultivators around. Simultaneously, a wave of energy quickly spread outwards. Countless battles between cultivators were interrupted, and they hastily retreated. Everyone's eyes widened in horror as they looked towards Wang Lin and the giant who was fighting. The giant's body trembled violently. He felt a surge of power, like a tidal wave, rushing from his opponent's small fist, causing him to spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. His right hand crackled and then instantly exploded, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. With a painful groan, the giant, unable to withstand the immense force, was pushed backward. His disintegration didn't stop there. Even with Wang Lin's ancient god power, he, a member of the giant demon clan, couldn't endure it. Not only was his right arm blown apart, but more than half of his body suffered the same fate. The madness in the giant's eyes intensified. A destructive aura suddenly emanated from his body. In an instant, he prepared to self-destruct. A peak yang devouring self-destruction is incredibly powerful, especially since this person was self-destructing with the body of a giant demon. Its power was so immense that even Wang Lin had to frown. Wang Lin's face flushed slightly, but his eyes grew even colder. After spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, he formed a hand seal, pointed forward, and shouted, "Summon the wind." As soon as he finished speaking, a black wind suddenly appeared from Wang Lin's right hand and spread out. Inside, two black dragons lunged straight towards the giant. They coiled around his body, continuously devouring his life force. The summon the wind technique was powerful. The black dragons pushed the giant's body further backward. In an instant, he was far away, and the two black dragons' absorption greatly weakened the giant's self-destructing power. Boom! After a loud explosion, a wave of energy spread in all directions, attracting the attention of all the cultivators. Even some old monsters who were engaged in combat turned their heads to look. Wang Lin's face turned slightly pale, and he staggered back on the giant tree, revealing his injured state. In fact, killing a giant of the giant demon clan was no difficulty for Wang Lin's ancient god body. On the tree, the woman in palace attire smiled and said, "I admire Taoist Zhu's divine abilities. Especially the ability to instantly condense magic within the body is truly astonishing." Meng Yanzi's primordial spirit opened its eyes, showing admiration, but only nodded without speaking. His right finger pointed to the second battle character next to it. A vast stream of divine consciousness merged into it. In an instant, one of the 14 Luofu blood spheres quickly contracted. But instead of exploding, it condensed into a blood figure radiating an aura as if possessing a reverse divine power. and it stepped towards another blood figure and the white-robed youth who were fighting the old man from the Alliance. In the distance, the woman in the blue dress frowned even more. Her delicate hand pointed forward. Immediately, the two giants standing nearby rushed forward. One of them charged straight towards Luofu, while the other rushed towards the tree. As the giant clan members approached, the old man standing on the cultivation planet he was shielding also flew up. He formed a hand seal and pressed down. Instantly, the cultivation planet between him and the giant began to spin, emitting a wave. The old man sighed, then immediately pushed his hands forward, softly shouting, "Cultivation planet fluctuation." As soon as he finished speaking, the cultivation planet immediately flew up, spinning at an even faster speed. However, its size suddenly shrank to about half its original size. At the same time, a pink ripple suddenly spread out from the cultivation planet. Under the old man's finger, it shot straight forward at an unimaginable speed. The speed of the wave was so fast that some Luocha cultivators who were caught in it immediately trembled. Then, in an instant, their entire bodies, even their storage bags, shattered. The wave surged straight towards the tree, causing Wang Lin's expression to change. Meng Yanzi shouted, "Sumu, Siyan, you two quickly disperse." "There's no need to protect me." Without Meng Yanzi needing to say anything, Wang Lin quickly retreated, passing through the tree and leaving. The woman in palace attire did the same, hastily departing. Just as the two left, the red wave approached. Meng Yanzi's primordial spirit enveloped his body, forming a strange hand seal. Almost instantly, his primordial spirit and body merged into the tree and disappeared. The red wave swept through the tree. Wang Lin quickly fled to avoid the wave. However, the surrounding area was in chaos. As soon as he reappeared, a cultivator from the Alliance swung his sword at him. A cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes, but he didn't dodge. Just as the flying sword was about to strike him, a loud bang echoed and it was flung away. He turned around, pointing his finger. His finger contained primal energy and even the power of an ancient god, striking the chest of the attacker. Fear flickered in the man's eyes. He tried to retreat, but his body exploded. His soul, attempting to escape, was crushed by another Luocha cultivator. That Luocha cultivator, his face filled with murderous intent, glared at Wang Lin. He licked his lips and said hoarsely, "Sumu. Do you want another duel with me? Let's see who can kill more people." That Luocha cultivator was none other than the subordinate Leishan, Su Ting. Wang Lin's expression remained calm, and he said calmly, "If you truly want to duel, then let's see who can kill that woman first," Wang Lin said, pointing his hand towards the woman in the blue dress. Su Ting was stunned, his face darkened, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "All right, let's have a contest. You and I will fight together and see who can succeed." That woman obviously had a very high status, otherwise she wouldn't be presiding over this great battle. However, her cultivation level wasn't very high. At first glance, she was only at the mid-stage of the Nirvana realm. A glint of light flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. He inwardly sneered, but still charged towards the woman in the blue dress. Su Ting's expression was grim, and he also rushed forward. The two followed each other, charging forward. Many cultivators around them were engaged in fierce battles, their various divine abilities, magical artifacts, and flying swords emitting loud noises. Su Ting, being bloodthirsty, would immediately unleash his attacks whenever he encountered a weaker alliance cultivator, slowing his speed slightly. Wang Lin, having cultivated for 1,000 years, had a completely different mindset from Su Ting. Unlike Su Ting, he didn't unleash his divine abilities, maintaining his speed and getting closer and closer to the woman in the blue dress. In the chaotic battle, her keen eyesight allowed her to immediately notice Wang Lin and Su Ting's movements. Her expression remained calm. She didn't look at Su Ting but instead gazed coldly at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's speed increased rapidly, piercing through the crowd of cultivators and quickly approaching. A moment later, he was less than 100 feet away from her. With a long laugh, Wang Lin clenched his right hand and punched forward. As the punch landed, explosions resounded in the space, and countless ripples shot out, transforming into whirlwinds that rushed towards the woman. Wang Lin didn't stop, continuing to follow the wind as he charged forward. Not far from Wang Lin, a glint of light flashed in Su Ting's eyes. A cold smile appeared on his face, but instead of advancing, he retreated. His gaze held a hint of mockery. Sumu, it's a waste that you've cultivated for so many years. You're only capable of this much. This woman is clearly someone of special status within the Alliance. Otherwise, she wouldn't be presiding over this great battle. Although her cultivation isn't high, she's certainly protected by powerful experts. You lured me here to kill her. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Let's see how you do it. He stared intently at Wang Lin, who was approaching the woman in the blue dress, his smile growing wider. Wang Lin's speed didn't slow down. He continued to follow the whirlwind. The howling wind shook the heavens and earth, reaching within 10 meters of the woman. A cold glint flashed in the woman's eyes. She knew that the giant of the giant demon clan probably couldn't withstand this person, but she remained unfazed, pressing her left hand downwards. In an instant, the cultivation planet carried by the giant trembled and spun at an unbelievable speed. Waves of red suddenly surged outwards. These red waves contained something destructive that spread outwards. The cultivation planet, visible to the naked eye, began to shrink. The whirlwind, caused by Wang Lin's punch, was instantly dispersed by the red waves as soon as it approached. Without any resistance, the red ripples quickly surged towards Wang Lin. Seeing this, Su Ting was overjoyed. He thought to himself that Sumu was foolish and it would be fortunate if he died here. But just as he was rejoicing, he saw Wang Lin, in the instant the red ripples approached, turn and smile at him. Wang Lin's gaze stunned Su Ting. This is bad. Su Ting thought he understood Wang Lin, but the fact that the other party still maintained such an expression in the face of danger sent shivers down his spine. At that moment, a giant cauldron appeared around Wang Lin's body. Wang Lin's right hand moved like the wind, pointing towards Su Ting, and he softly shouted, "Swap positions." Immediately, a force that shattered Su Ting's soul appeared around him. The suddenness of this force gave him no chance to react. The overwhelming power, which he couldn't resist, quickly engulfed his entire body. Time seemed to stop. The ripples in front of Wang Lin were less than a meter long, but his and Su Ting's positions suddenly reversed. This scene was like the heavens and earth turning upside down, shattering the universe. Immediately afterward, time returned to normal. In reality, it didn't stop at all, but only happened in an instant. However, because the divine power was so fast, illusory shadows appeared before Su Ting's eyes. By the time he regained his senses, his hair stood on end, and a sense of danger overwhelmed him. Everything before him was red. Although terrified, he had no time to think. He hastily raised both hands to form a hand seal, his immortal essence surging out, his body rapidly retreating, and at the same time, hundreds of protective shields appeared around him. These shields were formed from condensed immortal essence, under the immortal techniques of the Su family. At this moment, from afar, Su Ting resembled a sun. Layers of golden light enveloped his body. The moment the flashes of light appeared, the red ripples also arrived. Boom, boom, crash. Under the bombardment of the red ripples, almost instantly, 30 of Su Ting's 100 protective shields were shattered. The sight made Su Ting's face turn pale. He didn't stand still but retreated backward. However, 10 more protective shields immediately disappeared. Sumu, Su Ting roared with hatred. However, the speed of the ripples surpassed Su Ting. Even though he kept retreating, it still caught up and swept over his body. Crash! The moment the red ripples pierced through Su Ting, all his protection vanished. Even his body was pulled apart, seemingly shattering. The moment the last protective barrier disappeared, Su Ting hastily took out 100 jade talismans from his storage bag. He didn't have time to grieve, crushing them all. Immediately, more than 100 protective barriers of various colors appeared around his body. In addition, he also took out countless magic treasures to resist. However, the barriers were all destroyed as soon as they formed. Even the magic treasures shattered. Even so, the red ripples weakened due to Su Ting's resistance. After all, the ripples weren't a straight line but spread out, so their power wasn't concentrated. Even so, at this moment, Su Ting couldn't withstand its power. After all, he had consumed most of his immortal essence and almost all of his magic treasures. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Su Ting spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His immortal essence formed a blood-red aura that enveloped his entire body. He hastily retreated, moving away from the ripples. If he had used blood escape earlier, even if he wanted to escape, he wouldn't be 100% sure. Now, the ripples had weakened, giving him a chance. He only used blood escape as a last resort. Su Ting quickly retreated. The entire process was brief, lasting only a little over a breath. But for him, the danger was no less than the battle with Wang Lin in the first heaven. His hatred for Wang Lin was indescribable. As he retreated, he shouted, "Sumu, you." He had intended to roar, exposing Wang Lin's actions and arousing suspicion among the Luoxia cultivators and the old monsters. But his words were cut short by a long laugh. After Su Ting retreated, Wang Lin rushed forward. At the same time, Wang Lin laughed loudly and said, "Su Taoist friend is truly a man of his word. You proactively helped me weaken the ripples, and I, Sumu, will not let you down. If I can kill this woman, then fellow Taoist's contribution will be paramount." While speaking, Wang Lin's speed was incredibly fast. Previously, the ripples that had come into contact with Su Ting had already weakened. But at this moment, Wang Lin's two fingers closed into a sword, and the elemental power in his body surged. Simultaneously, the yin-yang twin fish appeared on his fingers, plunging straight into the ripples. Boom! After the explosion, Wang Lin encountered no obstacle, plunging straight into the ripples. Seeing this, Su Ting's eyes blazed with anger. Overwhelmed with rage, the blood-red light around him vanished, and he staggered backward. However, due to his intense anger, his spirit was depleted, causing him to spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. Spitting out the blood brought him back to his senses, and he suppressed his rage. His cold gaze didn't hesitate as he retreated. Wang Lin sighed inwardly. Su Ting was indeed a character he couldn't afford to underestimate. Although angered, he ultimately maintained his composure. It would have been a pleasant experience if he hadn't used someone else's hand to eliminate this person. Wang Lin hadn't forgotten that a trace of primordial energy existed within Su Ting's body. Back then, in the first heaven, he had only managed to kill a clone, obtaining half of the primordial energy. At this moment, without even thinking about Su Ting, Wang Lin leapt into the ripples. His gaze was fixed on the woman. His right hand formed a hand seal, pointing into space. Instantly, a black wind swirled around him, transforming into a black vortex. The strong wind blew outwards, accompanied by the roar of dragons. Two black dragons emerged from the vortex and lunged towards the woman. The woman's expression remained calm, but her gaze towards Wang Lin became even more complex. "You don't recognize me, but I recognize you." She sighed inwardly, glancing at the 8-petaled lotus in her right hand. With her left hand, she plucked a petal and tossed it lightly. A single lotus petal floated gently in the wind, emitting a faint fragrance, then quickly expanded to over 10 meters before descending upon Wang Lin's head. Boom! A terrifying explosion erupted within a radius of several meters around Wang Lin. The space around him was instantly filled with immense pressure. The entire 10-meter radius crumbled under this pressure. A large crack appeared in the space beneath Wang Lin's feet, its contents seemingly being pushed into it by the force. He doesn't know, so just pretend he didn't go. The woman in the blue dress, Shui Luo, released her left hand, her complex expression gradually fading. Wang Lin's pupils contracted, and a wave of oppressive power descended from the heavens. Under this pressure, he immediately felt the speed of his internal energy circulation unexpectedly stagnate. Outside his body, a black whirlwind roared, and two black dragons within suddenly rushed out, meeting the lotus petal descending from the sky. A series of roaring sounds emanated continuously, but the lotus petal didn't stop at all, rapidly descending. The spatial rifts beneath Wang Lin's feet multiplied, and a large amount of cold air surged out. At this moment, the two black dragons, carrying powerful whirlwinds, directly collided with the petal. A deafening explosion resounded, and one black dragon, its entire body shaking, instantly dissipated, transforming into countless black mists that were flung back. The remaining black dragon roared, spewing out dark wind, striking directly at the lotus petal, but it seemed to have no effect whatsoever, being completely absorbed by it, revealing a hint of green energy on its body. As this green energy descended, the oppressive power intensified. Even the black vortex suppressed by the lotus petals dispersed, forming countless black mists that filled the sky. What kind of magic treasure is this? A glint of light flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. He stretched out his hands and softly shouted, "Transform the rain." This was the first time Wang Lin had truly personally unleashed a second form of the Immortal Emperor by Fan's immortal technique. The moment he uttered these two words, the primal energy between heaven and earth seemed to be stirred by a hand, frantically condensing. A thin layer of mist appeared around Wang Lin's body. As his hands trembled, the surrounding black mist seemed to be infused with new power, instantly forming a vortex that spun violently around him. Within the black mist, raindrops formed from the infusion of heaven and earth elemental energy continuously condensed. A small amount of immortal elemental energy also flowed from Wang Lin's body, permeating his entire being and connecting with heaven and earth. Almost instantly, the vortex formed from the black mist around Wang Lin contained tens of thousands of raindrops, each imbued with heaven and earth elemental energy. Each droplet possessed immense power. A wisp of immortal energy swirled within the swirling vortex, making Wang Lin appear like an immortal. He stretched out his hands, floating in the starry sky, 100-foot-wide vortex spinning wildly around him. The condensed raindrops flew out, enveloping Wang Lin's body, emitting bursts of translucent light. From afar, it was quite a sight. In that instant, Wang Lin swung his hands forward. With him at the center, the surrounding vortex immediately vibrated, reversing and emitting a deafening roar as it surged upwards. The scene resembled a 100-foot-tall vortex suddenly rising from the ground, seemingly connecting heaven and earth. A rumbling sound echoed. This vortex rapidly ascended, carrying Wang Lin within it, leaving only his silhouette visible. As the vortex rose, tens of thousands of raindrops, hidden within, rushed out, creating an incessant howling sound. It was as if the earth had transformed into the sky, and the raindrops would fly out from the ground, the reversal of heaven and earth like the end of the world. A lightning flashed in Wang Lin's eyes, but he restrained himself. This place was not suitable for revealing too much of his true cultivation. At this moment, the vortex soared into the sky, and over 10,000 raindrops, along with the vortex, rushed upwards to meet the descending lotus petal. First, a whirlwind approached the lotus petals, sweeping across and instantly causing them to tremble. Immediately afterward, over 10,000 water droplets surged forward. A continuous banging sound echoed, the lotus petals shook, and instantly dissipated. In the impact that caused the petals to vanish, over 10,000 water droplets and the whirlwind continued to scatter around. The oppressive aura surrounding Wang Lin was removed. He stepped forward, his hands forming a hand seal, pointing towards the woman in the blue dress, Shui Luo. Immediately, the whirlwind and raindrops condensed by the Huanwu technique swept past Wang Lin and attacked Shui Luo directly. At this moment, suddenly in the distance, Blood God Sun and the Blood Human Luofu Blood Ball, clearly unable to withstand the black-killing demon Venerable, retreated in an instant, approaching Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and without hesitation, he retreated. He had rushed forward to kill this woman, but he hadn't truly unleashed his killing intent. He had only put on a show. At the very least, it was to show everyone that Sumu had done his best in this battle. Moreover, he had already rendered meritorious service earlier, so everything else could be mitigated. As she retreated, a cold glint flashed in the eyes of the water goddess, and a 7-petaled lotus platform suddenly appeared, stopping before her. Immediately, a phantom image of a lotus flower flew out, transforming before her, blocking all the approaching divine abilities of the transformation realm. She glanced at the battlefield, seeing that the Star Alliance was at a disadvantage. But she showed no sign of panic. The real battle hadn't begun yet. This was merely the prelude. Raising her jade hand, the woman formed a hand seal, pointed to the void, and lowered her voice, saying, "Invite the prison realm." No sooner had these words been spoken than a massive formation, spanning hundreds of miles, silently appeared in the void ahead. This formation, seemingly reversing the starry sky, quickly rotated upon its appearance, emitting bursts of dark energy. In an instant, a purple iron chain suddenly descended from the formation. The Luocha cultivators below, unable to dodge, were struck by the flashing iron chain, letting out a pain groan as their bodies shattered. Their souls were also trapped, locked within the iron chain. From afar, it appeared as if their souls were glued to the chain, unable to escape no matter how much they struggled. Another iron chain emerged from the formation, swinging and striking down. Soon after, many more iron chains appeared. In just a moment, over 100 iron chains appeared, sweeping in all directions. At this point, a deep, rumbling sound emanated from within the formation. This sound was filled with a chilling sensation. Upon entering the ear, it felt as if the soul was being grabbed and torn apart by a giant hand. In an instant, a figure emerged from the formation. As soon as this figure appeared, a foul, putrid stench immediately permeated the surroundings. This figure was 10 jang tall, its entire body a bluish-red color, not a living thing, but a corpse. Numerous iron chains wrapped around this corpse's body. The chains that had descended earlier were the ones currently entwining this corpse. This corpse wasn't naturally formed, but rather created by using divine power to refine countless corpses together. In the Cultivation Alliance, this is called corpse refining. This thing was provided by the Corpse Sound sect, self-refined from the corpse prison realm. And over tens of thousands of years, there were a total of 18 corpses. Each corpse possessed a cultivation level equivalent to a late-stage nirvana cultivator. This first corpse refining figure shook the iron chains on its body and immediately let out a howling scream. This sound could penetrate the body, directly affecting the primordial spirit. Amidst the howling, this corpse leapt into the midst of the cultivators, its entire body brandishing. The iron chains wrapped around it instantly became the sharpest magical weapons, sweeping across relentlessly. The sound of tearing wind immediately caused a large number of cultivators to turn their backs and retreat. At this moment, the second corpse also emerged from the formation, howling and stomping forward, joining the battlefield. Corpses emerged from the formation one after another, instantly reversing the battlefield's dynamics. Especially the last three corpses, instead of emitting blue and red light, were one gold and two silver. Two corpses emitting silver light were a male and a female. Although their expressions were still vacant, their bodies were similar to those of ordinary people, and they wore silver robes. While they also had iron chains around them, only two were wrapped around their bodies. The moment they emerged, a frenzied, early-stage pure nirvana-level pressure permeated the surroundings. The last corpse couldn't even be described as a body. It was a middle-aged man. He wore a dragon robe and a tall crown, appearing like a mortal emperor. He had no iron chains, only 5 yellow talismans constantly rotating around his head, flashing with lightning, tightly bound together. His body was filled with the power of the 5 elements of heaven and earth. The moment Wang Lin saw this man in the dragon robe, he immediately sensed the power of the 5 elements, and his mind instantly recalled Han Dai, whom he had met years ago. A 5-element spiritual body. Wang Lin's retreat speed increased. He knew that his cultivation level, having reached this level in the war between the 2 star domains, wouldn't be of much use, so he always clung to the idea of self-preservation. He'd make a contribution if he could, otherwise, he'd protect himself. I wonder where senior brother Qing Shui is right now. He's probably nearby. Wang Lin continued to retreat, but the woman Shui Luo didn't intend to let him go. With a flick of her hand, an ordinary corpse refining appeared, staring intently at Wang Lin before suddenly pursuing him. Wang Lin's expression darkened. If it were a mid-stage Nirvana realm cultivator, his current body and divine abilities would certainly allow him to win. But facing a late-stage Nirvana realm cultivator, he would need to unleash all his divine abilities to have a chance of winning. Moreover, this depended on many factors. However, using all his divine abilities in this battle was clearly unwise. Furthermore, if he were injured, he would immediately be in grave danger. Wang Lin calculated that he would take advantage of the situation, waiting for a moment when no one was paying attention to enter Wang Yu's body, seeking an opportunity to seize the inherited power of the ancient god's infant son. At this moment, while retreating, the corpse demon roared and pursued him. Along the way, the iron chains on the corpse demon's body flew and danced, opening a straight path to Wang Lin. A cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes, and he retreated even faster, approaching the sealed Wang Yue. A series of muffled, indistinct sounds emanated from within Wang Yue, echoing throughout the heavens and earth. Wang Lin didn't believe that these cultivators from the Star Alliance could trap Wang Yue. Wang Yue was enraged, and everything shattered. This sealing formation absolutely could not seal Wang Yue. A moment later, Wang Lin approached the gigantic black corpse of Wang Yue, which was sealed. Ancestor Shen Gong, along with many cultivators, was continuously unleashing divine abilities to attack the black corpse. Wang Lin's approach didn't attract their attention. The corpse refining, chasing Wang Lin from afar, was also getting closer. The iron chains surrounding its body snapped open, sweeping towards Wang Lin. A fierce roar echoed in Wang Lin's ears. A cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes, his expression unchanged. The moment the iron chains reached him, he swiftly retreated, directly striking the black corpse of Wang Yue. The moment his body touched the black corpse, the ancient god aura within his body unhesitatingly merged into it. Instantly, Wang Yue, inside the black corpse, instinctively sensed a trace of ancient god aura and went berserk. This frenzy caused Wang Yue to let out an earth-shattering roar. Enraged, Wang Yue unleashed the ancient divine finger. The more furious it became, the more terrifying its divine power grew. At that moment, the black shell sealing Wang Yue suddenly exploded with a loud bang, cracks appearing everywhere, carrying an unimaginable force erupting from within. In an instant, the black shell shattered. As it dissipated, a rough, ancient divine finger emerged from within. In the Northern Alliance, this was the first time Wang Yue had displayed this unparalleled divine power. In her rage, this power unleashed, causing all the cultivators in the Northern Alliance to feel an unimaginably powerful force. If before, some had underestimated Wang Yue or considered her abilities insufficient, now all those thoughts vanished like smoke with the collapse of the seal surrounding her. All that remained was a soul-shattering tremor. The black shell surrounding Wang Yu's body instantly cracked into countless large fissures. Numerous fragments, accompanied by sharp, deafening sounds, scattered in all directions. The countless fragments of the black shell swept across, unleashing incredibly powerful attacks. Immediately, several cultivators who couldn't dodge were struck directly. They instantly spat out blood, shattered into pieces, and died, their souls also perishing. Several people were also swept away by fragments of the black corpse, their bodies instantly cut in half, fresh blood turning into a mist that filled the air, shocking everyone. All of this caused a momentary silence. All eyes immediately focused on this spot. But in this silence, from within the shattered black corpse, a roar, seemingly from ancient times, erupted. Roar! This roar almost reached the power of an ancient god's roar, piercing through space and time, as if it had existed eternally between heaven and earth. This sound transformed into an endless attack. Within this impact, the ancient god's finger stretched out. Its splendor and majesty were indescribable, only that it seemed as if the entire heaven and earth had completely collapsed under this ancient god's finger. No force could resist the ancient divine finger. A single strike from this finger would inevitably lead to annihilation. The corpse, currently pursuing Wang Lin, was stunned. With his mind blank, the price he would pay was facing the ancient divine finger. Boom! The moment the ancient divine finger struck the corpse, a series of loud bangs echoed. All the iron chains on its body shattered. Under this immense force, it immediately spewed out a large amount of black blood. Its entire body felt as if it had been struck countless times. Its green and red skin instantly showed signs of disintegration. In an instant, its skin seemed to be peeled off. Immediately afterward, its entire body and bones made a rumbling sound. The corpse was torn apart, transforming into countless pieces of flesh and blood that exploded. Although this scene was described as leisurely, in reality it unfolded in just a few moments. The ancient god finger didn't stop, but aggressively charged forward. Wang Lin's body had already retreated a moment earlier. His eyes lit up, and upon looking back, it felt as if, after the ancient god finger appeared, a mature, earth-shattering ancient god was extending its finger, wielding its powerful arm, and relentlessly destroying everything in its path with ancient god power. The enormous body of Wang Yue suddenly followed closely behind the ancient god finger, its endless, sprawling tentacles swaying and large chunks of mist spewing from them. On its egg-shaped body, its pair of moon-like eyes met Wang Lin's gaze, and he immediately sensed something was amiss. There was no trace of confusion in Wang Yu's eyes. They were incredibly clear. In fact, the moment Wang Lin looked into them, he felt Wang Yue was also looking back at him. The moon-gazing's escape from its predicament instilled boundless fighting spirit in the cultivators of Luotia. This great battle was extremely fierce. At times, the alliance gained the upper hand. At other times, Luotia prevailed. Now, the moon-gazing reappeared, its colossal body instantly shaking the starry sky. Especially the ancient divine finger, which not only didn't dissipate but instead swept forward with incredible speed. All the cultivators blocking its path collapsed and died before even getting close. Wang Lin had killed countless people, but the number of deaths in this great battle far exceeded the number of deaths at his hands. This level of warfare was something Wang Lin had never experienced before in his life. The war between the Vermilion Bird Kingdom and the Immortal Tribe years ago was insignificant compared to today's battle. The situation was reversed. The ancient divine finger's divine power roared, its attack annihilating all the cultivators in front, leaving them utterly defenseless. After sweeping aside, the ancient divine finger charged straight toward the black killing demon Venerable in front. The black killing demon Venerable, standing among the cultivators of the Star Alliance, his expression changed slightly. The moment the ancient divine finger approached, he gritted his teeth and spat out a mouthful of mist, his hands forming a hand seal. The mist immediately swirled, unexpectedly transforming into a giant black crane in the blink of an eye. This black crane held a tree with black leaves in its mouth, and after the transformation, it immediately released the tree. In an instant, it began to grow wildly. Almost immediately, the tree had grown to 1,000 feet tall, still continuously expanding outwards, forming a protective layer. At this moment, as the ancient god's finger approached and collided with the guardian tree, an earth-shattering sound erupted. The tree trembled, dissipating little by little, transforming into countless scattered black mists. The black-killing demon Venerable's face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, but his right hand grasped at the void, and a carved wooden statue immediately appeared in his hand. This wooden statue was a human figure with its arms crossed in front of its chest. Extremely bizarre, its entire body completely covered by vegetation, its face obscured by the plants. The moment this wooden statue appeared, the black-killing demon Venerable, without hesitation, threw it forward. A black light, capable of devouring all light, flashed from the statue. The wooden statue suddenly seemed to come alive. The plants embracing the crossed arms in front of its chest immediately began to move eerily, transforming and soaring up with the statue. A sudden roar erupted from the ground. Outside the statue, 5 enormous, 100-foot-tall, empty flowers appeared. These 5 black flowers exuded a sinister aura. Upon appearing, one immediately confronted the ancient god's finger. The center of the flower tore open, like a gaping maw, spewing out an extremely cold, dark energy. The other 4 flowers did not stop there. They simultaneously split open their centers, spewing out large amounts of dark energy. At the same time, the eyes of the humanoid statue with its arms crossed revealed a red glow, truly coming to life. Unexpectedly, it stretched out its arms and suddenly lunged forward, merging into the dark energy. In an instant, its body embraced the ancient god's finger. Immediately, tiny black threads rapidly poured from its body, engulfing the ancient god's finger. Wang Lin, watching from afar, saw this scene and a cold smile appeared on his lips. If the ancient divine finger technique could be so easily neutralized, then this moon-gazing wouldn't have required so much effort from the Luocha cultivators to bring her to the Star Alliance. This moon-gazing could be considered the most powerful figure in the Luocha star domain in this battle. Wang Lin's gaze swept across, looking towards the towering giant tree floating in the distance. This giant tree probably possesses more than just that much divine power. Standing here, I vaguely sense that there's something else inside it. Numerous thoughts flashed through Wang Lin's mind. At this moment, the great battle between the 2 star domains had broadened his horizons. All of this was extremely important to him. After all, his cultivation time was far shorter than that of these old masters. Therefore, his knowledge was significantly inferior to theirs. This great battle was like a grand display of various divine abilities and magical artifacts, allowing Wang Lin to quickly absorb them, increasing his experience and understanding, and simultaneously making him clearly see the true combat strength of cultivators in the pure nirvana and shattered nirvana stages. Without this great battle, it would have been very difficult for Wang Lin to learn this. At this moment, just as the black-killing demon Venerable unleashed his divine abilities and magical artifacts to block the ancient god's finger, more than 10 more corpse refinements from the Star Alliance side also warred and charged forward frantically, especially the 2 silver corpse refinements, which were even faster. However, even with these additions, compared to the ancient god's finger, it seemed they were still insufficient. Wang Yue rushed forward to attack, opening her mouth and letting out a fierce roar. This sound was so loud that it shook the starry sky. Those with insufficient cultivation immediately retreated, otherwise they would be severely injured. Wang Yue roared in anger. To others it sounded like a roar, but to Wang Lin it carried a different meaning. Wang Lin's expression changed. Without hesitation, he formed hand seals, condensing countless protective restrictions in front of him. The ancient god cauldron outside his body flashed, and he immediately retreated. The moment he retreated, following Wang Yu's roar, the ancient god finger, which was being attacked by numerous corpse refiners and black-killing demon venerables, also vibrated and self-destructed with a thunderous roar. Boom! The self-destruction of the ancient god finger was of immeasurable magnitude. In an instant, a massive hole seemed to be torn open in the 1,000-mile radius of the starry sky. Screams of agony erupted from all sides. A large number of cultivators were swept into that void, shattered, and instantly vanished without a trace. Countless cultivators on both sides panicked, hastily retreating, regretting their own slow speed. Only Wang Yue remained completely unharmed. It leapt in, its tentacles sweeping wildly, unleashing a frenzied slaughter. As for the black-killing demon venerable at the center of the explosion, he immediately spat out fresh blood, his body flung into the air, enveloped in a bloody mist. Despite tens of thousands of years of cultivation, he was in an extremely precarious state. His body was damaged beyond description, almost completely shattered. At this moment, a look of terror appeared on his face. In his entire life of cultivation, he had never encountered such a powerful figure. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his soul and spirit scattered, and he fled frantically. As for the more than 10 corpse refining forms, except for the silver corpse, the rest were completely unable to resist the self-destruction of the ancient god finger, all turning into a pile of blood and flesh, swept into the shattered void. Even the 2 silver corpses were instantly blown away, their iron chains collapsing, and they spat out a mouthful of black blood. Unexpectedly, the beautiful female contestant was thrown towards Wang Lin. "This treasure will be mine, Wang Lin." Wang Lin's eyes flashed. He was not only interested in this female corpse, but also in the damaged half-wooden statue in the distance.